A monster with horns and large demonic wings calls out to the heroes, whom it calls unfortunate, in a terrible voice. It announces that they will witness the Demon King's greatest power. Once upon a time, in a place called the Continent of Darkness, a war raged between the Demon King's army, humanity, and the elves. The long stagnation was broken by heroes who gathered from all over the world. In the Dark Castle they met a terrible enemy whose dark and large figure inspired fear. It was Valt, a sly second king of Visgard. Both sides fought desperately, using all their strength, and the battle was finally approaching its climax. A large spell covered in symbols is created next to the Demon King, which he reflexively tries to hide from by putting his hand forward. The spell takes effect and his body begins to crumble. He gasps in pain, looking at his cracking arm in surprise. He roars in pain, not understanding what is happening to his body. Pieces of flesh fly in different directions. The wizard who cast the spell looks at him with piercing eyes. The Demon King screams, asking what he did to him. Valt does not understand how this could have happened. He reaches his disintegrating palm towards the light. It is the 12th day of the month of Half-Light, 528. Thoughts of death visit him as he falls into the dark abyss that sucks him in. On this day, he thinks, the story of 29-year-old Valtaslaya is coming to an end. A large full moon illuminates a place in the northern region of the Leger Kingdom. An explosion occurs in a palace built into a mountain. The stone walls of the cave-like place are shaking. People, afraid of dying, run in different directions, shouting curses and calls for shelter and also hurrying those who provide first aid. The culprit of the destruction is, as one of the people calls him, the highest-ranking stone dragon Vergun, otherwise known as the tyrannical earth dragon. He grins angrily, clinging to the stones with his large clawed paws. A boy and a girl hide behind rocks, watching the dragon. The boy is surprised that Vergun has basilisks following him everywhere. He worriedly shares with her his fears about the overspending of supplies and the number of casualties. A girl approaches from behind them, confidently asking them to let her hold off the enemies. They turn around and look at her in amazement. She declares that she will not let anyone die. She has long blonde hair, an elegant armored dress, and a two-handed sword in her hand. The people are inflamed, shouting her name, calling her Miss Iris, and motivate others to continue fighting as long as they can. The girl rushes into battle while people give each other a voice signal to protect her. Iris tries to figure out the weak spot of the enemy, who is covered in scales. She finds it on the belly. The dragon notices her, piercing her with an angry look. He attacks, spewing a huge stream of flame from his mouth. She flies up and manages to dodge. Her cheek is grazed by flying rock fragments. She thinks anxiously that even the breath of this dragon is menacing and that she needs to quickly regain her balance. Before she can do this, the girl crashes into the wall with her whole body screaming in pain. She slides down, the force of the blow leaving a dent in the stone. People call out to her in concern. Still holding the weapon, which is the holy sword Misteltein in her hand, she thinks in disappointment that she never had a chance to release its power. Badly wounded, she looks at the raging dragon and thinks helplessly that if everything ends like this, then she should at least die with honor. At this moment, lightning falls with a roar on the battlefield, from the light of which not only people but also the dragon are hidden. From the force with which it strikes and destroys the stone, a powerful wind flow comes. Lightning strikes the dome of the palace, destroying everything around it. Afterwards, Iris, covered in bruises, rises up, holding her head, feeling confused. She is surprised that she is still alive and wonders what kind of light that was. At the place where the lightning struck, right in front of the roaring dragon, stands a man in a black cloak. The girl is extremely surprised by his appearance. She still can't understand what happened. The man in the black cloak turns out to be a boy with dark hair. Iris doesn't understand who he is or what he's doing. The boy stands barefoot on the ground. Nearby lie the bodies of basilisks struck by lightning. He does not understand where he is, realizing that this is not his castle. He looks at himself in amazement, trying to understand what happened to his body. The hero notes his body is similar to a human's. He says his name and title, being the Demon King Valt, ruler of the Continent of Darkness. The boy then turns his attention to the moon, amazed at its size. Valt wonders where the others are and suggests how he could have ended up there, but is interrupted by Vergun's growl nearby. The hero turns his attention to him. He notes that although Vergun has no wings, he is, judging by his magnificent physique, a dragon. The reptile bares its teeth at him, roaring even more furiously. A girl watching this scene tries to warn the hero by screaming for him to run away. Interrupting her scream, the dragon attacks the hero with a stream of flame. The earth crackles from the fire. The girl exhales with regret, thinking that the hero has died. Iris remembers that she promised not to let anyone die. She closes her eyes, tears falling from them. The girl mournfully reflects that with her powers she could have saved him. At that moment, she raises her head, her eyes widening at what she sees. The hero, unharmed, is still standing on the ground. He notes that his resemblance to a human made him think he was dead. Valt is surprised to realize that he feels nothing. The girl looks at him in amazement. The dragon casts a spell that looks like a large glowing eye. Iris tries to warn the hero that it is a petrification spell which is practically fatal. A stone crust appears on him. The hero shakes off his petrification with a chuckle, looking boldly at the enemy, calling his attack a good try. Vergun looks at Valt in bewilderment. The people watching from their hiding places are amazed that he was able to dispel the spell so easily. Valt suggests that although he looks like a weak man, he still has some of the powers of a king. The hero himself does not fully understand everything, but having decided for himself, he warms up to strike back. As Valt charges towards the enemy with a smile, Iris watches the scene and notes that all the adventurers in their special campaign division are the elite forces of the royal region. The girl admits that despite their full readiness for battle, they could not win. At this time, the hero dodges the blows of the dragon's paws. Being on such a team and losing, she is amazed that the boy fights alone. Valt easily avoids all the enemy's attacks. The hero swings his arm, focusing the strength in his hand to strike, confident that the dragon will regret ever messing with him. Vergun in the stomach with all his might. From the force of the blow, even the ground under the hero's feet cracks. The dragon's face froze in a silent roar, his eyes empty. Iris watches in shock as the dragon flies off in the other direction, landing with a crash on the floor. The people around are amazed and jubilant, not understanding how the hero could hit the dragon with his bare hands and whether this means they won. Iris staggers towards the hero to hear the answers to her questions. She gets his attention by asking who he is, and if it is true that he defeated the dragon with only his bare hands. The hero does not understand a word of what the girl says to him. He reasons that the girl is not hostile, but the language is unfamiliar to him. The guy is convinced that he has entered another world. He does not want to miss important information because of the language barrier, and an idea comes to his mind. Iris still has questions, but Valt holds out his hand, motioning for her to wait. He approaches the fallen dragon, musing that he could use one of his old skills. With his power, he reads all the knowledge the dragon has accumulated throughout its life. He calls this one Lizard Gaina, and notes that there was not as much knowledge as he expected. Valt finally turns his attention to the girl. She asks what he is doing because she felt an unusual energy. When he is about to answer, another girl asks him who he is. Valt asks her if she practices dark magic. The girl looks at him carefully, saying that she can assume that about him, who appeared out of nowhere. The girl in the wide hat who asked the question suggests that he just extracted information from the dragon's corpse. He agrees, explaining that he could not understand their language and extracted the knowledge from the dragon, to which the girls respond with understanding. Iris begins to bombard the hero with questions that he does not have time to answer, and then bows, thanking him. She looks battered, her chest armor half destroyed, but she smiles, thanking Valt that no one died. He is shocked by her attitude and blushing denies it, saying that he was only defending himself. Valt is so embarrassed he doesn't know where to look. Iris doesn't understand his reaction and simply asks him if he really defeated Vergun without a weapon. The hero agrees, not considering it a big deal. As soon as Iris tries to ask him about the punch, someone shouts loudly that it is impossible and Valt is lying. Another girl with one tail, leaning on a staff, accusingly says that he could not defeat a dragon of such a level with his bare hands. The hero does not understand what is expected of him. The girl screams that even though he saved them, he still cannot be trusted. Iris says she has a point. She asks the hero to state his name, to which he readily agrees. He states his name, explaining to them that he probably died and was reborn as the boy they see, noting that he himself does not fully understand everything. Looking at their shocked faces, he says that they may not believe him because he himself would not believe. At this moment, a girl screams, surprised that the dragon was defeated while she was knocked out. The girl with the pointy ears asks in surprise what happened. The girl with the staff asks how she is feeling, to which she says that a little saliva will cure everything. Valt turns his attention to the white animal. A white wolf with large air horns from its jaw and forehead and black eyes looks at him, noting that it is a sacred animal as Iris introduces the hero. Valt asks Iris to introduce herself as he told her his name. She happily introduces herself, giving her last name Lisselween, and asks to be called by her first name. The girl with the staff starts praising Iris, saying that she is the famous Roswace. The hero is confused as he does not know the word. Iris and the girl with the hat sigh. The girl with the staff continues to chat, explaining that Roswace is a special class of knights that is white in color and that Valt should treat the girl with respect. Iris is confused by her story and asks her to stop. The girl with the staff cheerfully introduces herself as Ranzeluna Kallenberg, nicknamed Ransel. The girl with the pointed ears also softly calls the owl's name. Her name is Ludessa Orf. Ludessa also represents the sacred animal, naming it Kururu and noting that only she can call it Ku. Ranzeluna dramatically says that the defeat under Iris' leadership must be punished. Ludessa asks Valt who he thinks is the leader of their Silver Wolf Knight group. He assumes that it is a sacred beast. The girl, shocked, asks how he guessed. The hero replies that it was logical because of the name. Ludessa throws herself at him with hugs, saying that they will definitely become friends, which the hero tries to dodge in displeasure. The girl grabs the fabric of his robe with her hands. The fabric is torn into small pieces and the hero is left completely naked. The girls are embarrassed. Ransel screams in surprise and hands him the fabric with closed palms. The hero thanks her and thinks that his thin clothes did not survive the brutal battle. The girl in the hat introduces herself as Gelda and suggests returning to the capital because she is worried about the wounded. She also tells the hero that her curiosity about him is not satisfied, but they will talk about it later. The capital is a large city, the territory of which is marked by a fortress. The group has completed the mission and now they are heading there. The hero looks with horror at the sign of the building where they came. The girls in the background are talking to each other. The hero is amazed to see on the sign Adventurers Guild, Ario's department, and taken aback asks out loud. He thinks intensely about how the heroes who defeated him were also adventurers and asks Iris if she is afraid of him and why she brought him. The girl says that she did not want to treat him like a criminal. The hero confirms that he would not want to either, because no one likes this kind of attitude. Iris says that the Knights of the Imperial Guard and the Vigilance Committee are busy, so they will have to solve the issue themselves. Valt asks doubtfully if she means adventurers. The girl answers affirmatively, and seeing his confusion, does not understand what the problem is. The hero reminds them that they are Knights of the Silver Wolf and asks if this is true. Iris says that it is just a name, and after knocking and apologizing, escorts Valt to the room. The girl in the room greets them in a friendly manner. The girl has long ears and a fluffy tail. She is dressed quite revealingly and Valt is embarrassed, looking away, not knowing where to look. She introduces herself as Hortensia Lemme Berdelin. She informs him that he is in the Ariat branch of the Adventurers Guild, and that she is its leader. She says that she was informed of the situation on the battlefield and that she thanks him for his help, to which Valt replies that no thanks are needed. He explains that he simply saw the monster attacking him and decided to strike. Hortensia offers to sit down and tell him everything, assuring him that he has nothing to worry about. There are scales on the table. Hortensia explains that they recognize lies. She begins to selflessly say that she loves her job. To the hero's surprise, the scales begin to rattle. He notes that judging by the clock, she doesn't like her job. Iris and Kururu sigh heavily. Hortensia asks him if he understands how they work. Valt agrees and begins to tell his story about how he came to this world, about being the Demon King and how he defended himself when their castle was attacked by heroes. The girl looks at the scales tensely. Valt continues to share that he thinks he was killed and reincarnated into this world in a new body. Everyone looks at him in shock. Hortensia says he's definitely not lying. Valt confirms it. Suddenly she presses him sharply to her chest, sympathetically lamenting that he, a child, probably went through difficult trials, and in order to protect himself, imagined himself to be the most powerful king. She says that the scales can really tell if someone is lying, but if a person truly believes what they are saying, they won't react. She adds that demon kings can only exist in fairy tales, and Valt snorts indignantly. Hortensia points out that such kings exist in fairy tales only to be defeated, and that the hero has a very active imagination. Valt is annoyed that she does not believe him. She points out his dangerous situation. The hero does not understand, because it seems to him that since he has a second chance at life, he won the lottery. She points out that he currently has no money or clothes and calls him unemployed. Valt is very angry at this statement. The girl slyly tells him that if he wants to continue living in this city, he will have to become an adventurer. The hero aggressively opposes this idea, to which Hortensia tells him that in such a situation he will need a guardian. The hero is indignant and says that he does not know such people. At this point, Iris says that she is willing to become his guardian. Ransel and Ludessa are horrified by her statement. Raisin Luna opposes her decision, telling Iris to think about her situation better, but the girl cuts her off, saying that she has made her decision. It is obvious that Hortensia planned this and she agrees rather well, saying that Valt would make a great adventurer. The hero is extremely unhappy about this. Iris tries to assure him that his strength will not be a problem. She admits that she is fascinated by his power and that she wants to fight like that too. The hero is very confused by her words. The girls call Iris to dinner. The hero thinks he wants to know more about her. He does not understand why she, who apparently occupies a high position in society, works as an adventurer. The information he took from the dragon is not enough, and in order to get to know the city better, he will have to conduct an investigation. A bald man in uniform attracts attention and shouts that on their first day, they will be throwing stones. The hero is at school. He looks at the other students and thinks that it will be very easy. While the hero is talking about how he needs to finish this school to become an adventurer and earn money, the man walks between the students and shouts that everyone should be able to throw stones. Otherwise, they will come back and bite them. Valt can't help but agree with the man and, calling the scarecrow pathetic, throws a stone at him with all his might. The force of his throw creates an explosion that destroys both the scarecrow and the wall behind it. The hero looks at the explosion site, puzzled. The man and the other students stare at him in surprise. The man calls his throw Meteor Armageddon, a spell of the highest level of black magic. The students mutter among themselves that it is a legendary spell, and it is strange that someone used it. The ground where the guy landed begins to move. Giant red worms come out from there with a roar. Everyone runs away in horror. While everyone runs away, speculating that the red worms could have been the cause of the explosion and that they are the guild's target, the hero assesses their strength, thinking that they are clearly weaker than the dragon. He smiles, drawing the worms' attention to himself. It works, and they squeal and crawl toward him. He shouts at them, asking where their king is with the same force that previously launched a rock towards them, creating an explosion. The worms explode in different places. The hero understands with satisfaction that he has won. The students whisper that Valt has all the attributes of a hero if he could do all this with one stone, and are surprised that he is training with them. Confident of his victory, he turns away from the battlefield, preparing to leave. Behind him, the King of Hearts emerges from the ground with a petal-like ring around his mouth. Valt freezes as everyone around him screams in horror. Smugly, Valt turns around and says that even though it is a worm, he pays respects to it as a fellow worm. The King of Hearts looms over him, and the hero challenges him to a fight to the death. Valt runs at the worm and calls out to Lizard Gaina. The guy realizes that the king's outer shell is as hard as diamond. The worm rushes at him with its mouth open. Confident in his rightness, Valt decides to attack the worm from the inside. He jumps into the worm's mouth and is swallowed by it. The people watching from the side scream in indignation, thinking that he has been eaten. At first they want to save him, but seeing the terrifying monster, they decide to just run away. The worm rages, there are cries all around that they must protect themselves. A wound appears on the worm's body between the scales. The king continues to writhe. A hero's hand in a dark glove emerges from the wound. Then the hero himself, laughing, frees himself from the worm's body, saying that the king of worms is not so much in spite of, in his opinion, a beautiful spectacle. The people around are amazed that the hero achieved victory without weapons. Soaring above the city, the hero reflects on the fact that, in essence, this world is no different from his world, because with each birth and death a step is taken towards the future. He says that this makes the world worthy of being ruled, and he is inspired to decide that if he didn't succeed the first time, he will succeed the second time. He lands on the ground with full confidence that this world will be his. A man runs up to him shouting that it was magnificent. He looks at the hero with admiring eyes, praising him. He asks his name, to which Valt answers awkwardly. The man draws everyone's attention to him. The man points to the hero and tells everyone that Valt has not yet qualified as an adventurer. Accepting this fact, the man points out that the hero has defeated all the worms. The crowd rejoices, but Valt does not understand anything. Everyone starts reaching out to Valt, praising him and asking for an autograph. He tries to avoid attention, irritably waving them away. At this time, an old man in a black robe and hat looks at him from the window. He is amazed by his strength and sits down to learn more about him. He does not believe that the hero simply wants to become an adventurer and thinks that there is something wrong with his preliminary assessment. He says his statistics will be reviewed once he graduates from high school. He puts his seal on the paper of the Royal School for Training Adventurers. The paper states that the school is awarding Valtoislai is given the title of Knight Apprentice Level 0. The old man silently congratulates the hero on graduating from school, while he is still showered with attention in the courtyard. There are many people in the city center. They whisper. There is talk about a new adventurer who graduated from school on the first day. Valt is said to have defeated the King of Hearts. At this time, Hortensia is contentedly drinking from her glass, feeling great. The fox drunk is happy that everyone is talking about Valt. Iris, next to her, points out that she should reduce the amount of alcohol she drinks. Hortensia assures her that everything is fine because there is no one else in the room except them, to which the girl tries to hesitantly object. Gelda tells Iris that calming the fox is a waste of time, to which Iris dramatically calls the girl cruel. Gelda responds by pointing out her frivolity, which Hortensia takes as a compliment. Iris tries to say something else. The fox prevents her from doing this, saying that she has incredible news. Valt's stats information is level 0. She is surprised as she has never seen this before. Hortensia laughs at the memory of Valt starting school and graduating on the same day. Something she notes is unheard of. Valt graduated from high school faster than anyone in history, while Iris herself graduated in a month, which is what Hortensia compares to, although she points out that Iris was 10 years old at the time. Iris says that adventurers must start from level 1 and asks if there could have been a mistake, to which the fox says no. At first, Hortensia also thought it was a mistake, but Valt's level was indeed 0. She doesn't know what his real level is, but she's pretty sure it's incredibly high. Iris asks what his real level is, to which the fox replies that she can't even imagine. Iris remembers walking past the students talking, thinking about the commotion earlier. She was surprised to hear them discussing Valt and how he defeated over 100 worms. She thinks that his unimaginable power seems limitless. She and Hortensia point out his skills. Lisa thinks they're glitches since he has so many of them. Iris points out his centering stats are unusual. Lisa says that's the best part. She says it's nice to see someone with such a chaotic attitude. Iris is amazed to see that Valt has a chaos value of 100%. Hortensia is pleased to say that this is the highest value she has seen in humans. She says that even the most famous tyrants did not score more than 80, and Valt has a perfect 100. Lisa is glad she lived long enough to see this. Iris tells her to be careful not to give away her true age. Lisa explains that alignment is a complex concept and that it is not easy to determine what a person will be like. Gelda agrees, noting that the numbers don't lie, but they don't always tell the truth. She tells Iris that it reminds her that she's on the legal side of the spectrum. Both girls agree that they don't know how to feel about that. Iris realizes that she and Valt are on opposite ends of the spectrum. Gelda says that's why she watches them so much. At this point, the fox says that she wanted to ask Gelda for a mission. She asks if Gelda could defeat one earth dragon in her dreams. The girl replies that if she did that, she would not have helped Iris improve. Lisa is pleased with this answer. She says that they cannot let Valt do whatever he wants. Gelda agrees with her. Gelda holds out the book, saying it is a manuscript. The girls ask what it is. Gelda explains that this is the Book of Prophecies of Briggan, her rival witch. The girl says that she gave it away for some reason. She is told that the witch is rumored to have died. Gelda suggests old age and tells her to look at page 13. On page 13, it is written that in the year 999, by continental reckoning, in the month of Barbarossa, the Lord of Demons, the gates of the world will open under the scarlet moon at its full moon, and the great king of terror will descend from the heavens. The girls reason that the year of the prophecy is similar to the current one, and that the moon when Valt appeared was inexplicably huge. The fox laughs and says that if the prophecy is true, it would make Valt the great king of terror like in the fairy tale. Iris recalls Valt talking about being a demon king before. Hortensia is skeptical of this, but Iris points out that he was definitely telling the truth. The fox confirms that the scales are a sacred relic and can detect any lie, and that, at least in his own mind, the hero is sure that he is the demon king. Hortensia says that Valt is the most unusual adventurer in recent years. Iris agrees, pointing out that one can never predict everything. Lisa looks at her ingratiatingly. She takes Iris's face in her hands and licks her cheek. Iris jumps back in shock, and Hortensia says she has never seen her show interest in a man, to which the girl accuses the fox of reading too much and explains that she just wants to be like him in terms of strength. Iris admits with admiration that Valt's one-hit victory made her heart flutter. To this statement, Ranzel indignantly shouts that Iris should not forget about her situation. She says that Iris can't afford to fall in love with an unknown weirdo. Iris tries to say that it's not like that, and Ludessa tries to shield the girl's righteous anger from food, to which Ranzel tells her not to interfere. Ludessa reproaches the girl for overreacting instead of being happy for her friend's first love. Ranzel responds by saying that he does not want to hear about love from a person who only cares about food. They start arguing about boyfriends and relationships while Iris tries to defuse the situation. Lisa realizes that no one is listening to her. She turns to the girls and asks for a favor. Gelda is sure it will be something pointless. Hortensia says thoughtfully that she has high hopes for their group and therefore feels she can count on their help. With a sweet face, she asks to let Valt join their squad. Ranzel screams indignantly that this will not happen because they do not accept men. She voices her fears that Iris may be caught in Valt's web, brushing off Iris's own denials. Hortensia sighs, realizing that she will need to think about what to do with Valt. She decides that she will find out everything once Valt has an adventurer's license. Valt wakes up in a shabby, dusty room with cobwebs hanging in the corners. At first he doesn't understand where he is, but then he remembers the terrible room in the hotel, going to the window and noting that, despite everything, he slept well. He thought he was dead, but he was wrong, and now, looking at the crowded street, he is sure that his life is just beginning. There is a knock on the door and Valt freezes. A voice asks if he is still asleep. The moment he hears a woman's voice, he involuntarily remembers all the troubles that women have caused him. He remembers how women came to his bedroom with different intentions. He nervously asks who is knocking on his door. In response, they tell him that they came from the guild. He opens the door, and a fair-haired girl with neatly styled hair stands on the threshold, introducing herself as Elsie Nova. She says that she works with various units of adventurers and will handle his affairs. She notes that she is usually in the guild's reception area and that she can be approached for help. It dawns on him, and he compares her to the housekeeper. Elsie doesn't understand and repeats once again that it is her duty to help him with various questions. Valt hesitantly agrees. Valt laments the fact that he got himself into all this and sighs heavily. Elsie thoughtfully notes that Valt already has a reputation in the guild, a glowing letter of recommendation, and that his guardian is Roswace. The hero is not very happy about this situation. Elsie notes that Valt could be a real knight, but the hero says he should be the one giving orders, not the one receiving them. She suggests that he wants to be a military strategist. Valt says that's not quite right. She says in a friendly tone that Welt would make a great adventurer, to which he is embarrassed and agrees with her, saying that everything has already been decided. She praises his fighting spirit. She awkwardly advises Valt to put on some clothes, and he realizes with horror that he is standing in front of her in his underwear. He asks why she didn't tell him about this before, and she mistakenly assumes that it is some kind of ethnic custom or a joke. He reassuringly tells her that everything is fine and stands confident that she will dress him like a servant. She helps him get dressed, and he, now in a shirt and vest, praises her for her work. Elsie, not understanding the hero's true behavior, laughingly notes that Valt likes being taken care of, but poking him in the nose with her index finger, admonishingly tells him not to turn her help into a habit. Winking, she says that he must now dress himself, which makes the hero very embarrassed. Valt hides and says that everything is wrong and he doesn't want to be taken care of. Elsie notes that he looks very cute. Valt walks through the city center, examining his adventurer's license. He can't believe that he is now an adventurer, reasoning that in this world this is the only way to make money without resorting to lawlessness. Then he thinks that since he is the Demon King, the laws are nothing to him. He rejects this path for now. They address him from behind. A beautiful girl with a tail decoration offers him a flower. He takes it in his hands, saying that the flower is beautiful, to which the girl responds with gratitude. She says that one flower costs 10 leons. The hero reaches for his wallet when he realizes that he is bankrupt. He apologizes to the girl, saying that he has never been to the city. Dark figures approach them. Someone indignantly pushes the girl so hard that she falls to the ground. All the flowers scatter, and the unknown figure crushes them to the ground with his boot. Valt looks on with displeasure. The stranger's reptilian jaw licks and curves into a grin. It turns out to be two armored lizards. One of them, with his mouth open, hangs over the girl, mockingly calling her the friendly elf Rika. He mockingly calls her new job good. The girl cries from resentment, and the lizard continues to mock, saying that she finally found a job that suits her, and it is better for her if she does not use black magic because it disgraces the guild. Another lizard stops him. He also mockingly warns that if they are caught talking to her, their reputation will be ruined. After that, they prepare to leave, shouting for her not to show her face in the guild again. Valt loudly calls them stupid lizards. They turn around, not understanding who dared. The hero repeats his words, and they look at him furiously. One of the lizards runs up to him, looking down at him and screaming that he doesn't dare call them stupid lizards, because lizard men are as smart as everyone else, which the hero only laughs at. The lizard indignantly asks him what he found funny about this, to which the hero replies that this is a pointless conversation. Noting that it is meaningless for the lizard, the hero casts a spell on the second lizard. The first one screams, not understanding what he did to his brother. The second lizard with a cute face starts to pounce on the first one, using a cute nickname and telling him to run away. The hero says that his hand slipped because he wanted to give the lizard the status of a chicken, but there may have been a gender change effect mixed in. The first lizard is outraged by his words. The lizard who was bewitched attacks his fellow with kisses, saying that he likes him. The hero watches this in shock. The second lizard shouts that the hero has ruined his life, to which he replies that the effect of the spell will wear off in a month, but gives no guarantees. The hero says it's just a status effect and maybe he can fix it with magic. The lizard runs away with his fellow, screaming in horror that he's not done with him yet and he'll heal him first. The crowd watching this wonders what happened, noting that these brothers are quite respected adventurers. The girl in turn jumps up, thanking the hero. The hero replies that there is no need to thank him and gives him the whole flower. He asks her if she is an adventurer, to which she nods nervously. He smiles and tells her that he is pleased to meet such an adventurer and that she should continue to work hard. She watches him go, amazed at his skill, when she remembers that she is late. From Hortensia, Bertolin receives a call for Rika to be at the branch at 9 o'clock. Elsie greets her in the hall. Rika hands her the letter and Elsie reads the contents in surprise. She notes that Rika, while troublesome, hasn't been causing any trouble lately. Elsie can't help but wonder what this all means. She says she'll take Rika to the office. The girl hesitantly enters. Hortensia greets her in a friendly manner. Lisa waves sweetly at Rika, saying that she wants to ask her for a favor. Hortensia says that she will offer her a task that cannot be refused. If she refuses, Lisa threatens to take away her adventurer's license. The girl in fear asks not to do this. Hortensia reassures the elf that she will enjoy the quest. She tells him that an adventurer was registered the day before. She asks Rika if she knows who it is. The elf says that she has heard rumors. The fox reveals that his name is Valt, and that due to circumstances she doesn't know much about him. The only thing she can say is that he is incredibly strong, and if he wants to, he can destroy the entire country and the entire world. Rika clutches her face in horror, saying that it's scary. Hortensia, pretending to be nice, asks her to watch Valt. Ricky is speechless with shock. Rika screams in fear that this is absolutely impossible. Hortensia tries to calm her down by saying that in reality Valt is unlikely to be able to destroy the entire world, and that this is just an expression. Lisa, by the way, asks Rika how much money she has. Hortensia repeats her question, and the elf cannot answer it, sweating nervously. She shows her wallet and says there are 13 rions in it. Rika hides her eyes in disgust, and Hortensia laughs at her and says that for that money she can only buy bean pastries. She reminds the elf of her embarrassment on Business Street when she ran out of money and crawled around on the floor trying to figure out if she had dropped any change. Rika indignantly asks how the fox knows that. Hortensia presses her by reminding her that she has elven blood in her and asking what she thinks of such behavior. She leans over the girl, asking her to give up her profession as an adventurer. Ricky's eyes widen. Hortensia suggests that she look for a job in the entertainment district, to which Rika eagerly and tearfully replies that being an adventurer is her dream and that she doesn't want to do anything else. She has always admired a character from a children's book, A Black Magician. Her mother supports her wish despite being very ill. Rika says that her father went on a journey and never returned. Tears fall from her eyes as she says that she needs to earn money to live and send it to her mother for treatment. Hortensia sighs, calling her a very timid but stubborn cat. She points out that this makes Ricky even more likely to accept her request, showing her a valuable coin. Rika looks at the coin the fox holds between his fingers in amazement. She understands that with it she will be able to pay all the bills and debts, as well as send money to her sick mother. Hortensia asks if she agrees. Rika still feels unsure. Lisa points out that there is no reason to be tense. The quest she is giving her is top secret, but she thinks an elf would be suitable for the job. She starts to talk about how humans and comrades are no good, and that if it were Rika, no one would think anything suspicious because of her simplicity. She notes that because of her body structure, people will treat her with kindness. Rika is certain that the two are unrelated, to which Hortensia replies that they are, but ultimately simply says that Rika is the right person for the job. The elf feels the pressure and mentally apologizes to Valt. She, despite everything, wants to continue being an adventurer and agrees to the offer, saying that she will accept the quest. The fox tosses her a coin, calling her decision wise. As she reaches out to catch the coin, it bounces back towards Hortensia. Rika doubtfully assumes that it is gravity magic. She tearfully screams that the fox is too cruel and does not understand why she enjoys teasing her so much. Lisa playfully presses Rika, confirming her words by saying that her crying face is the best. Hortensia tells Rika to contact Valt first, using her own methods. She sets the next meeting in 3 days. 3 days later, Elsie comes to Valt. She persistently knocks on his door, asking him to open it. He opens with a question about what all the fuss is about. He wonders why there is so much attention early in the morning, to which the girl asks him how he is feeling. He says he is fine and is surprised that she came just to ask him about it. He is glad that he was able to get dressed on time this time. The girl responds with understanding. At first she is glad that he is okay, but then she switches gears, telling him that it has been 3 days since they last saw each other. She tells him that his license was issued 3 days ago, but he has not accepted any assignments. He replies that she is exaggerating and it takes him a long time to explain it. She asks him to give the reason. He reflects on how in the past he had to do grueling work without days off. But in this world, everything is different. In this world, no one complains about how they live. He realized how to explain everything to her correctly while she was waiting for an answer. He confidently says that all needs are paid for by the guild, and even the insects, frightened by him, disappeared. For this reason, he has no need to start working, and even in the room, the factors that irritate him have disappeared. He has gotten used to it. Elsie screams that at this rate, he will become a useless person. He is offended by the comparison to a useless human being. The girl scolds him, saying that the guild's support has its limits and that he cannot live like this forever. She notes that if he doesn't have enough pluses, his license could be taken away. He is surprised by this statement. She decides that they need to go to the guild immediately. Her pressure makes the hero lose his head. She says in a friendly manner that she will turn Valt into a real adventurer. The hero is not happy with this fate. She pulls him down the hallway to the exit, promising to teach him kindly while he tries to refuse. They arrive at the guild building. There aren't many people around, mostly at tables eating. Valt glances at the notice board and notices that there are no quests worth doing. Elsie replies that since adventurers start early, the most favorable quests are already taken by then, especially those who compete for survival. The girl notes that the more difficult the task, the more expensive it is. Valt asks about the availability of something that will allow them to earn money quickly. The girl reproachfully says that he should not do this. She tells him that despite everything, he is still a newbie, so he should take on appropriate tasks to get an idea of the work. The girl offers him one suitable one. He looks at the task and asks her with displeasure whether mushroom hunting is suitable for a person like him. She explains to him that this is the path of every newbie, and that his attitude that he is the strongest will not lead him only to destruction. Valt is not satisfied but appreciates that she is trying to persuade him, so he sets off on the mission. Elsie quickly apprehends him. She reminds him about the equipment, but he replies that he didn't need it in the last 2 battles and he won't have any problems. She almost gives in to his words, but then Rika falls down the stairs at their feet. Elsie asks worriedly if she's okay. Valt says hello, Rika. Rumpled sits up and looks at them, saying she's okay. She recognizes him as the man who helped her and thanks him again. Elsie is surprised that they know each other. Valt says that he simply extended a helping hand. Rika, a first-tier black mage, introduces herself by her full name as Henrika Estelindel. Valt points out her nickname and she thanks him again. He introduces himself by his full name in response, saying that she can call him Valt. Rika recognizes the name, which is related to her mission. Valt notices that her face has gone pale and asks her how she is feeling, surprised. She tries to pretend that everything is fine and complains about meeting him so early. Elsie turns to Rika. She asks Rika to help Valt with a beginner's quest. Elsie says that since Rika is an elf, her skill in collecting medicinal plants can be useful in assessing mushrooms. Valt does not understand Elsie's intentions. Rika timidly says that she is a half-elf. Elsie worriedly suggests that Rika is busy, to which she responds negatively. The girl is very happy with the current circumstances, but Valt is not so much. Rika hesitantly asks if he is happy with someone like her. Elsie assures him that Rika is a reliable adventurer, and he is reassured by accepting her into his crew. The girl asks not to say that, and then, turning to Rika, asks her not to use magic. Rika awkwardly agrees. Valt asks again if she is a black mage, but Elsie brushes it off, saying that it is just between them. The hero has a bad feeling about this. Rika asks devastatedly if there is a reason for a mage who has no hope in magic to exist. Elsie looks at her worriedly. She tries to cheer the girl up by saying that Ricky has good qualities even without this. Elsie compliments her on her cuteness and style, and Rika is upset that it has nothing to do with her job as an adventurer. Elsie suggests that she change her occupation to a dancer, but the girl cites stage fright. Valt thinks that the two girls are exact opposites. Nearby, a group of people are happily celebrating. They have surrounded and beaten up a goblin. The boy with shaved temples turns his attention to Rika, recognizing her as the friendly fire elf, as they mockingly call her among themselves. He says he can't believe Rika is still an adventurer, and laments that his mood has gotten worse. They begin to mock Rika, who hangs her head holding back tears, saying that the guild should make her a hunting quest. Elsie looks on with regret. Valt thinks that she is now on his team. Valt casts a spell on them, the glass breaks and they scream in fear. Valt decides that insulting a man he considers his subordinate is an insult to himself. The people around him cannot understand why the glass broke. Valt, grinning and in a warning tone, suggests that some hooligan threw a stone through the window. The guy with shaved temples starts shouting that they are in the capital and asks about Valt. They huddle together, straining. Valt thinks about how to teach them a lesson. Elsie asks if anyone is hurt. She is told that everything is fine except for the splinters on the floor. The group of hooligans leaves. Rika is filled with gratitude, while Elsie turns to him reproachfully. She asks if he was the one who broke the glass. He proudly confirms it. Walt thinks she will praise him, but Elsie is not in the mood for it. She accusingly says that next time she will charge him for the repairs, and that she needs to clean everything up quickly. Rika and Valt are about to leave before Elsie returns. Ricky's stomach growls loudly, and she sheepishly admits that she hasn't eaten since last night. Valt says that he hasn't had breakfast either and that you can't fight on an empty stomach. They are in the forest. Valt is eating a sandwich. Rika asks him what happened in the business district. She is surprised that he said to transfer the payment to the guild. The hero says that he received permission from Elsie to receive support from the guild until he starts earning money himself. The forest interests him. Olnai Forest is both a tourist destination and a place for beginners. Valt thinks that judging by the road that was built, it is obvious that many adventurers have been here. Valt reasons that the forest is too calm. Frightened monsters are looking at them from the bushes, which Rika is afraid of. He tries to calm her down, saying that since she is under his command, she can be calm. He wants to add a forest essay to Lizard Gaina, and asks if the local vegetation feeds on people and animals. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. He explains that such plants are normal for the forest. He gives the example of a tree that can swallow a person whole, and Rika gets scared, asking in what world such a fairy tale exists. Valt says that this is his home world and he knows it well. The girl screams in fear that she did not want to hurt him. He assures her that everything is fine. Rika looks at him doubtfully, convinced that he is not normal. She notes that even monsters try to avoid him. The hero turns to her and asks her to look. They are on the shore of a lake, in the middle of which a spreading tree grows on an island. Valt admiringly calls the place picturesque. Rika says that this is Lake Olna, a famous tourist spot. According to the request, this island is the gathering place, as the plant is an angel tree, near which the sage spirit mushroom grows. She offers him the boat, but Valt says it is not needed, calling Rika over to him. She thinks they will swim, but the hero takes her in his arms. Rika is embarrassed but pleased to be carried like a princess. Valt warns her to be careful. Valt pushes off the ground and flies high above the lake. He lands on the island and sets a disheveled Rika down on the ground. The girl falls weakly to the ground. Valt asks if everything is okay. She tiredly tells him that she is stunned. He tells her that this is excellent and suggests that they search for the location of the mushroom. At that moment, large armored beetles jump out of the ground behind them. Rika doesn't understand why the tree has monsters. She assumes that they all fled from Valt to this island and are now attacking out of helplessness. She worries that if there are so many monsters, even Valt won't be able to deal with them. She decides to use a spell, praying to the flame god Ignika and pressing her hands to the ground, where a pattern appears. Valt tries to reach the elf, but she is already finishing her spell, raising her hand forward, asking the god to save her. Her fireball spell causes flames to shoot out in a ball shape, attacking the enemy. Everything starts to burn, and she realizes with horror that she has broken her promise to Elsie not to use magic. She calls out loudly for Valt, who was in the place where her attack hit. Rika was blessed with a lot of mana from the start. She admired the black mages in books and did everything to become like them and achieve her dream. However, a situation occurred in which she looked at her flame with tears in her eyes, amid the screams of people. These were the painful groans of her comrades, whom she had hit with friendly fire on a mission. Perhaps it was due to the tension, but all of her attacks ended up being wide area spells. It was easy to imagine what would happen if she panicked in front of an unexpectedly strong enemy. None of her comrades died that day. In fact, it is possible that without her attack, the enemy would have routed them. This mission could have been considered a success if the result was the only thing that mattered. But the fact that she hurt the people who trusted her kindled hatred in their hearts, and they ironically nicknamed her the Friendly Elf. Since then, rumors about Rika began to spread. When she recalls the past, she cries and clutches the ground, endlessly asking for forgiveness. She grieves for hurting an ally again, and convinces herself that she should not have become a black mage. Rika cries and regrets dragging Valt into this. The hero appears next to her, covered in ash, and asks her what happened, confused. She shies away from him, thinking he is a ghost. He tells her not to think he is dead. The girl hits her head on the ground in a bow, asking for forgiveness, and says that she is not fit to be a black magician, to which Valt says that she is wrong. Dusting herself off, Valt says that the people who despise her, including herself, are wrong and that her attacks cannot even be considered friendly fire. He explains that friendly fire would be if she killed 30 of her soldiers with a direct hit. The hero says he will give an example from life. He tells her that he accidentally tore off his father's right arm. Rika jumps up in surprise. He assures her that her father's arm grew back immediately. The girl thinks that perhaps he wants to cheer her up, not fully believing his story. Valt adds with a grin that her magic does not hurt or itch. The hero explains contentedly that her mana is superior to that of a normal human, and that if she trains, she can destroy an elite army with a single blow. Rika screams in disbelief. Valt says that she has a lot of room for growth, which depends only on her, and that she can even become the Emperor's court mage. Rika does not understand anything, but is glad that Valt is okay and hands him a handkerchief. Valt takes the handkerchief, wiping himself off because he is pretty dirty. He then looks at the blackened cloth with doubt and thinks that if it were anyone else in his place, he would probably be dead. Rika screams shrilly. They watch as Enzel's tree burns. Valt skeptically remarks that even the divine tree couldn't withstand such an attack. Rika clutches her face in fear, not knowing what to do. Rika begins to cry and bow to Valt, saying that even though they weren't together for long, she's glad they met and thanks him for his support. Valt asks her why she is crying. She explains to him that burning the tree is a grave crime for which she will be sentenced to death. She says sadly that as an elf, the protector of the forest, she committed such a sin and now her entire family may die. Valt tries to cheer her up and asks why she does not think of a solution to the problem. The girl screams, not understanding what she can do. Valt suggests sitting quietly and running away, to which Rika replies that the guild knows where she is. To this, the hero says that the only option left is execution. The hero tells the girl to take her mother with her when she escapes. She says that she would rather give herself up and ask for mercy for her parent. Valt replies that this is stupid, to which the girl shouts that this is her trait. He starts to say that he doesn't feel any ill will. At that moment, the burnt tree falls. Rika screams a warning. Valt adds that he has no ill will towards fools and turns around just as the tree flies towards him. The hero holds the trunk with one hand so that they don't get crushed, saying that it's nothing. Valt's attention to something. A small blonde girl with wings falls unconscious from the scorched tree trunk. Rika says that this is the spirit of the divine tree. Valt catches her and squeezes her with his other hand. His maneuver astonishes Rika. She does not understand how a human can see and touch a spirit. The little girl comes to. Rika indignantly asks Valt why he treats her like an insect. The hero brushes her off and asks the spirit to return to the tree. She replies that she cannot do that. She can't go back because the tree was burned by hellfire. She laments the gravity of this act and suggests that it is a sign that the world is ending and a war has begun at the edge of the world. Valt immediately asks what needs to be done to help. She says she needs the mana of 100 elves. Rika panics, and Valt thinks that Lizerk's knowledge Gaina, encyclopedias from another world, would be very useful. The hero says that if mana is all that is needed, then he is ready to give the amount that is required. She doubtfully repeats that one person's mana is not enough, but Valt interrupts her, explaining that he is not a simple person and orders her to take and thank him. He begins to pour mana into the tree through his hands, wishing the spirit a pleasant appetite. The spirit feels a powerful and pleasant surge of strength, not understanding what in the guy is the source of this mana. She notes that the mana is rough and strong, but it fills the tree well. Valt points out with interest that the tree is now sucking out mana on its own. The spirit takes off joyfully. The tree blossoms with renewed vigor, even more beautiful than before. Rika watches this spectacle in amazement, not understanding how this could have happened. The happy spirit announces that the divine tree has been reborn. Valt exhales tiredly, asking the spirit how she is feeling. She says that she will live much longer now. She says that she will live for another 10 to 100,000 years, and hands him a branch with an apple-like fruit in gratitude. Rika, amazed, recognizes the fruit. Valt asks her about it with interest. The girl explains that it is a legendary class item that can be seen once every 1,000 years. The hero says that since it is a tribute to him, he will not hold back. Valt wants to pick the fruit, but weakens mid-sentence and begins to fall. Rika manages to catch him and the hero falls unconscious in her arms. She calls his name worriedly. The spirit explains that he gave away a huge amount of mana and lost consciousness because of it. She suggests that they rest under a tree. The girl carefully whispers to Valt that he should rest because he deserves it. The hero slowly opens his eyes. He realizes that he is lying on the girl's lap. Rika notices that he is awake and asks how he is. The guy admits that he is not in the best shape but says that it is not a problem. The girl advises him to rest a little more. Walt says that instead of resting, he would like to eat something. The guy offers to pick mushrooms, to which the girl agrees. He finds one that looks tasty to him. Rika awkwardly says that it is poisonous. All subsequent mushrooms he shows her also turn out to be poisonous. The elf explains that many poisonous mushrooms are delicious to look at and smell. Valt agrees and thanks Rika for saving his life by preventing him from eating the poison. The girl denies it, changing the subject to the fact that she needs to reimburse him for the clothes. Valt says that it's okay because they're free, to which the girl continues to insist until he interrupts her by saying that she needs to eat something. Valt remembers the spirit's gift and picks the fruit from the tree, saying that it looks delicious. She warns him that the item is actually very rare and advises him to take it to an antique shop. Valt replies that they cannot afford to waste the spirit. The hero reasons that no matter how expensive it is a fruit and they should not wait until it rots. He points out the stunning view from the island and notes that you can eat a delicacy fresh from the tree and watch. The boy adds that it is elegant to enjoy a meal like this, to which Rika thinks he is speaking like a member of the royal family. Understanding his mood, the girl offers him to enjoy an apple. Valt looks at her with surprise and says that he will share. The girl initially refuses, but Valt gives it to her to cut into 2 pieces. She looks at the fruit with admiration, not believing her eyes, considering it an honor that she will have to try it. She finally agrees and takes out a penknife, beginning to cut the apple in half. The girl gives Valt his piece. The hero praises her and brings the fruit to his mouth to take a bite. Rika watches this as if it were a historical moment. Valt says it's hard to eat when people are staring at him like that. He suggests they do it together on the count of 3. When the count is up, they bite into their halves. Together, they celebrate the delicious taste of the fruit. Valtu feels so good that he seems to be floating. Their eyes sparkle with pleasure. They continue to chew the fruit. Rika begins to cry from an excess of feelings. Tears of happiness flow from her eyes and she, in an unfamiliar language, says that she is glad to be alive. Valt asks her about it, but she tells him to forget everything he heard, explaining that it is the dialect of her family. Valt thinks she doesn't need to hide him. He turns to her again, saying he will remain an adventurer. He extends his hand to her and with a joyful smile invites her to become his servant. The girl asks him again and he confirms that he wants her to join him. The flow of tears intensifies as she looks at Valt with wide eyes. She begins to cry and Valt, confused, asks her why. Sniffling, she smiles brightly, saying that this is the first time someone has ever said something like this to her and that she is very happy. Valt points out that she is making too much of it. He encourages her by telling her that her black magic did not cause him any harm. Valt assures her that they will rid her of the oppressive nickname and tells her to spare no effort to do so. They shake hands joyfully. Rika thanks him again. In the northeastern point of the kingdom of Legarl on the Veldana mountain range, snow falls, covering the stone hills. In a small wooden house under a cliff, a girl says that she feels a great power around Aliath. She believes that her mother's prediction was correct. The girl stands near the table. The house is slightly hazy. She talks about how the prophecies were written about the great Lord of Demons, and if it is true, she needs to make sure. A small creature resembling a stone with an eye patch and ram's horns addresses the girl, calling her Dasha and asking if she will go to the capital. The girl admits that she hates crowds. She casts a powerful spell. Everything around her flies apart. With a sly smile, she says that this trip will be worth it. Valt lies on the bed in his room and is bored. Elsie insisted that he rest for at least a week after he spent a lot of mana. He was killing time on Dizerk Gaina, but he got bored with that too. An idea comes to his mind. He decides that he will go to the city and jumps out of the window to the ground, scaring the cat. He tries to be quiet because he must not be discovered. He likes that he can quickly get ready to go out, unlike his previous world where it would take him several hours because of his robes. He climbs up to the hill, admiring the beautiful view of the city and the main castle. Valt dreams of one day owning a castle and painting the walls black. His stomach rumbles and he realizes he hasn't had breakfast. He looks in his wallet and estimates the amount, which, considering he split the reward with Rika, was small. While snacking on a sandwich on a crowded street, he thinks about armor. Elsie keeps telling him this and he counts his finances to think about it. After breakfast, he has 2,000 Rayoni left. He understands that he won't be able to buy new armor for that kind of money, and he doesn't want to take it from the guild either. The boy thinks about armor that can resist Rika's dark magic, and wonders if it wouldn't be better to just get new clothes after each mission. He muses that he needs to correct Ricky's habit of creating sudden explosions, the effects of which he felt on himself. Valt walks down the street, thinking that practical training would suit Rika better and that improvement can only come through repetition. The hero thinks that if Rika grows up as a black mage, she will become very useful. He believes that it is for her own good. Looking around, the hero realizes that he has wandered onto an unfamiliar street. At the moment when the hero plans to return to the main street, a cry is heard warning him of danger. A scream comes from above, and he watches in shock as a girl in a fluffy white dress somersaults out of the window. Valt reflexively holds out his hands. She lands right in his arms. The girl thanks him by name and is surprised that they met in this place. Valt does not recognize her. The guy puts her down and asks how she knows his name. She is amazed that he didn't recognize her and lets go of her hair. Understanding flashes in the hero's eyes. Her hair falls freely behind her, and the hero finally recognizes her as Iris. She points out that Valt usually notices such things. He justifies himself by saying that he only remembers her appearance as an adventurer. The girl shares that she knows that he graduated from school on the first day and also asks if he has started doing his assignments. The hero answers in the affirmative. Sounds are heard from the depths of the street. Valt wonders if there is some kind of battle going on. Iris hesitantly replies that it is not that. He senses that something is wrong, looking at Iris's depressed expression. The girl wants to ask him about something, to which Valt says that he is in her debt for becoming his guardian, so he will agree in any case. Iris looks at the hero closely and asks him to become her kidnapper. Valt is shocked by this request. Armored men appear behind them, shouting at the boy to get away from Iris. He turns to them with displeasure. They shout that he is not the person the girl should talk to and that they will show no mercy if the hero resists. Valt asks the girl who these people are. Darkened, she says that these people are bad and that they are trying to catch her. Valt confidently says that listening to the soldiers' hubbub irritates him, and taking Iris' hand in his, declares to her that he will kidnap her. The girl looks back with gratitude. Valt picks up Iris in his arms and runs away from the soldiers who are screaming and trying to catch up with them. The heroes see that a group of soldiers is also appearing ahead, and Iris worriedly warns Valt about this, to which he calms her down and tells her to hold on tight. The guy pushes off the ground and jumps high, flying over the soldiers. They look at the guy in amazement and can't believe that he is an ordinary person. The order comes to catch the heroes anyway. Valt tries to blend in with the crowd. Valt notices the girl's distinctive outfit and suggests changing the dress for something else by running into a nearby store. Iris awkwardly admits that she doesn't have her wallet with her, to which the hero replies that he can help pay. He is not sure if 2,000 rions will be enough for him, because he does not understand the prices of women's clothing. They continue running and are noticed by a neatly dressed girl in a hat. She recognizes the girl in Valt's arms as Iris and calls her by name. Iris looks at the girl questioningly. Valt stops and puts her down. The girl says that Iris is not often seen with a man. Valt suggests that the girl is also a stalker, to which Iris assures him that she is her friend. The girl introduces herself as Shounen. Valt realizes that the girls are indeed close. They are all standing together in a corner. Valt has his back turned, guarding the entrance while the girls behind him do something. He urges Iris on, warning her that soldiers may be coming soon. She asks him to wait. He is not reassured by the fact that Iris remembers the map of the capital and knows places where no one is ever. It was she who led them to this narrow street. She came up with the idea of swapping clothes with Shounen, which is why they ended up in this place. Valt can't believe that Iris will change her appearance by changing her outfit. While the girls are changing, Iris says that the guy was surprised when he heard that Shounen is the heir to the Demon King's castle. Shounen notes that this is the first time anyone has shown such interest in the name of the bar. Valt is taken aback, thinking of something else entirely. Shounen says that she never would have guessed that he was the promising newcomer. The girls compliment each other's looks and joke among themselves. Valt is embarrassed to think that he can hear everything they say. The guy nervously asks if Iris has finished changing. Valt turns around and sees Shounen. He looks at her in shock. Iris' dress is a little tight around the chest area and she says she expected it to look weird. The guy starts to mumble, embarrassed. Iris apologizes and gives her a coat. Chiron says it's okay, understanding the whole situation. She feels better after putting on her coat. Shounen leaves. Valt and Iris are left alone, coming up with a further plan of action. Valt doubtfully if he wants to know about her situation. He asks if she wants him to ask. She says no, clutching the hem of her dress in her hand. The guy assures her that until she herself wants to tell everything, she doesn't need to do it, putting his hand on her head in support. Iris smiles and thanks him, to which he, embarrassed, says that there is no need. Iris asks him why he came to town in the first place. Valt replies that he would like to visit the armor shop. The girl offers to take him to the shop she always goes to. She takes his hand and, smiling, pulls him in the right direction. Valt follows her willingly. They come to a shop called Dragon God Scales. Valt warns that he has very little money. The girl responds that there is no charge for inspection. They go inside and Iris greets the owner, Daman. He is an older man of strong build with short hair and beard. He greets the heroes and turns his attention to the girl, recognizing her as Iris. He is surprised that the girl came with a boy. Iris explains that she is acting as his guardian, introducing Valt to the man as a new adventurer. Daman hears a familiar name and remembers that the whole town was talking about him as the newcomer who defeated the dragon. Iris says that Valt wants to see the armor. Daman asks how much money he has with him. The guy specifies that he has 2,000 ryan. The owner grins and says that for that price he can only offer old gloves. The hero said that although he didn't really want to understand the girl, he remembered that Rika rarely asked him for something so insistently, so Vali would feel guilty if he refused her. Seeing Elsie standing there thoughtfully, he asked her if she had any problems with it. She said she was thinking about the recent incident with the man who refused to take responsibility for Murabuku. The young man did not understand her. The girl explained that Murabuki's guardian wanted her to change her choice of profession as a craftsman to another. Elsie knew that her friend had always had problems with communication, and this was proven by her relationship with the person responsible for her. Elsie added that the guardian of the stubborn Murabuki had already changed twice. However, it was clear to the children that the reason for this was a misunderstanding and different thinking of the responsible person and the ward. The young man said that this is always the case in life. You go out into the world and you cannot avoid conflicts. There is neither justice nor evil in the world because there are as many opinions as there are living people. The girl noticed that her friend could sometimes look very grown up. Relaxing, Valt almost blurted out that he used to rule an entire state but stopped himself in time. The young man remembered Murabu's words about her losing her adventure title and asked if it was true. Elsie replied that it was possible before. She then added with a smile that she was going to be responsible for Murabuku. The girl said that under her care the ward would continue to be an adventurer. The guy thanked Elsie for taking care of Murabu. Valt, remembering Riku, noticed that his friend was surrounded only by problem children. She laughed, but the young man did not understand why she was laughing. Elsie explained that it was the boy she thought was problematic. Valt was indignant and asked why she thought so. The girl ignored the question and said that was why she wanted to help him. The guy had no choice but to thank her. They shook hands. Taking advantage of the moment, Elsie squeezed his hand tightly and presented compensation for the lost goods. Sometime later, in one of the living rooms of the Demon King's Castle Tavern, an embarrassed Murabu asked the hero if she and Rika would sleep together. The young man calmly explained that he thought so too, but there was a small mistake. He asked if it was so important, to which the girl could not collect her thoughts. She muttered that she was afraid of being an obstacle in their love relationship and was worried if everything would be okay. At that moment, Rika exclaimed that her friend had misunderstood everything. She ordered with her hands and said that she and Valt had a completely non-romantic relationship. However, Murabu seemed not to be listening to her. She asked her friend what she thought a girl and a guy were doing alone in a room. The hero explained that because he formed a team with Rika, they ended up living in the same room, which they couldn't change. However, the young man agreed that it could be like a family. The girl also agreed with this and added that Murabu should not be shy and feel at home. Valt got down to business. He said that the next day they would continue the abandoned quest, where for the first time the three of them would work together. The young man added that it would be a good opportunity to test Murabu's fighting style. At the same time, Rika could practice her magic. He asked if the partners wouldn't mind starting the day by shopping for Murabu's things. The girl exclaimed that she knew a great shop for that. Although the location was inconvenient, the prices and selection were top-notch. The next day, the boys went to the second-hand store Silver Pig that Murabu had mentioned. Valt read on the sign that the store provides customers with low prices and will satisfy any customer's desire. Seeing many people in the store, Rika noticed that the shop was quite lively. A worker came out to greet them as if they were regular customers, but then recognized Myra. The girl also greeted Mizette. An old acquaintance hugged Murabu. She began to ask how her cutie had been living during all the time they had not seen each other. Tactility Mizette was getting quite annoyed with Murabu. She told the boys that they would go to another store. However, the store owner noted that her friend would not find such attractive prices anywhere else. The girl reminded Murab that she had recently used the adventurer for hire service and asked if she thought that friendship could be bought for money. The adventurer denied everything. Murabu introduced Valt as her older brother, who had already managed to make some noise and become a popular person on the streets of the city. Mizetta's eyes immediately lit up. She screamed that there was a celebrity in her shop. Valt, not understanding such delight and hearing the play on words, noted that it was not the name of some everyday dish. However, the girl did not listen to him. She squeezed his hand and began to shake it vigorously, not believing that such a person could appear at the door of her shop. Although she initially thought that Valt was a tenant and not an adventurer. Mizette noted that an adventurer is a rather dangerous profession and asked if Murabu would like to work for them. She refused immediately. The friend was not offended by the refusal. She winked and said that she would always love Myra, who was striving for her dream. The shop owner told the guests to come in and look around. When they were alone, Myra confessed to Rika that although she liked the shop, she was irritated by Mizette's manner of speech. Her partner just laughed and said that they looked like good friends. Marabu looked away and said that they weren't that close of friends. She just talked to the owner when she came to the store to buy things. However, the boys didn't think so. They saw that Mizette treated their partner like a friend whom she loved very much. Myra became embarrassed and walked towards the store, calling for the team to go faster. The young man sighed, telling Rika to go and get the necessary things. In passing, Valt asked the girl if she had ever been to the Sabium swamp. However, this was the first time Rika had heard of the place. She opened the paper to read the task and see what materials they needed to get to complete the quest. They needed to get 10 pearl lizards. Rika explained that pearls fall from monsters called reptilians. They were just living in the territory of the Sabium swamp. These creatures are quite prolific and poisonous, because of which the Sabium swamp was contaminated. The boy asked what the percentage of pearls dropped by lizards was. The girl answered that it was 5%. After calculating, Valt said that out of 20 pieces they would get at least 1 pearl. After some thought, he said that they would need to kill about 200 lizards in total. Rika got a little nervous. It was a huge number. She showed her partner the quest information and, in a panic, said that it had to be completed by 6 in the evening. Valt said thoughtfully that including the trip back, the task would take them about 3 hours. The young man was a little annoyed that they had a time limit. After all, if they can collect more than 10 pearls, they will receive a bigger reward. In the end, due to the fact that the team did not have much time, but the success of the execution, Valt decided to take this quest. The hero considered this task easy enough. It was just right to test the strength of the group, see how the girls would work together and conduct training. After a while, the boys were already walking through the famous Savoy Marsh. Rika, turning pale, said that it looked creepy. Valt thought that the place did not look like a tourist attraction. Besides, the soil was very soft for walking. The hero tested the bridge for strength. Having made sure that it could support his weight, he called the girls to follow him. It was better for the boys to walk on a dry surface rather than through the mud. Marabu jumped onto the bridge with ease, while her partner had a much harder time doing so. Rika noted that the girl was much stronger than she was. Myra laughed smugly and said that she had the skilled, tireless walker, which gave her an increase in the value of the craftsman profession. Rika speculated that it was because of this ability that she could carry a lot more things with her and still move around with ease. Marabu was glad that her partner finally understood the virtues of being a craftsman and asked her to continue in the same spirit. Rika liked to see her friend like this. She mentally wanted to be just as goal-oriented and self-assured. While the girls were chatting behind them, Valt was looking around. He didn't see anything suspicious. The young man called out to Riku. The girl immediately approached him. The hero asked her to listen carefully. He told her that in his homeland he was taught that magic based on the 4 elements is highly dependent on the environment. Rika thoughtfully said that in their case it was very important to choose the right terrain so that it would match the chosen magical element. Then she warned that due to her inexperience she could be wrong. However, Valt didn't think so. He asked what effect magic would have if they were in a swamp. The girl said that fire magic would be much weaker than water magic, so they would be better off using it. Suddenly, Riku had an idea. She was so impressed that she had accidentally included the water magic she had wanted to try. But the hero had told her that she would be better off attacking with fire. The girl hadn't expected that. He explained that if the fire magic power was less, then the probability of Rika blowing up by mistake would be lower. It was the perfect method to solve the problem. In addition, she would learn to control the magic power. Valt said he would make a great live bait. He warned that when he gave the signal, she might attack with a fireball. Meanwhile, Marabu will be engaged in support. The girl did not particularly like this. She asked if her partner knew that the craftsman could replace the white mage. The young man answered that this was not the issue now. While the team was talking, huge lizards appeared in the swamp. Before Volta could tell the squad to prepare for an attack, Marabu ran past. She rushed forward. The young man shouted at the girl not to behave willfully. Marabu shouted for a chance to show all her profession. She pulled out a homemade bomb against monsters and showed it. Marabu used her killer throw ability and threw a bomb straight at the monsters. It exploded, causing the water in the swamp to rise. The girl was pleased with herself. She said that even a craftsman could play the role of an attacker perfectly. The explosion made the boy's hair stand on end. Valt muttered that it was a great way to get blown away. The young man sighed and admitted that he understood how capable craftsmen could be. But he wondered why, in that case, his partner had not advanced beyond the first level in the last 2 years. The girl was initially embarrassed to talk about it. But then she explained that until recently she had not had enough money to live, that she could not even make a bomb. The guy replied that this was very similar to Muraba. The girl happily reported that her ability was at its maximum, so she could throw anything. She said that objects could also be considered weapons, and if Valt wanted, the craftsman could give him a legendary class weapon. The boy liked it. But the guy still said that Murabu should restrain herself a little, because it would not help Rika's training. The girls apologized to each other at the same time for the inconvenience. The boys were drawn to the sound and saw lizards emerging from the shadows of the tall grasses of the swamp. The explosion of the bomb led them to the team. While Valt couldn't decide if he should be happy about this, he told the team to proceed according to plan. The boy told Rika to wait for a sign to cast a spell. Murabu was to use items depending on the situation. Val added that she could throw bombs if needed. The girl giggled and replied that she would throw everything she had at the monsters. Valt was glad that they finally looked like a real group. He ran forward, asking first if everyone was ready for battle. The girls ran after the hero. Murabu was surprised by how fast her partner was and did not understand why he ran ahead. The guy, in turn, played the role of bait. He lured the monsters to himself and jumped onto a tree. Valt gave Rika a sign to act. Hearing it, the girl immediately used a fireball that destroyed everything in its path. She hit the target right on target. Murabu was speechless from such a powerful attack from her partner. Valt noted that Rika's strength had increased since the Aina forest. He added that even when weakened by the field's properties, the energy felt stronger than before. Rika thanked him for the praise. She said that she felt better after the Einsel fruit. While Valt and Rika were talking, Murabu stood silently in shock. She knew Valt was quite famous, but she didn't think his physical abilities were far beyond the inhuman. Besides, Myra didn't understand since when Rika with her budding magic was so strong, and if the properties of the field influenced this. At first, Murabu thought it was strange for Rika to form a group with someone. Eventually, the girl came to the conclusion that these were not the usual adventurers she was used to seeing every day. Seeing talented and confident people in her partners, the girl gave herself the confidence to communicate that she would definitely become stronger. Myra told herself that she had to believe that she could do it. She noted that Ricky's friendly fire was not so harmless anymore, so she had to be careful or she would get hit. The girl decided that in this case she would act as a member of the group and fulfill her role as a healer perfectly. She noticed that Valt was not even sweating or tired, even though he ran non-stop. Murabu pulled a vial of potion out of her pocket. She believed that her partner should be a little tired, so she was going to help him with her skills. The girl said that it was her turn to show what she was capable of. She used potion throw and threw the vial towards the boy, but he deftly dodged. The vial hit the injured lizard right, healing it. The girl was displeased and asked why Valt dodged. He replied that it was dangerous. Sweating with excitement, Murabu explained that it was her potion throw skill. She added that it was a high-level technique that would hit a person in the skull and they would begin to heal from head to toe. Valt doubted the safety of the method and asked if his partner ever wondered why artisans were so unpopular. As he spoke, a revived lizard attacked him from behind, but the young man knocked it out with one blow. Murabu couldn't answer in any way because her partner gave her a fairly fair argument. The guy added that his body was covered with a magical coating, which is why magical and physical attacks do not work on him. The girl asked if this did not make him invincible. The young man answered that this was not the case at all, because in the Battle of Surtur he still lost consciousness for a second. However, thanks to this, his memories returned to him. Murabu did not understand what he was talking about. Valt said that the healing and support spells did not work on him, so he needed to drink a potion for it to have an effect. He assured her that he was not tired at all. The girl sighed and said that the boy discouraged her as a craftsman. The hero thought the ability was interesting, although it was hard to understand. Rika laughed awkwardly and told Myra that getting hit on the head with a bottle was painful even to imagine. The craftsman wanted to somehow defend herself, but she couldn't. She said that this method was much faster than opening the bottle and drinking. Murabu assured that it was very practical in critical moments. Valt asked how it differed in its medicinal effects. The girl hesitated. She looked away and said that if the person drank the potion, the healing would go better. After that, Valt did not want to continue the conversation. He asked Murabu to refrain from throwing bottles for healing. However, the girl wanted to object, saying that this was her identity as a craftswoman. The young man smiled and said that he had not thought that she, as a professional, was fragile, that she would suffer from this later. Murabu said hesitantly that that was not what she had in mind. She stated that throwing potions was a valuable stress reliever for her. She explained that the sound of a bottle breaking on her head and the splash of a potion calms her down. The girl told how when she was in adventure school, she managed to make her first throw, which almost made her faint from excitement. Murabu grabbed Valt and with tears in her eyes began to ask to be allowed to throw bottles. The guy was still categorically against it. He added that he hadn't asked her about fetishes at all. In the end, the hero backed down and gave her permission to use bottle throws only in critical situations. The girl was very happy. After 2 hours, the guys finished the quest. At the end of the task, Valt suggested that the lizards were not very smart, but after killing so many of them, the monsters lost their will to fight. He suggested collecting items that dropped from 300 lizards. If they were lucky, they would collect enough to fully complete the quest. Murabu, inspired, ran ahead, saying that collecting items was also a craftsman's specialty. Valt wanted to go with her, but Rika stopped him. She said that the guy should rest, because all this time he was running for her training. The girl assured that she would help Murab. The young man asked how much time they had left to finish. Rika looked at her watch. She said that it would take them about 2 hours to get to the capital, so even if they needed some for the collection, the guys would still have time. Valt said that with that much time they could take their time, but they couldn't be lazy either. He thought that if necessary he would just run, even though he didn't like such long runs. Rika thought it was right to borrow a watch from the guild, as time was of the essence for them when completing a time-limited quest. Valt agreed with her. He understood how valuable watches were in this world. The girl called on the team to take up the task. The young man said that he would leave the collection to them. He decided to take a short break while the girls were collecting the items. Some time passed. Valt muttered that Rika and Murabu should have returned by now. The young man went into the forest, calling for his partners, when suddenly he heard someone squeal and roar. He saw a monster with a long body attacking his partners who were screaming for help. The monster looked like a reptile, but it was much larger. It was clear that only high-ranking adventurers could handle it. Valt didn't understand why the guild didn't know about the monster. He shouted for the girls to keep running. The hero jumped on the monster, which opened its mouth to grab the man. He hit the huge reptile on the head. He thought that the battle would end there. However, the monster began to release a thick fog from its body. Valt grabbed the girls and ordered them to hold their breath. He began to run as far as possible from the place where the unknown substance was spreading. When they were far enough away, the hero put his companions down on the ground. A frightened Murabu said that this surprised her. She did not know what kind of fog it was, which was like a stink bomb of a weasel. The girls admitted that they had inhaled the monster's fumes. The young man was worried and asked if they were okay. Mtrabu smiled and suggested that it was just a bluff on the part of the stupid reptile. Valt shook his head. He couldn't believe that the one who ran away so desperately would say that. Then he noticed that Murabu didn't have her bag. The girl said that she had thrown it away to buy them more time to escape. The young man just sighed. Rika asked the hero not to be angry at her partner because thanks to her intelligence they were able to escape. Valt agreed with her. In that case, he could not blame Myra. The guy, on the contrary, praised the girl for a job well done. Murabu rattled off that her partner should not praise her, otherwise she would be embarrassed. The girl blushed. Her reaction made Valt laugh. Murabu suggested returning to the capital, since they had already collected the items and the fog had cleared. However, before she could finish speaking, she fainted. The young man managed to catch her. He was very worried and called her. At that moment, Rika also fell to the ground in pain. Valt did not understand what was happening and asked his partners to tell him what was wrong with them. However, no one could answer him. The hero was in a hopeless situation. He had no problems in battle, but when it came to healing, he could do nothing. Myra began to suspect that the mist the monster spat out could have been a paralyzing and killing poison. The girl started talking about how some potions could slow down the effects of the poison. The guy, in desperation, asked her not to tell him that the medicine was in the bag she had thrown away. The partner replied that she had no choice. She said she saw a huge lizard crush her and the bottles. Now the craftswoman knew it was a fatal mistake. Rika began to breathe loudly. Both girls turned pale from the pain. The young man understood that his partners would not last long. He had little time. He asked Myra if he could do something. The girl asked him to lift her skirt. Valt exclaimed that this was no time for jokes, but Myra was serious. In the end, the young man did as she said. He lifted her skirt and saw the potions attached to her thigh. The girl laughed weakly. She had experience as a craftsman, so she had stocked up on extra vials. Myra said that this dose would be enough to stop the poison's effect. Valt interrupted her without listening to the end. He was glad that now he could help his friends and save them. He took the potions in his hands. Myra said with a smile that it was impossible to save both of them. Ishtudo asked if she was asking him to choose whose life he should save. The girl said that she would do it for him. She begged him to give the cure for Rika's killing poison, but not to her. Now, recalling the moments since her arrival in the capital, Myra considered herself a disgrace. The proud life of an adventurer had made her like this. She always failed. The girl considered herself weak and good for nothing, which is why no one ever accepted her into their group. When she met the boys, she was very happy. Myra felt gratitude. While the girl was talking, she felt as if her body was burning. The craftsman knew that death awaited her. However, she didn't care. The most important thing for her was saving Ricky because she could finally be useful. But what Marabu really wanted was to continue the adventure with the guys. Valt opened the potion and told the girl to drink it. He added that Rika had already taken the medicine. At that moment, Myra noticed that half of the liquid remained in the test tubes. The girl protested. She said that her partner should drink it all, not half. The hero replied that if Rika found out that Myra had sacrificed herself to save her, she would be sad. The craftswoman said that was the case. Valt he wouldn't be able to get them both to the capital because it was 2 empty hours to the city. The young man interrupted her, asking her not to complain. He added that he knew how stubborn a woman she was, clinging to life, and asked her to stop playing the saint. The hero threatened that if she did not drink it herself, he would force her to drink it from mouth to mouth. Marabu screamed in shock. She was ready for anything but this because she hadn't even had her first kiss. Valt stuck the duct in her mouth and the girl finally drank the potion. He stroked her head and assured her that he could easily carry them both in his arms. The guy promised that he would not abandon Myra. The girl blushed. He grabbed the girls and said that it was time for them to go back. The hero advised the craftsman to squeeze his teeth so that she would not bite her tongue. Marabu didn't understand how Valt was going to get them to the capital quickly because she had already seen his running speed. However, she was wrong. The young man pushed off and started running at a speed that shocked the girl. Marabu eventually passed out. The girl came to and saw that she was lying in the infirmary with Riku on the next bed. She realized that Valt had saved her out of the two. At that moment, the door opened and a young man walked in. He saw that one of his partners had come to and asked how she was feeling. Marabu wanted to get up but noticed that the paralysis had not yet passed. The boy said that the doctor had given them an antidote for the poison, so they had no reason to worry. The girl remembered little, so she wanted to know what had happened. Marabu asked how many days she had slept. The young man did not understand what she was talking about. He leaned over and said that only 3 hours had passed. The girl did not understand anything because the journey to the capital was 2 hours. The hero said that he reached the city in 3 minutes. Valt's speed, Murab was given proper treatment in time. To the craftsman, it all sounded like madness. She asked if the young man knew that no human could do such a thing. Valt replied that it was obvious, but he was not human. The guy looked at her and said with a smile that he was the Demon King. Afterwards, he waved his words aside and said that Marabu would be able to return home in 3 days. The most important thing for them now was that everything was okay with the girls. Suddenly, Marabu screamed. Valt got scared and asked if the poison was working on her again. It would be problematic for him if the craftsman became even more stupid and scary because of this. The girl was indignant. It was a matter of quality. Marabu asked if he could still finish it. Valt replied that he technically could, but her bag had been crushed by the monster. There were gems in it. Marabu blushed and said that the pearls were not in the bag but in her underwear. The young man asked if this was true. He was glad for the chance to finish the quest and get money for it. The girl explained that the underwear was made especially for craftsmen. They could store small things underneath. The guy started feeling the blanket. He pulled it off Marabu's body abruptly. He told her to take off her underwear quickly. The girl screamed in surprise. She asked if he seriously wanted to put his hands on such an innocent soul as her. However, Valt did not really understand her embarrassment. He noted that Myra could not move due to paralysis, so he would have to do everything himself. The girl screamed and asked for a nurse. The young man said that there was no one in the building due to some kind of food poisoning. At least somehow stop the guy. Marabu reminded that she was naked. However, the hero did not care. He was not interested in her body at all, only the quest. At that moment, Elsie came to them who wanted to visit the sick. She asked what was going on. Marabu cried and asked the girl to take the loot instead of the wild Valt. The young man asked his partner to watch her language. After that, thanking Elsie, the guys completed the task and received the reward without any problems. Valt declared that today they were celebrating the recovery of the girls in the Demon Lord's castle. Thus, from now on they would be even more diligent. Rika and Marabu sat at the richly laid table and thanked the hero. The boy relayed Elsie's words that it was not uncommon for adventurers to lose their lives in unusual ways. However, the girl was glad that they had survived. Rika was pleased that her friend had even visited them. Marabu reported that the guild had taken these huge lizards as a new species. The young man had heard about it too. He even remembered their name in Latin, which literally meant large reptile. The guy added that this food was compensation to the guys for finding and killing them. It could be considered a real reward. Vault of something. He asked his teammates if they were okay with calling their group Ishudo Team. The girls were against it. They thought that using his name, a famous promising newcomer, was the best advertisement for them. The guy said that meant their name was finally decided. Now they could celebrate the official name of the team. He asked Chiron to bring another bottle of red wine to their table. At that moment, the other adventurers approached them and congratulated them on deciding the name of the group. They gathered to drink with them. The adventurers began to introduce themselves and pour drinks for Rika and Myra. They began to discuss how their name was simple, which was good for remembering. One of the older adventurers laughed and said that usually young groups use childish names like Underworld or Darkness. This offended Vault a little. However, adventurers continued to laugh at how such teams, after a few years, began to be ashamed of their name. At that moment, a group of knights entered the tavern. They were looking for the summoner Merida and asked if she was here. The commander added that she was a level 10 adventurer. The adventurers recognized them as an Imperial Knight squad. There was a girl sitting at one table. She stood up. It was the summoner Merida herself. She was a slender girl who timidly held her magic staff. The commander glanced at her. He thought that she would stand out more with her presence. After all, the girl was a high-level adventurer. Merida asked what they needed. The man reminded her of the incident with the giant monster. This caught Vault's attention. The girl began to mutter something quietly but was interrupted. One of the knights asked Merida if she had summoned Surtur and led him into the city district of the royal capital. Rika and Myra were surprised by this accusation. The girl began to deny everything furiously. She said that it was all rumors. The knight said that they also did not want to believe that such a high-ranking adventurer could be the culprit of what happened. However, if there was a small chance that it was Merida, they, as an imperial force, had to check it out. After all, they had witnesses. The commander stated that the day before the attack, the summoner was in a tavern in the red light district. It was there that Merida declared that she was going to burn the capital to ashes. The man added that the tavern owner, the maid, and the other customers had given testimony, and the girl could not get out of it. Myra and Rika instinctively sat down under such pressure. The night girl demanded that Merida explain herself. The summoner began to tremble. She could not stand up straight, so she leaned on her staff. The girl apologized and explained that she was drunk, so she was talking nonsense. Merida added that her heart was broken. So at that moment she was just very upset, so she did not watch what she said. The conscript admitted that she had said various stupid things, but she was still not guilty of conscription. The commander found her excuses suspicious. Merida asked to trust her. The summoner noted that to summon a giant, you need at least level 15, and she has not yet reached such heights. She would need another 15 years of training to be able to do so, as the giant Surtur was an extremely powerful beast. The commander interrupted her, saying that she could be hiding her true skills. The girl fell silent at this unexpected accusation. The man said that they would discuss this in detail at their Imperial Knights headquarters. He said that the girl was under arrest. Everyone present watched as they tried to take the summoner away. The girl tried to explain to them, but no one listened to her. The other adventurers did not really believe that she could summon a giant on her own, even though she had a high rank. Marabu and Rika were a little scared by the noise, but they also didn't believe that she could have summoned the monster herself. Valt watched in silence. He had no relationship with Merida, but objectively the behavior of the Imperial Knights was tyrannical. The young man believed her. Her only mistake was that she spoke incorrectly because of alcohol. The boy knew that all this had happened the day before the incident. He had just wanted to try something, but the moment was awkward. Valt threw the adventurer's hand off his shoulder. Marabu noticed that Ishudo stood up, not understanding what he was going to do. The young man came closer to the knights and addressed them, asking them to stop. He expressed his opinion that the girl's verbal slip was sufficient evidence to consider her guilty. The guy added that the squad would only waste time. He asked if they would not benefit the real criminal in this way. The young man sighed and said that their taxes would be wasted. This angered the commander and he asked who he was. Valt replied that he was an adventurer. The man said that such a young and reckless person was acting too smugly to criticize the Imperial Knights. He assumed that the adventurer had a high level for this. Valt replied that his level was 0. The commander was surprised. He asked again, not believing it. Ishtudo repeated and even showed his adventurer card. The man shouted at the young man not to dare fool him, as even new adventurers start at level 1. Valt replied that he could learn more from the guild if he wanted. One of the knights recognized the hero. She remembered him as the man who had dealt with the giant with his head and hands. The same rookie adventurer Ishudo stood before them. He was asked if he was not Ishvalt Ashley. The other knights began to laugh as they did not believe that such a skinny youth could defeat Surtur, However, the girl was serious. Valt sighed tiredly and muttered that the weaker the dog, the louder its bark. He used magic to influence the knights. Suddenly, the commander shouted that he could not see anything. Another knight was hallucinating. The third did not understand what was happening. The knight girl who recognized him first and did not mock him felt nothing. She stood there in shock and watched her colleagues suffer. Valt waved his hand and twirled the effect of his magic. He ordered the knights to look at him. They immediately raised their heads and addressed him as His Majesty. The girl began to look around. She did not understand anything. Valt made it so that the knights saw his true personality in him and at the same time did not. He made them see the illusion of the man they respected the most. The hero realized that they saw him as their current king, Leger. The knights knelt down and waited for his orders. Apparently, they were completely loyal, like warriors of the Imperial detachment. The commander declared that all their lives were at his disposal. Valt said that this was what an honorary squad of Imperial knights should be like. The young man raised his hand to give an order. He told them to all return to the barracks, hopping like rabbits. The knights obeyed and galloped off. The female knight could only watch. She asked what the adventurer had done to them. Valt explained that he had simply used a hypnosis skill that would soon wear off. She asked why she was okay. Valt said with a smile that she was the only one who didn't laugh at him. The girl sighed. She said that they had been biased against the new adventurer Ishido, the one who had defeated the giant Surtur, and added that they would leave quietly this time. The hero said it was a wise decision and advised her to hurry after her comrades. The girl snorted and told him not to think of himself as so special. When the door closed behind her, everyone sat silently for a while. Then the adventurers began to pat the guy on the back. Valt sighed. He had to use the Demon Lord's skill again to solve such a simple matter. The adventurers suddenly surrounded him. They hugged and praised their colleague. They were curious about what kind of power he used. Rika admired how easily Valt did it. It was the first time the adventurers had seen anyone disobey an Imperial knight. The boy looked around. He realized that even the strong people could not object to the Imperial knight. They had great influence among the population. Approached Valt, she admitted that she did not quite understand what was happening, but the girl was grateful to him for his help. The young man replied that he had simply thought for a moment and had done nothing wrong. The summoner insisted. She said that when she was drunk, she did not control herself. Valt asked her not to worry so much and encouraged her. He thought that the attacks on her reputation would soon cease. Merida thanked him for his concern. She bowed and left the tavern. Walking the streets of the city, the girl felt sad and ashamed. She believed that everything began to fall apart after an unsuccessful relationship. With her unrequited love, they were in a group several times, and eventually she fell in love with him. The young man was her first love in all her 20 years of life. The girl was excited and truly happy, but the guy already had a fiancé. She remembered Valt, who had saved her from arrest despite everything. If it weren't for him, the summoner wouldn't have been able to go on tomorrow's large-scale mission. Suddenly, someone called her from the alley. Merida looked to the side and saw a girl asking for a minute. The girl compared her to a doll. She looked so fragile. The girl introduced herself as Darsha. She showed the baby sitting on her shoulder and introduced him as Asmodeus, a precious member of her family. Merida noticed the little animal, which reminded her of a sheep with a very round head. She also noticed that it had an eye patch. Suddenly, Asmodeus spoke. The girl covered herself with her staff in fear. Darsha noticed this. She apologized, admitting that it was her fault. In the dark alley, only the moon was the source of light. The summoner felt strange. She asked what she wanted from her. Merida already regretted leaving the street and finding herself in a place where there were no people. Suddenly, the summoner noticed the magical barrier and realized that she was isolated. Darsha said with a smile that even though she realized it late, everything would pass quickly. The girl gave Asmodeus the order to act. In a matter of seconds, he turned from a small sheep into a huge monster. He opened his huge mouth. Before petting the girl, Asmodeus apologized. At the last moment, Merida only thought that she had no luck. Meanwhile, the boys left the tavern after eating a delicious meal. As expected, the sandwich and takeaway food were worthy of a 3-star hotel like the Demon Lord's castle. The girls agreed with him. Marabu said that one day she would become an item master, so she would continue to accumulate experience. The girl promised that she would train until the end. She added that the boys just had to wait. Rika was encouraged by her friend's attitude. She asked if it would be some specialized work like Iris's. Myra sheepishly admitted that the item master was the main character of the tale. A child from a family of artisans who admired knights unwittingly became a mentor to the artisans. After a while, he became a famous man known as a master of objects. The girl really liked the story that her grandfather told her. Valt chuckled. Myra asked displeasedly if he had just laughed at her. The young man replied that he was glad that she had a goal. The townspeople who ran to see Roswace passed by the boys. Valt turned around. Not far from them was a squad of silver wolf knights. Everyone wished them luck. People expected a good report from them. They were impressive there, taking on such large-scale tasks. Rika and Myra started to scream when they saw Iris. They admired the high-ranking adventurers. Marabu started jumping because she couldn't see anything because of the crowd. She approached Ishat and with tears in her eyes asked him to take her in his arms. The young man refused, calling her a little girl. Valt didn't expect the squad to parade fully armed. He thought that if the dragon attacked right now, they would deal with it in the blink of an eye. Iris glanced around the crowd and saw Ishudo. She smiled and waved at him. He waved back. However, everyone began to think that the girl had anointed one of them. Iris's fans began to assume that the knight could have greeted her lover in this way. Suddenly, Elsie came up to them. She was dressed in her casual clothes and looked cute. The girl greeted the guys and noted that they had left early today. Valt admitted that he had gotten used to the life of an adventurer, even if he didn't want it. He felt bad because he didn't have the comfortable life he used to have. Elsie said that was what being an adventurer was all about. The hero asked why the parade was held, where so many high-ranking adventurers had gathered. The young man looked to the side and saw familiar monsters who were dressed quite well. The monsters, seeing him, were frightened. The girl explained that thanks to Vertilage's suggestion, the third special dungeon exploration squad was formed, and that was why they were putting on a show. Elsie added that it was posted on the guild's bulletin board. Valt didn't remember anything about it. He asked if such expeditions were common. The girl said that only high-ranking adventurers were sent there a few times a year to explore the largest dungeons in the country. Elsie said that last year they went to the Baldio Sanctuary. She recalled that this is where Ishtudo was found. This time the squad will head to the only unconquered dungeon under the direct control of the royal family Gracios, the Witch's Labyrinth. They had already sent a reconnaissance party there twice, but unfortunately both times ended in failure. After that, the guild left everything as it was for 10 years. Elsie assumed that the leader had sent a third party into the dungeon on a whim. Rika asked what kind of place the Witch's Labyrinth was. Maraba was wondering if there were multiple patterns in that place. Elsie said she would explain everything now. A witch is a woman who was born with mysterious powers. There were also unique dungeons built by them in this world. Marabu thoughtfully noted that the dungeons had different structures depending on each witch. Elsie added that they were also different from normal dungeons, and that the presence of more complex traps added to the difficulty. Moreover, the peculiarity of Gracios is that its structure changes every 9 days and it rebuilds itself. Valt thought about it. He was interested in a witch who is strong enough to build something like that. Elsie said that they still don't know how deep the dungeon is. The difficulty level is so high that the party only reached the 3rd layer. The guy muttered that the more he listened, the more he wanted to go there. Elsie immediately said that no matter how strong the young man was, she, as a guild member attached to him, would not allow them into the dungeon. Valt sighed in displeasure. Suddenly the girl remembered that she had to go. She apologized and left. The guy knew that because of him, Elsie could be late for work. Marabu shouted that the parade was coming to an end. Suddenly she pointed at one woman. Everyone started talking about the little one who clearly stood out with his appearance. She was a pretty and self-confident girl. She looked incredibly beautiful. On her shoulder sat a small sheep. People recognized Merida in her. Due to the lack of glasses and a different hairstyle, it was difficult to see the summoner in her. Someone from the crowd said that he would try to talk to her after the parade. The townspeople remembered that incident in the tavern. Rika and Marabu noticed that the girl was different from the previous night. But despite this, Merida looked stunning. Valt agreed with them. The impression the summoner gave was completely different from the previous evening. However, he saw that the face was the same. Feeling his gaze, the girl looked at Valt and mentally addressed him. She greeted her one and only demon lord. The young man did not expect Merida to speak to him through telepathy. He noticed that she did not have the animal on her shoulder before. In addition, the summoner had a different voice. The hero had a bad feeling about everything. He was uneasy about how much Merida had changed in one day and knew that he was a demon lord. Gracios, the Witch's Labyrinth. As the name suggests, it was a mysterious dungeon with many riddles, personally built by the witch. And now Iris and her squad were fighting monsters there. The girl, wiping away her sweat, realized that they should have already gone quite deep into the dungeon. Ludessa began to whine that after so much time they had only reached the 4th layer. It had taken them 9 days. Gelda noted that they had about 2 hours left before the limit, the middle of the 9th day. She thought that this was the last layer for them and the rest of time. The witch added that the previous maps did not help them because the dungeon was rebuilt every 9 days. Ludessa thought that the 4th layer was a record for them. The witch agreed with her. The people from the squad called Iris. They reported that everything was fine with the rearguard, they had not lost anyone else. Ludessa thoughtfully said that even if they set a new record, it would be useless after the structure changed. She was bored. She felt like they had no real adventure. Ranzel didn't agree with her. She reminded them that they had defeated 3-layer guardians and had obtained many valuable things. Besides, the girl was just happy to go on an adventure with Mistress Iris. It made her so happy that she couldn't control herself. However, Ludessa did not share her joy. She called her comrade naive, even though she had a fun time with Iris. The girl thought that this dungeon was not worth their efforts. Ranzel sighed and said that her friend should not judge everything based on her personal interest. She suggested that Ludessa's breasts were empty, but the girl misunderstood. Listening to them, Iris agreed with them to some extent. During the 9 days they spent underground, they learned a lot and had a fun time. She thought the adventure was worth their efforts, solving riddles and defeating layer guardians. But Iris was not content to let the traces of their adventure simply vanish into thin air. She turned to Gelda and asked if they could get out of the dungeon if they stayed. The witch didn't know the answer to that question. She said that the number of cases where someone stayed in the dungeon during the automatic reconstruction and returned home was 0. Because of this, the dungeon was known as the People-Eating Dungeon. Gelda added that they must escape before the time limit expired if they did not want to be eaten. She had overdue Iris not to allow any strange thoughts about it. The night felt as if she had been pierced. She asked if this was not the last layer of the dungeon. Gelda explained that witches were fixated on the numbers 3, 7, 9, and 12. The number 4 meant bad luck. The girl assumed that this was not the last layer. Although it was not the end of the dungeon, Iris was encouraged by the fact that they had a path ahead. Gelda noted that this behavior was typical of her friend. The witch admitted that she was already tired after reaching the 4th layer. Iris, remembering that her partner was a witch, asked if she knew who the creator of the dungeon might be. The girl said that it was created 30 years ago. Gelda turned away and replied that she had a couple of people in mind. However, these were just theories. The witch was not going to say anything more. However, Gelda added that the creator could be an incredibly powerful sorcerer. Ordinary witches couldn't build such a complex dungeon with several layers. Iris thought that although there was nothing ordinary about them, it was better not to tell Gelda that. The witch suggested that the creator of the dungeon might have the same character as Hortensia. Iris simply laughed politely. She agreed with her partner that the dungeon's restrictions were quite problematic. Gelda added that the most annoying of them was the ban on teleportation magic, which they could not use. Iris reminded them that they could use the pterosaur gem instead of magic. The girl wondered why the restriction only affected teleportation magic, but not items. The girl sighed. She called it discrimination because both the magic and the object used the same principle. Gelda didn't know if it was a joke or something else, but she was sure it was done on purpose. Iris said that they should be careful until the very end. At that moment, Ludessa and Ranzel ran up to them. They reported that everyone had arrived at the rearguard. Before going, the witch asked them to wait so that she could light the way. When they arrived at the meeting place, they saw the same platform that was at the end of each layer. This meant that the 4th level was finished. A circular portal opened above the platform. Gelda warned that something was approaching them. A huge dragon emerged from the portal. It was the guardian of the 4th layer. He had a head start on the tyrannical stone dragon, Burgunt. He landed on the platform and looked at everyone with a predatory look. The wolf, the fighter, and the hunter took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Ludessa couldn't wait for the rematch with the giant basilisk to begin. Although it was difficult for the guys to fight him before, now the team has gained experience and strength. This time will not be like before. Iris took out her weapon and put it forward. She ordered the knights to gather and leave no one behind. The girl with a smile supported that they would all return to the capital safely. People from all sides ran towards the dragon. 2 days ago, before the events in the dungeon, Marabu was screaming in the room that she couldn't understand it. She scattered the papers she was holding. The young man with a cup of tea noticed that his friend was making noise in the middle of the night again. The girl continued to be indignant. She screamed that this was simply unforgivable. Meanwhile, Rika caught the papers in the air and tried to fold them. Marabu seemed to be in despair. She slammed her fists on the table. The girl was upset that there was not a single craftsman on the list of the reconnaissance detachment. Rika tried to calm her down. She informed her that their next mission would be a search in the Lucas Plain area. It would take them half a day to get there, so they would set up camp outside. The girl suggested that they get along with an adventure. However, she repeated the words of the guild employee who gave her the reconstruction of the quest. Rika tried to somehow cheer up her friend. She carefully folded the documents and gave them to the craftsman. Rika reminded them that the scouting party would be returning soon, so there might be a chance that they would meet them by chance. Listening to the girl, Valt had a question. He asked Rika what she knew about the summoner Merida. The girl replied that she did not know her personally. However, the young man was sure that she still knew more than him. Rika thought about it and explained that Merida was known as a reliable summoner, but at the same time she was not a regular member of a group. The girl always went alone. The boy didn't understand and asked how Merida could go on adventures alone when the spell took time. Rika explained that sometimes a temporary group was formed, and that didn't mean the summoner went out alone. The girl added that summoners had destructive power. They resembled artisans who were limited as adventurers. At that moment, Morabu appeared behind her, displeased that her partner had spoken badly of her profession. Rika immediately denied it. Valt understood from what he said that their styles were different, even if they were not as effective. The boy said that Merida, who became a high-ranking adventurer early, could be considered an elite. The girl explained that the summoner had suffered from unrequited love and had been accused of summoning a giant. Rika muttered that Meridu's troubles had followed her around. Morabu suddenly asked Ishut if he didn't think it was cool how he saved Merida and intervened in her series of troubles. For the craftsman, this meant the beginning of love. She dreamily folded her hands to her chest, and the hero muttered that her behavior was too childish. The girl did not like this, but the guy, ignoring her, told the partners to go to bed. Valt looked thoughtfully at the files that lay on the table. He didn't think that love was the reason for Merida using telepathy to start his demon lords. In any case, the young man should ask her about it. After defeating the dragon, Iris exhaled. The others were tired and battered. Ranzel said that the monster was similar in strength to the previous one. Iris was glad that the battle was without casualties. Ludessa agreed with her. Although they had many wounded, it proved that they had become stronger. The knight noticed that they did not need Ishudo's help this time. She felt the growth of her team. Ranzel approached her and offered her a healing potion to drink. Iris thoughtfully suggested that if Waltz had been there, they would have finished off the wounded with the fewest number. Ranzel suddenly declared fiercely that they did not need this pathetic and weak man. She was displeased that the lady thought so much about him. The girl explained that Ishudo's fighting style was really beautiful, so she couldn't stop thinking about him. Gelda noted that meeting Valt was a good catalyst for Iris, adding that the girl herself fought brilliantly. Iris thanked them and reminded them that they still had a long way to go. Although they had defeated the fourth layer guardian, the battle had taken them an hour, and they still had many wounded. Ludessa stated that Iris's only flaw was her overzealousness, and said that at times like these a knight should simply be happy. The girl thoughtfully said that her partner might be right. Ludessa suggested dedicating a few words of gratitude to Iris. The huntress said that with such people they could reach the fifth layer together. Iris immediately refused and noted that they did not have time. Ranzel and Gelda looked through the door to the next layer. They knew this wasn't the end of the dungeon, knowing that was enough for them. The witch said they should go back while they had time. Iris said that she was handing over command to Lance, whose voice was louder than hers. The girl was glad about this. She took a deep breath and shouted for everyone to gather and do their best. They might not have cleared the dungeon completely, but the team had already reached the uncharted fourth layer and confirmed the existence of the fifth. Ranzel said that they could proudly say that they had accomplished the mission assigned to them. With that, their expedition was over. The girl said that now they left the dungeon one by one, using the pterosaur gem. They would start with the wounded. She asked to stretch out her hand so that it would mean less time. After a while, the girls were left alone in the dungeon. Seeing the huntress quickly examining the papers, she asked what was going on. She explained that one person was missing from the list. Ludessa said that there were 96 people with them when they entered the fourth layer. 90 had already moved, and there were only 5 girls. This meant that one member was missing. Iris couldn't understand how this could happen because they had counted everyone properly. The girl glanced at Gelda and saw how the witch was looking at something intently. Suddenly, Gelda turned into the void and asked them to stop playing hide and seek with them. A girl came out of the shadows to them. She looked familiar to Iris. The knight asked if she was the summoner Marisha Ebro. The girl only smiled. Ludessa said with a smile that she was curious about who the missing person on the list was. She called her the troublemaker that made the fourth ones leave as soon as they entered the dungeon. Merida laughed. She said it was a small punishment for their long tongues. She didn't like the way they were being so familiar with her. Lance was angry with her. She thought that setting fire and putting them at risk was too much. A verbal reprimand would have been enough in such a case. Gelda asked Iris to step aside. She used her release magic on Merida, or the one pretending to be her. The girl was surrounded by pentagrams from above and below. She confessed so that she would be careless. The witch had to recreate the summoner's personality, so she did not say that she knew Gelda. The girl asked for forgiveness. Her appearance changed. Iris was surprised by this. Now they could see the guest's true appearance. Iris thought the girl looked like a fragile doll, but the feeling of danger did not leave her like the others. The girl introduced herself as Darsha. She was the daughter of the great witch Brigin and her only student. The young sorceress was pleased to meet them. Iris recognized her as the owner of the Book of Prophecies that Gelda had. The witch introduced the small creature sitting on her shoulder as her familiar Asmodeus. She asked if she didn't think he was cute. The demon spoke up. He said that it was rather rude to call him a small creature. Ranzel and Ludessa were surprised that the familiar could speak. Gelda asked Darsha if she was the daughter of the witch Brigin. The girl confirmed it. For Gelda, this was strange because this woman did not have a family, let alone a child. This made Darsha laugh. She said that the witch does not know much since the world is quite huge. The girl believed that no matter how many years a person lives, someone who is not a god cannot get everything in the world. Gelda turned her attention to the staff and asked if it was not from the collection of the witch Brigin, and if it was a legendary item belonging to the summoner Vesaurus. Darsha noted that although the witch did not know everything, she had not lived her years simply for pleasure. Gelda remembered that a first-class summoner and a staff of the same kind together could summon virtually any beast. For the witch, everything became clear. It was Darsha who had summoned the fire giant. Her team was surprised to hear this news. Darsha noticed that Gelda was quite an intelligent girl. She was not surprised that Gelda had once been her mother's rival. The witch replied that she had not thought that of Brigin. She simply followed her wherever she went. Sometimes Gelda thought that she was spying and jealous. These words hurt Darsha's pride. She got angry and said that she would not tolerate insults towards her mother. The girl considered it a fact. Darsha, without taking her eyes off the witch, muttered that she needed to be taught a lesson in good manners. Gelda waved her hand and asked if the girl was not going to tell her about her goals. Darsha unleashed the giant Surtur in the capital, transformed into the summoner Merida to join the reconnaissance squad. Gelda knew all this but did not understand her intentions. The villainess smirked and advised her to use her brain. In the end, she decided to give them a hint. She said that the reconnaissance was secondary and that Surtur's release was done for another reason. This made Ludessa's head spin. She became even more confused. Darsha said that she simply could not conquer this dungeon for anyone. At this point, Gelda began to understand that the dungeon was created by Brigin herself. This was confirmed by Darsha herself. She said thoughtfully that of all people she had overestimated Gelda. The witch couldn't believe it had taken them so long to reach the fourth layer. This angered Ludessa. She wanted to pounce on her, but Ranzel stopped her. Darsha asked Gelda if she had used all her power to help the boys escape, then couldn't she have gone deeper into the dungeon? The witch replied that it wouldn't help Iris and the others become better. The villainess laughed at the fact that Gelda, once a witch with outstanding potential in history, became a nanny. The girl looked down on her. Gelda was wondering when she would stop chatting. Because of her, they had already lost 30 minutes. The witch said that even Darsha would have problems if she stayed in the dungeon during the reconstruction. The girl did not worry about it, because she had Asmodeus who would protect her, so she would stay in this place. Moreover, the entrance to the fifth layer was open, which she was glad about. Gelda said indifferently that she didn't care what would happen to Darsha. The girl thanked her for the warning and asked not to worry about her. Darsha many things she decided to refrain and let the young witch go. However, Iris had other plans. She stopped the villainess. The girl asked if the real summoner Merida was alive. The witch replied that she had not killed her, but had merely carefully copied her body data to perfectly match her appearance. If she was lucky, someone would find her. The boys realized that if no one found their friend, then in the worst case she would die. It all sounded terrible. It made Iris angry. The young witch laughed and asked if they thought she was heartless. She asked if Iris didn't think it would be better to kill Merida right there and then. The girl said that it was nice to talk to them and said goodbye. Behind her, the door to the fifth floor opened and a staircase appeared. Iris asked Gelda if they should let Darsha go. The witch advised them not to rush but to get out of the dungeon first. At that moment, the villainess remembered that she had not finished the spell. The girl said the last part of the spell and waved the legendary staff. A three-headed dog, Cerberus, appeared in front of the squad. There was nothing but madness in its eyes. At this, Darsha said that she had done everything she wanted and left. Ludessa, seeing the monster, knew they didn't have time to fight it. Ranzel shouted for her partner to use the pterosaur stone. The girl replied that it had turned to dust. Gelda said that she hadn't fought a Cerberus in about 100 years, and all she remembered was that the monster had a skill that prevented the enemy from escaping. It could also resist magical attacks, which was problematic for heroes. Due to the dungeon's restrictions, the girls couldn't use teleportation magic, and now they can't even use magic items. They also didn't have enough time to activate the dungeon's automatic rebuilding. Despite the rather difficult situation, Iris was not going to give up. She would continue to fight because she believed that they had a chance. The girl mentally addressed Ishut. Meanwhile, the young man was in a camp on the Lucas Hills. It was night. The tents were already pitched and the fires were burning. As if sensing something, Valt looked around. Myra and Rika were standing near the grill. They cheerfully informed their partner that they had left no meat for him. The guy was indignant. He asked Marabu how fast she ate that the food was gone. The girl replied that barbecue was a real war. The guy said that she should eat in moderation. Rika, passing a plate of food to Valt, asked if he was interested in anything. It was true. The young man replied that although it was not the travel season, there was quite a lively atmosphere around them. The event seemed more like a festival. After hearing his words, Rika noticed it too. She assumed that it was prepared in honor of the return of the reconnaissance party. Valt asked if the girl was talking about the one that was in Gracio's. Rika confirmed and added that Iris and the rest of their acquaintances were in the party. The girl thought that they would just watch them return, but she did not expect that they would set up such a camp here. Ishoda clarified if Gracio's was nearby. Rika said that she heard that the entrance was somewhere nearby. The boy remembered that the dungeon's structure changed every 7 days. He was surprised that a week had already passed. Rika laughed and noted that her partner lost track of time when he was doing quests. She assumed that the reconnaissance party would remain in the camp overnight. Now the young man understood why it was so lively. He suggested that they wait for Iris and the others. Myra praised Valt. She noticed that the boy took every opportunity to think about Iris and asked if he cared about her. The boy frowned. He said that when he arrived in Lehar, it was Iris and the boys who helped him in the first days, after which the girl took care of him several times. Marabu grinned and Rika became embarrassed. However, the craftsman was right to some extent. The hero had his own reasons for being interested in Iris. At this point, people in the camp began to scream for help. There was a noise and a rumble that attracted the attention of the team. There were wounded monsters in armor. They asked people to contact the capital and call an observer. One of them was in very bad condition. He asked for water. Seeing the new guests, Valt remembered them. He came closer and asked what happened to them. The monsters also remembered him. They trembled and asked what Ishudo was doing in this place. The hero was surprised that they even knew his name. The lizard replied that every adventurer in the capital knew of him as a hero who helped the Silver Wolf Knights destroy Surtur. Valt shouted that he should not be called a hero. The monster immediately apologized. The guy also apologized for his harshness. He asked what had happened. The lizard immediately came to his senses and said that they wanted to talk to the guild since Iris and her team were left in the Gracio's dungeon. This surprised Valt. The monster said that the 3rd Special Reconnaissance Squad left Iris, and together with the Silver Wolf Squad left the dungeon. The guys immediately realized that after so much time, the dungeon had already begun to recover. The lizard added that none of those who remained in the dungeon during its restoration returned alive. Now the group is divided. Those who want to help, and those who want to observe the situation and then make a decision. However, entering the dungeon while it was being restored was so dangerous that saving Iris and the others was out of the question. The monster added that they didn't even know where they were, so she and her younger brother decided to tell the others. While Valt was thinking, a communication item was brought to them. The lizard thanked the observer. The box contained a crystal into which mana had to be poured. It was the first time Ishudo had seen such an item. A hologram of Elsie, who was in charge of the night shift, appeared in front of them. She greeted them and informed them that they had contacted the Adventurers Guild branch in the capital. Valt thought that this was quite a convenient thing for long-distance communication. The girl was surprised to see Rika and Moraba and asked what it all meant. The girls were happy to see her. The monster drew attention to himself and said that the matter was urgent. He reported that the Silver Wolf Knight squad had remained inside the dungeon and had not returned yet. The dungeon had begun the process of rebuilding, so they had no time left. They were waiting for further orders. The girl said that she couldn't make a decision on her own and was about to pass the news on to the guild leader. But suddenly, a drunken Hortensia appeared next to her. The lizard was glad to see her. Valt sighed tiredly. From the fox's red face, he realized that she had been drinking. The young man asked if she understood the situation completely. The girl asked who he took her for. She said that this level of intoxication was quite normal for her. The guy did not understand the reason for her pride. The hero asked what they should do. He pointed at the brothers who were running towards them like there was no tomorrow, and not to listen to the drunken guildmaster. The boy seriously said that giving the right answer was the least Lemai could do. After these words, the alcohol seemed to evaporate from the fox's body. She said that Valt was right. She could not believe that this could happen to Gelda. The situation was extremely serious and complicated. Hortensia, as the representative of the capital branch of the Adventurers Guild, ordered the reconnaissance team to return home by dawn. The lizards were shocked by what they heard. They said that the leader could not speak about his adventurers like that. The order sounded absurd to them. The girl told them to calm down. Hortensia asked them to be realistic. Their mana and endurance were gone. If they entered the dungeon, they would not be able to save their comrades anyway. They would only cause a second catastrophe. The lizard disagreed. He said that this squad had shown itself to be the most effective in this reconnaissance mission. Besides, they had saved him from danger countless times. At this point, Volt, who had been silently listening to their argument, stepped forward and said that he would go underground to retrieve the party. He promised that he would bring Iris and the others back. The guild leader was surprised. The young man said that although he had drunk a little alcohol, he still had enough stamina and mana left. The hero thought he would be more useful than the exhausted adventurers. Hortensia agreed with him. She remembered that Valt had boldly defied common sense many times before. Elsie watched the leader with concern as she thought. She knew that in any case, rescuing the Silver Wolf Knights would be nearly impossible for someone without the necessary skills. Plus, they didn't have any time left. In this case, believing in the boy's abilities is their best option. The leader said that she personally gives him an emergency quest. Hortensia asked the others to help as well. People ran to prepare food and all sorts of potions, a clock, a magic lamp, and a pterosaur stone. The leader turned to Ishut. She assured him that she regarded Gelda as her close friend and that she treasured Iris as well. The girl also thought about the charming Lance, the sweet Rutessa, and the fluffy Krull. Hortensia said that she might seem like a bad leader, but she couldn't accept that she would have to abandon the party. The boy chuckled and muttered that the girl should have said that earlier. The leader officially gave Valt a new quest: urgent rescue of the Silver Wolf Squad. She asked if he accepted it. The guy was just waiting for these words. The protagonist clarifies that he does not make pointless purchases and wants to know if the merchant has anything to protect against magic. The merchant asks if he heard the words correctly for protection from magic. Iris, having heard the dialogue, decides to approach the men closer. She is very interested in why the guy needed protection from magic. The main character clarifies that there is one reason after all. He wants to share this thought. He asks if the girl knows about Henrika Estelindel, because the guy immediately thought about the elf. Iris suggests that Valt wants to work with the elf, but the guy just doesn't want to jump to conclusions. He's not sure he can do it. The girl understands that the guy wants to protect himself more from magic than from weapons, to which she receives a positive response. Iris asks permission to approach the main character, to which she receives a puzzled look and the question why. She just hugs him, which makes the guy very embarrassed. The girl carefully feels the guy's skin. The main character blushes and tries to understand what the girl is doing with a loud scream. Even the seller covered his red face from embarrassment. This situation turned out awkward for the guy. Iris only expresses the idea that there is something strange in Valt's body. The guy does not understand what she is talking about. The guy wonders what is so unusual about his body, to which he receives the answer that there is a thin layer of magical energy under his skin. Perhaps this is the secret of his strength. Valt himself did not know about his abilities. Iris only expresses the thought that most likely, this is his innate skill. The girl decides to help the guy and asks him to imagine that the clothes are his skin. Perhaps this way he will be able to expand his protective barrier. Valt expresses doubts. He thinks that he definitely won't succeed. Iris only supports him, because until he tries, he will definitely not know anything about his abilities and insists on trying right here and right now. The guy gives her a disapproving look, but he still concentrates on his feelings and tries to imagine that the clothes are his skin, as the girl advised. He feels as if he has found the right wave. He feels some strange thread around his body. Valt found his magical protective layer. All that was left was to stretch it over his entire body. While the guy is getting ready, Iris decides to look at the weapons. The seller clarifies that he is selling armor, but still one sword was found. With concern for the return of the owner, he hands her the sword. Leaving this thought behind, he asks the girl to show his skills, to which she actively agrees and takes the sword out of its sheath. Iris, with a stern face, made a strong swing of her sword, aiming straight at Valt's hand. The sword hit his hand and broke into several thousand pieces with a loud ringing sound. One piece of the sword remained in the ceiling. All three are delighted with Valt's new protective layer, because now he is not in any danger. The merchant wants to know who will now pay for this sword, and gives the couple his bored, displeased look. Of course, the former owner owes Iris for storing the sword, and if the merchant meets him, he will hand it over. The guy is surprised that someone owes Iris something and for some kind of storage. Valt and the girl awkwardly hint that they will definitely return the payment for the sword, but definitely not in the near future. The merchant is left to sigh in disappointment under the two pleading glances. He quickly chases the couple out into the street as far away from himself as possible. Both quickly leave the building, since Valt now has his own force field. He doesn't need to take anything else here and can leave. Iris says it's not nice to leave without paying, but it seems out of respect for Valt. The merchant didn't insist on payment. The guy shares that Daman is a good and stern man, a merchant who definitely knows his business. The girl suggests going to a gun shop she knows. Iris says that she often goes there, and that the sword she sent for sharpening should be ready. Valt agrees. The girl quickly pulled him by the hand towards the bench. The guy did not expect such pressure and at first almost fell from her energy. As the couple runs, Rika notices them in the crowd. She wonders why Valt is with Iris now. Ortonasia's words that time is passing, and the guy has probably found himself a new companion. The girl is lost in thoughts that Valt and Iris are now happy together. So what does this mean? The girl understands that she is very jealous. She beats her fists against her head, trying to convince herself that Iris is simply accompanying him. But still, he understands one bright idea. That one day, Rika and Valt will become the best magicians and fight shoulder to shoulder. She decided that this was the time to calm down, but she couldn't hold back and ran after them. The main characters reached a small and cozy weapons shop called Song of the God of War. Valt asks Iris if this is really her favorite shop and receives a positive answer. The guy is surprised by the size of the shop. The couple is greeted politely. A cute girl with cat ears recognizes Iris and tries to figure out what kind of masquerade she's throwing. The girl is loudly surprised by the guy next to her friend. She has never seen him. The girl with cat ears expresses her envy. Iris only turns to Karin to calm her down. The girl introduces Valt that he is a newcomer and that she is helping him settle in. Karin thinks that this is her friend's boyfriend. The girl with the ears sighs because the couple only causes losses. Karin says outright that Valt is very cute and will go far. The girl says that there are various rumors about the guy. But leaving this thought behind, she asks Iris what she is looking for here. Karin gives her friend the already sharpened sword, saying that it will serve her for a long time. Iris thanks her friend and asks to leave the bill for the guild, for which she receives gratitude. Karin decides to find out if Valt needs something, asking about his past weapons. The guy shares that he fought with a sword. The kitty offers the guy a fairly wide blade, which according to her is suitable for both beginners and experienced warriors. Karin jokes that the sword is as wide as her soul. Iris noticed that the girl did not sell Seamus's blades because she said she would have nothing to do with them. Karin jokes that it is very profitable to sell. Karin says that the most important thing is that the swords are light and comfortable to hold in your hand. Soon as Valt took the sword in his hands, it suddenly broke into 1,000 pieces, causing panic in the cat. The guy wonders if it's a fake. Karin just shakes from the fact that her sword was broken like a reed. Iris expresses dissatisfaction with the title of the largest forge. The cat responds to the taunt and wants to know what happened, but the girl herself does not know and thinks that the matter is in Volta. Iris asks him if he suddenly lost control of his power. Valt is not sure. The girl suggests taking another sword. The guy agrees and takes another sword into his hands. The sword breaks in his hands again. Karin panics that her swords break so easily. The cat faints. Iris tries to catch her friend. Karin is sad her swords are broken. Her poor shop. Iris meanwhile finds out from Valt what sword he used before. The girl does not believe that there is no sword that could not withstand his power. Valt shares that he had a sword made of a special mineral called Devil's Stone, but he is not sure if the stone exists in this world. Karin thinks with fear in her eyes about losing 2 masterpieces from her store. Valt says that they need a special mineral that reacts unusually to manifestations of magic. Iris thought about it. The girl thinks that an oriental scimitar sword would be suitable. Karin happily praises the girl for such a smart thought and shares that she also thought about this sword. And Valt learned what such a sword is called in this world. Iris tells me that what Valt calls the Devil's Stone is mined only in one mine in the east. The mineral is similar to magic steel. Such ore is used for the eastern scimitar. Valt happily asks Karin if she has such a sword, to which he receives a negative answer, and it is unlikely that she will have such a sword in her shop. Karin is not sure because such a sword cannot be used without special skills, and it is not a fact that there is even one such sword in their area. And he adds that if there is one, the price for it will be huge. Valt thought. Iris clarifies that this is all because orders for the extraction of magical steel come in very rarely. The guy understood. Valt concludes that he first needs to get the order, grab some mineral for himself, and then find a craftsman to make the sword. Iris giggles quietly. The guy doesn't understand what's funny about what he said. The girl shares that now he thinks like one of them, and she finds it funny. Valt swears that nothing of the sort happened. but they are interrupted by Karin, who attracts attention by coughing. Karin suggests discussing the two swords that Valt broke, but the guy hesitated. Just like in the merchant's shop, both hint that they will definitely return the money. Karin explodes, thinking that they rehearsed this line like a play. He also adds that Iris, who was always interested in weapons, suddenly became a sweet girl. Valt became interested. The girl denies everything. Karin says that this is the first time she has seen Iris embarrassed, and this time she forgives the debt. The cat promises that she will find out about the Eastern Scimitar for Valt, because as a weapons dealer she is very interested in them. The guy thanks her and apologizes for the trouble caused. The gun shop became quiet. The streets of this small town were crowded with people, each slowly going about their business. Valt thinks that in such a crowd their pursuers will definitely not be able to find them. He tells Iris that there are a lot of people on the street today, to which he receives the answer that today is a holiday. The guy is very interested. The girl said that today is a big holiday, a day of prayers for the harvest. On such a day, the goddess of fertility is asked for a rich harvest. Valt had the feeling that all the people were just drinking and having fun, which wouldn't be surprising. Iris noticed something very appetizing in one of the shops on the street and quickly ran towards the delicacies. The guy sees this for the first time and asks the girl what it is. He gets a surprised look. She is surprised that someone is hearing about crepes for the first time. The food, which resembles pancakes with a delicious filling inside, looks delicious, and Valt noted that they are convenient to eat on the go. Iris is upset that she has no money at all. Valt offers to pay for her. The guy clarifies that this is gratitude for today's shopping trip. The girl is happy and joyfully thanks him. Valt takes a small bite of the very tasty crepe. The pancake looks very appetizing in his hands. He really liked it. Iris told him that this shop has the most delicious crepes. Valt promises to remember this place. The guy understands that it is really delicious. The girl says that it is done. Together they have a very good time together, sitting quietly on a bench with something sweet in their hands. Valt wants to share that his father also says so, but they are interrupted by the girl's scream, who claims that he finally found Miss Iris. The couple looked in confusion in the direction of the scream. The girl, with a stern intonation in her voice, asks why Iris is wearing commoner's clothes. They have been looking for her for a very long time. Her eyebrows drawn together say that the girl is not very happy about this situation right now. Valt doesn't understand what's going on. Ranzenula almost orders their respected lady to stop running away from them. She asks the girl to return home because her father is very worried about her. He cares very much about his daughter. Valtu has some kind of realization. He turns his head towards Iris. The girl only lowers her gaze and embarrassedly apologizes. She apologizes for not being able to tell you sooner, her look conveying that she is truly sorry. The girl shares that her father dreamed of her living a rich life, but Iris always wanted to be a warrior, so she ran away from home. Thanks to her efforts, she became who she is now. The guy doesn't like what was told to him just now. Valt wonders what she is going to do now, because in such a situation one needs to think carefully about the next step. In any case, whatever she chooses, he will always be on her side. She thanks Valt for such kind words. Iris shares that she can't really avoid problems forever, and she gathers up her courage to talk to her father. And if he doesn't understand her, then she will leave her home forever no matter what. She is ready to take such a risky step. Valt just scratches his head. He understands Iris's intentions and has no intention of stopping her. He joked that if necessary he could kidnap her again. The girl giggled and became inspired by this funny idea. Now she will be able to count on him. Valt only agrees with this idea because he already did it once, so he can do it a second time. A girl stands at the height of the roofs of houses and watches people from above, the wind fluttering her long dress. She says that she is not wasting time and is watching the daughter of the witch Brigand looking down on people from above. She looks very majestic. The girl says that there was once a country called Muspelheim, the country of fire giants. Only they could live here. The giants came from mythical lands. Twilight of the gods, in other words Ragnarok. The world will be turned into an abyss by the one in whose hand the fiery sword ends up. With a sinister smile on her lips, she says that now it will be fun. The girl casts a spell and gives the order to the great fire giant Surt to appear. Iris says goodbye to Valt. Now she is going to go to her father. She is sorry to leave, but she has to. The guards are rushing Iris. Her father is already waiting. The guy nods but notices something strange, as if the clouds are gathering too much over the capital. There was something very strange in the sky. It all looks very strange. Something terrifying, filled with an ominous aura, something dangerous and scary. A portal for summoning from where a huge monster appears. The screams of the people were loud. A huge, dangerous giant descended straight from the sky. Everyone ran in different directions like little bugs against the backdrop of such a majestic monster. Valt, with a calm face, decides to find out what caused the panic among people. He did not immediately understand how serious the problem was. The guy thinks that this is part of the celebration. It looks like a performance. Ranzaluna scolds him harshly, because this is definitely not a performance, it is an emergency. Valt shares the thought that perhaps this really is not a performance, while the giant fills himself with dark energy and gains strength. The huge monster swings its huge, inhuman leg. It exudes a desire to destroy. It is not going to spare anyone. Iris rushes to help before the giant has time to attack. People flee the scene in great panic. The girl understands that she has to save people. With fear in her eyes, she watches the panic of people. Everyone is trying to save themselves. Someone is saving their relatives. Iris considers it her duty to save people. She says that there is unrest in the royal capital, which means that it is her responsibility to resolve it. Ranzaluna stops her with concern, under the pretext that Iris is currently unarmed and it is not in the young lady's status to fight now. The girl asks the question, what if she has a weapon? Showing her shiny sword, she is ready to attack the giant to save the people. Ranzaluna still forbids her to go into battle because she doesn't even have armor. She doesn't want to let the girl go into battle. Someone calls Iris. Ludessa comes running to the rescue, along with her faithful pet. The girl says that a huge creature has attacked the city and asks if anyone knows what it is. Ranzaluna also knows nothing about this monster. She shares the thought that Mrs. Gerda might know. Valt looks up, a circle of thickening energy appeared above his head. It looked like a portal. The girl who looked like a witch fell right into the guy's arms. She looked completely calm with her arms folded over her chest. It turned out that it was the witch Gerda, and now she was in place, her face expressing complete calm even in such a situation. Valt thinks that it was said that it was forbidden to use magic in the city. Is it really such an emergency? Gerda is shouted to get off the guy's hands. The girl apologized and under the pretext that it was comfortable to sit, got off his hands. Gerda is asked what kind of giant this is. She must know exactly what kind of creature this is. The girl says that this is the giant Surt, one of the great fire giants who brings destruction and discord. These are the highest class of summoned creatures. Ludessa's eyes widen. Such a monster is very, very difficult to summon. The girl shares her thought that the one who summoned the giant must be caught immediately. Gerda replies that it is useless, because the summoner is too strong. She says that this is a spell of the highest level, and only Gerda can handle it. Iris realizes that they have no choice but to destroy the giant. Ranzaluna is worried about the girl, and reminds her that this is no longer a theory for adventurers. She also added that the Knight's Guard would arrive. Iris wants to protest, but Ludessa quickly says that she is on Iris's side. Their dialogue is abruptly interrupted by Valt. He reminds them that while they are arguing, the giant is destroying the city, and they need to act urgently. Iris understands that every second is important and tries to come up with a plan to slow it down at least a little. But Valt interrupts the girl's monologue. He says that her enthusiasm is commendable, but there is one thing. To fight the giants, they need to develop a strategy. Valt reflects on the fact that he is not particularly attached to the royal capital, but there are many people living here to whom he is grateful. Many people took care of him here. Warm memories associated with the capital come to mind. You could say it's almost his home, but most of all she's grateful for the delicious food. And he is not thrilled that one monster can do whatever he wants here, in a place where so many kind and sympathetic people live. Valt shares that he has an idea and that it will clearly be more useful than their arguments, determination flashing in his eyes. The houses of ordinary residents are covered by a wave of intense fire. A little more and they could all burn to the ground. Ludessa screams loudly to get the giant's attention that his opponent is right in front of him. Sitting astride her pet, she directs streams of her magic to attack the beast, using the full force of her powers, shooting straight at the beast's legs. The girl understands that magic bullets are useless against the monster. Clenching her jaws, she tries to come up with a new method of fighting the giant. Ludessa, covering one eye, decides to try to aim directly at the monster. The girl raises her weapon and points it towards the giant. The sight is aimed at part of the joint shot, but it didn't work. The bullet hit, but it quickly melted in the paws of the monster. The girl is in great shock. Because her bullet was destroyed in an instant, the monster didn't even notice it. Ludessa understands that such a trick will definitely not work on him anymore. He needs to urgently come up with another tactic. Iris rushes towards the giant to strike. She grips her weapon tighter. She strikes with her sword. As soon as she touched the giant's leg, lava began to cover the sword in an attempt to melt it. The giant's limbs seemed to be full-fledged lava. The girl became too hot from his powerful strength. The girl retreated from the attack, moving away from the giant. Iris didn't even scratch him. A normal sword would have melted by now. Is the giant really completely invulnerable? Ludessa shouts to Iris that the creature is indeed strange, and she jumps down from her previous hiding place. The girl shares that it looks like a giant flame, it feels like it is clad in armor, and it is also not affected by physical blows. Ludessa holds Iris by the shoulders and states that they need to follow Valt's plan and distract the giant. That's all they can do now. Iris's eyes light up with determination, her gaze telling her that she is ready for battle. She confidently walks forward, leading Ludessa behind her. Iris is about to show the full power of the White Knight and strikes with Schwannen Flugel. The strong energy surrounds the space with its strong energy. Ranzaluna clenches her fists, realizing that she is too late because Iris is already in battle. She blames herself for not being able to help her mistress. Valt stops her monologue and advises her to calm down. He tells his plan. They decided to lure the giant and strike him back. Also teasing the knight that she cannot trust her comrades, Ranzaluna clenches her jaw in anger. Valt hears someone calling him in his head. It was a female voice. It turns out that Iris only activated her ability for a short time. The giant will chase the girl while she distracts his attention for as long as possible. Iris lures the giant closer to the right point to trap him, just as Valt instructed. He is already ready to attack. All he has to do is wait for the giant to be brought into his hands. In front of the boy and Ranzaluna he appeared, a giant, a massive figure moving forward, destroying everything in his path. He wants to destroy everything. The clawed hand of a huge monster is visible. He is trying to catch the girls he has been chasing all this time. Iris and Ludessa shout that they have brought the giant right into Valt's hands, who is already waiting for him and ready to begin his plan. He warns Gerda to take action. She accepts his warning. The girl begins to cast a spell, calling upon the dark god Barossa to hear her call, a spell to summon a trap for the giant. The gates of Tartarus open, creating a barrier around the giant. Now he definitely won't be able to escape. He's fallen into the hero's hands. Valt praises Gerda, calling her a beautiful little witch. The giant is trapped. For some time he will definitely not be able to get out. Ranzaluna, Iris and Ludessa are ready to fight. With confident looks they watch the giant who is in a strong barrier. Valt kept saying that the giant's performance was already over. The monster was preparing to fight. The monster makes loud screams. It sounds like some kind of summoning spell. The team notices and pays attention to the summoned salamander. The giant has conjured up assistance for himself. Ranzaluna emphasizes that the summoned creature calls upon its own kind and asks to leave it to her, gives the room to go forward. Ludessa sends her pet to fight them. Iris is definitely not going to give in to anyone. She deals several crushing blows to the lizard. The little monsters fall apart into pieces. Suddenly, behind Valt, there was a very strong explosion. A huge cloud of dust and debris flew into the air. It was the former lizard. He realizes that his comrades could get into very dangerous trouble and calls Iris, trying to find her. The girl suddenly appears from the smoke after a huge explosion, jumping high above the cloud of smoke. She smiles brightly, telling me she is perfectly fine, her eyes shining with determination. Valt thinks that the girl knows how to win properly, sighs and asks not to scare him like that again. The guy himself strikes because the lizards are quite weak, and with one blow he was able to get rid of her. The creature suddenly disappeared, leaving behind an explosion and huge clots of smoke, and for a second there was silence. But quickly, a new creature appeared to replace the old one. Valt understands that if you remove one lizard, another one immediately appears, and if you leave the giant unattended, he will definitely destroy the barrier. And in general, the girls are behaving too loosely. The giant takes aim at the main character, trying to attack from behind, pointing his huge fist at him. The limb flies at the guy with a whistle. Valt is dangerously baring his teeth because even if you hit him, before he could finish his thought, someone's very loud scream was heard not far away. Someone in a cloak was covering himself with his hands in fear from the huge giant, crying loudly. The boy was surprised. Did this child not have time to run away? If Valt escapes from the blow, then the child will suffer. The giant struck out, destroying absolutely everything in his path with just one attack of his fist. A very strong wind of dust and sand rose into the sky. The man in the cloak covers his face with his hands, trying to protect his eyes. In front of him stood Valt, who protected him from the fiery attack by making a shield out of himself, saying that he was really hot, because it was even hotter than the flame that the dragon was spewing. Ludessa and Ranzaluna look in shock at the guy who made himself a human shield. This picture scared them a lot. Valt smiles smugly as he was able to stop the giant's sword with one hand. Covering his face with his hand, he bursts into wild laughter. The guy smiles brightly and shouts out how weak Surt's fire is, because it was much hotter in Satan's sauna. Ludessa and Ranzaluna had questions, because this was definitely not human strength, it was something terrible. Iris was simply speechless. She stood in a stupor with her eyes wide open. The girl behind him looks at the guy as if he were her great savior. He speaks very, very loudly to the giant Surt. Having obtained the monster's weapon, he threatens it with a smug smile that it now belongs to Valt. The guy delivers a powerful blow with his opponent's weapon, which knocks the giant off his feet, and he retreats from the powerful blow. Rika sits on the ground, completely stunned, not understanding if this is all normal, her eyes filling with tears of fear. Valt looks at the girl, wiping his hands, wondering what she's doing here at all. No one expected to see her here. With the giant on her weak knees in the background, the girl tried to somehow justify herself, until the guy came up with a brilliant idea. Valt, with a cheeky smile, asks Rika to help him. The girl's eyes widen, not understanding anything at all, a nervous smile painting her lips. The giant falls from a piercing blow from his own sword. For such a monster, only his weapon can hit him. Iris, her eyes wide open, thinks not only did Valt stop Surt's sword with one hand, he also broke it into pieces. The sword in the weapon shop, she certainly thought it was incredible. Memories of the dialogue in the merchant's shop pop up in her head when Valt shared the history of the sword he used. Smiling bitterly, she points out that there is one thing, however. Valt surprised her too easily. The girl says that Valt easily exceeded absolutely all her expectations. Valt turns to Rika, who is sitting on the ground, reminding her that he asked her for help and wants to know how long she will sit, to which the girl replies that she cannot stand on her feet and quietly apologizes. Rika falls to her feet, already apologizing loudly for causing Valt a whole bunch of trouble. The guy doesn't understand what all these bows are for. He looks at the girl as if she was crazy. The guys are heatedly discussing that Valt wants to help Rika. She denies that there is nothing to do. There is no point in bothering yourself, while the giant in the background is gathering strength to stand up. The guy thinks that Rika hit her head hard, while something flies next to him, trying to deliver a precise blow. The girl screams loudly. She is really loud. Valt says that the giant is angry that the guy broke his huge sword. He grabs Rika by the elbow and pulls her to stand up as quickly as possible. Picking her up in his arms, he carries her away from the powerful explosion that could easily hit the couple. It was very similar to a curtain of fire. Now Jurda had no choice but to fully focus on maintaining the magic circle. Rika closes her eyes convulsively and loudly asks what that was all about. She is too scared. Valt wonders if she was really scared like a little child. The girl denies it, and in general it is too embarrassing for her. The girl curses herself more than a dozen times with tears in her innocent eyes. The guy replies that he is not interested in such things. He just asked for help to Riku more than once. With the monster finding the strength to stand up, Valt explains that it is a fire giant, and that fire's weak point is believed to be water, so he asks Riku to use black water magic. The girl is very unsure of her abilities and expresses some doubts about this. Valt supports Riku, assuring her that she has talent. He definitely believes in her strength. The guy reminds her of the time when the girl turned an ordinary fireball into a barrage of fire, to which Rika covers her face with her hands and loudly apologizes for that incident. Valt urges the girl not to worry about destroying everything, because right now they need her destructive power. And he adds that there is no need to worry about Iris and the others. They clearly do not need help now. It is evident that the girls will be able to escape. They bravely fight against the lizards that attack from all sides. Bravely raising their swords, Ludessa, Iris, and Ranzaluna fight for victory. He assures that when the girl casts a spell, he will also get down to business. Valt promises that he will protect her, his eyes sparkling with confidence in his words. He is determined. Ricky's eyes light up with determination. She is now more confident in her abilities and promises to try. Even in a hopeless situation, she feels a surge of courage. She is no longer afraid, she feels stronger. The falling lava, the waves of salamanders, and even the power of this giant no longer frighten her. Rika is no longer afraid of anything. Gathering all her will into a fist, she casts a powerful spell. The girl raised her voice to the maximum volume and called on everyone to hear her. Valt created a huge shot. No one understands what is happening. Rika announces that everyone is now free to do whatever they want. Iris is not quite sure she understands anything, but she is always ready to act. Valt was filled with determination. He warned everyone this is the most important thing for him now. He gives a signal to Rika, who appeals to the powers of the water gods to hear her prayers. The girl caused a huge snowstorm. A wave of snow covered almost the entire city. She had to stop the fire giant. A huge wave of snowstorm arose. Loud cries of people were heard from all sides. The wave covered the roofs of even the tallest houses. Ranzaluna claims that such snowstorms never happen anywhere, that no matter what angle you look at it, it is the highest ice magic. Diamond Dust, Ricky's spell, traps the giant and everything around him in its cold, strong cage. Jurda understands that this is the highest level of magic, which can only be compared to her dark magic. She was surprised because she never noticed such potential in the little elf. Valt calls it entry-level magic while looking at one of the ice statues Rika created. Even in his homeland, few people use the highest black magic with such a range of damage. It was too dangerous for people's lives. Valt saw with his own eyes what a real first-level black mage was like. He will be looking forward to Henlika Estenadel will reveal her incredible talent. The girl herself is wildly embarrassed by the scale of the damage she inflicted on the giant and the lizards. Valt descends with the girl in his arms, clarifying that all the salamanders and the fire giant himself were frozen. Huge ice statues of monsters stand around the company. The spell was very powerful. Until this moment he had been watching and noticed one interesting thing. There is a limit of 13 salamanders that can be summoned at one time. But you don't have to remove 13 salamanders at the same time. You can immobilize them and make them incapacitated. Walt explains that it will all just be one big target. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he concludes that this is extra work, the girl called him. Valt turned his attention to Iris, beckoning her closer to him. The guy asks the girl to take care of the wounded Rika. He asked to leave the rest to him, and in a confident tone of voice, he promised that he would figure it out on his own. Iris grabs his hand, asking him to stop, because rushing into a fight without thinking is too dangerous an undertaking. The girl adds that first they should find the giant's weak points. In the background, the giant sits quietly in his ice cage. Rika intervenes in the conversation, reminding him that his body is made entirely of flame. And he adds that there will be no results without a plan. While the giant is in icy confinement, the guys are heatedly discussing how a thoughtless attack will definitely not lead to anything good, but on the contrary, can only make things worse. Valt noticed that the girls had been arguing with each other not long ago, but he agreed with their thoughts. They should come up with a plan and not act thoughtlessly. The guy was going to knock him down, but he wasn't sure that tactic would work. Valt falls into thought as the giant begins to make strange sounds. Pieces of ice break under the giant's pressure. He almost escaped from the ice captivity. The fire monster emerged from the ice captivity. The monster opened its huge mouth. Inside the jaw, a clot of energy was gathering, which was preparing to shoot in an instant. Valt noticed the explosions behind him, turned around sharply and was surprised, because the monsters were freed and all at once. A huge, powerful explosion knocked everyone off their feet. Walt feels like he's on the verge of losing consciousness. He experienced a very familiar old feeling. Valt remembered the times when he was a fearsome, great dragon, towering over the humans, calling them too brave to fight such a powerful dragon. He remembered there was a flash then. He saw exactly who was behind it. That man was called the strongest in this world. It was a truly terrifying sight. 1,000 eyes watching everyone at once, looming menacingly over people's heads. Valt burst into horrifying laughter. The people had acted brazenly in trying to get rid of the dragon. The people were more furious than the devil himself. Loud and very rude insults flew towards the people. The words sounded with wild mockery. Valt's body began to take on a human form, arms, legs, and other human body parts. He recognized humans as truly good opponents. One part of him didn't want to admit defeat, but the other part. I understood that he had no more chances. It was definitely his defeat. He was defeated. Valtu felt dark, cold, empty. Somewhere deep in the darkness, somewhere completely alone. He received the end that was given to him. Valt's story was ready to end instantly. Even though he was convinced that he was really weak, he still fought with his bare hands. He is really strong. He himself doesn't know the full picture. He was defeated before the final form, his trump card. Valt understands how ironic this story is. Because the magician used a special spell, he began to drift in another dimension, somewhere in the void, in the endless void. To protect himself, Valt's brain cut off contact with reality. The transformation into the final form continued. He calculated everything. He never intended to be reborn as a human. This appearance is his final form. Valt clutches the area near his heart, as if realizing that he is alive and trying to say something. Sitting on one knee, he realizes that he has not been reborn, but has simply passed into another world. Valt is contacted through his consciousness. The guy recognizes Gerda by her voice. The girl noticed that he woke up, so she decided to contact him. The girl stands high on the bell tower. Next to her you can see a magic circle that supports the barrier. She warns that she wants to remove the barrier due to the lack of remaining strength. Looking sternly somewhere ahead, he advises the guy to immediately leave the scene of action. Valt is worried about his comrades. He doesn't want to leave them here. Suddenly, the picture in front of him captures his attention. All his comrades are very badly wounded. Gerda reports that everyone needs to be rescued immediately. Ludessa hugs her pet. Iris lies unconscious on the ground. Ranzaluna is weakened but holds tightly to the sword on which she leans. Valt realizes they all protected him with their backs when he passed out. All three are badly wounded, but they protected him, risking their lives. The guy turns to Ranzel. He is amazed that she actually did it. Yes, his training was not enough, but he intends to fix everything. Gerda says that she does not have enough strength to carry everyone to a safer place. The girl raises her surprised gaze while the wind flutters her large hat. The girl wants to say something, but Valt interrupts her, saying that there is no need to do anything. Gerda is perplexed. The guy finds out that he can communicate using telepathy. She only needed to understand one thing. Valt reports that he has already collected the missing pieces of his memories. Also that he can now transfer magical power to others. The guy, against the backdrop of the bell tower on which Gerda is standing, promises that he will do something and Gerda will have to do something else. He asks Gerda to gather all her magical powers and advises her to try to maintain the barrier as much as possible. The girl doesn't know what to answer. She listens to the guy's words in shock. Valt shares his joy that he can now finally act freely. With a wild look, he orders the lizards to disappear. They are small prey for him. They instantly disappear, leaving behind huge waves of explosions. Gerda's eyes widen with the realization of what happened to the salamanders. She didn't expect such a strong pressure from the guy. Valt addresses the giant with disrespect. He doesn't know what Cert is exactly, but considers him too arrogant for his attempt to destroy the capital. Right now, Valt is about to show the seriousness of the Demon King Ishvalt. Aslaya, with a fearless step, he moves as close as possible to the giant. Taking off, he boldly rushes at the giant. Still, Valt believed that he was reborn as a human and always limited himself. While the giant tried to attack him, the guy simply stopped holding back himself and his powers. For him, it's a piece of cake. All his comrades are lying on the ground trying to regain consciousness. Iris is trying to get up, sitting on her knees. She is looking for the last strength in herself to get up. She notices that next to her there is a guy fighting a huge giant, and in front of her is a picture of a fearless fight on the part of the main character. Iris realizes that it was Valt who saved their lives. The guy, with a bright smile on his face, in turn prepares to deliver a crushing blow, shouting for the fire giant to get ready. Valt hits the armor of the huge monster with all his might. Under the powerful blow, the monster retreats back. For a second, he is confused. The armor quickly breaks under the powerful blow, and some brightly sparkling stones are visible inside. Iris noticed the bright light from the stone, noticing this, trying to make out what exactly it was. The girl shouts that this stone is definitely his weak spot. The bright sparkling stone in the giant's chest draws all the attention to itself. It was not difficult to guess the monster's weak spot. Valt takes this into account and turns his attention to the giant, already aiming at the right spot. He made the same assumption as Iris, and then hit the stone as hard as he could. A flash of light and Valt flies away from the giant's artificial heart. With the stone in his hand, the giant, left without a heart, prepares to fall and accept his defeat. Valt begins the phrase about the summoned creature. From this bright picture, the eyes of all the girls light up with bright hope. The guy finishes the sentence by saying that no creatures can look down on him. After all, this is an unprecedented rudeness for Valt. The guy smiles brightly. He won. The huge stone was instantly broken into small pieces. 3 days after Cert's attack, the city is cleaning up the remnants of the attack. Everyone is trying hard to clean up the mess the giant left behind. Hortensia says that she received a report on the restoration work quite quickly. She looked out the window watching the people working outside. They all tried their best. At the beginning of the operation, she thought that the work would not go so well. But it turned out the opposite. The residents actually tried even better than expected. The girl is happy that she was able to settle even such a difficult matter so easily and quickly. Someone sneaks up from behind and offers the fox at least a little. It turned out that Gerda had decided to visit her friend. Hortensia was glad about the visit and was not at all surprised by the witch's appearance. The girl decides to ask the witch how her comrades are doing after such a brutal battle with the giant, to which she received an optimistic answer. Her friends will soon recover. Gerda decides to simply remind him of her right to a few days of rest. Hortensia smiles sarcastically and asks about Rancel's difficult condition. The witch replies that her condition will soon return to normal. She hopes that this is all thanks to the knight's heavy equipment, and the girl will soon be able to return to normal life. Hortensia is happy about such wonderful news and does not hide her joy at the news. Gerda reports that the miracle armor of the first rank was destroyed. But now the most important thing is that Rancel is alive. The fox was sure that there would be a blacksmith who would be willing to repair this armor, but the witch replied that it would not be cheap at all. Hortensia has no answer to such a taunt. Gerda tells that they put Lady Iris in great danger, and asks herself if she regrets it. And she answers herself that she regrets this very much, because an important person in the capital could have suffered. The girls discuss that perhaps this was not the best tactic, but perhaps it was the only option in such a dangerous situation. Gerda concludes that, at the very least, this was the best option at the time of the battle. Hortensia confirms that it is truly a miracle that they were left without casualties. The situation could have been much worse, but they were very lucky. The witch did not find an answer. She expressed silent consent. This is very good luck. With a slight smile on her face, she asks not to be consoled. The fox takes this to heart and scolds, because she tries to be kind. It's not every day you can hear such kind words from a fox, but they are not accepted. It's rude. Hortensia is thinking, because Valt's identity is not revealed, she makes assumptions about who he really is, and also the strange appearance of the giant. But he leaves this thought, because the guy has not yet shown himself as a terrible demon king. They can only hope that he will not show himself for now. A large crowd of people gathered on one street. Loud shouts and laughter could be heard. The simple villagers thanked, praised, and almost blessed Valt as a hero of the new era. In their eyes, he is the savior of the capital. Everyone is very grateful to him, and some girls want to take the guy as their husband. The guy just hangs his head sadly. He doesn't need that kind of attention. Everyone he meets calls him a hero, but in his opinion, a hero is the enemy of the demon king, which was very ironic for the guy. Someone knocked on the door. Valt raised his head and gave permission for his guest to enter. It was Rika. The girl politely apologized and looked into the room. Valt notes that he doesn't see her here often and asks about the girl's well-being. Rika shares that she is much better. The white sorceress helped her. She also had to give up her award for medical assistance. The guy doesn't immediately understand what the award is. Rika says that this is a reward for leveling up, and also she was able to fly past the second level and get straight to the third. She doubts that she was not useful enough. Valt was surprised. He reminded the girl that it was only thanks to her freezing magic that they were able to get out. Rika politely thanks him. The guy expresses his concerns because his level has not increased, and he takes his level card out of his pocket. He thinks that different levels have different limits, even though he was able to defeat the giant. His level has not increased at all. He looks at his card, trying to see something new in it. Valt does not feel satisfied at all. Rather, he is disappointed with his situation. The guy decides to leave this thought and turns to the girl with a question. What is it like outside now? He assumes that people are still bustling about. Rika says that compared to the first day, it is actually calmer now. She also adds that the enthusiasm of the townspeople does not wane, which is why she has to put on a hood when she goes outside and puts on a hood. At this, Valt laughs, touched by the fact that Rika is now also a local celebrity. The girl says that she used to be an elf who undermines her comrades, but now she is called a cold elf. Valt covers his rock with his hand, trying not to laugh. Valt still understands that without Ricky's ice magic, they definitely wouldn't have been able to cope. The girl sadly hangs her head, because her new title sounds just like some kind of dish in a restaurant. Valt jokes about this because now if Rika screws up, she can be called Flowing Elf. The girl is very unhappy with this idea. She asks not to tell people about such an indecent thought, because it will shame her very much. Valt promises that he will definitely not tell anyone anything, then asks why the girl came to him. Rika blushes and becomes very embarrassed. She feels awkward talking about such things. She quickly falls to her knees, apologizing loudly, almost hitting her head on the floor. Valt propped his cheek on his hand and wondered why the girl was apologizing to him again. Rika reveals that she was ordered by Chief Bertolin to secretly spy on Valt. After the mushroom picking mission, Rika sent a report to the chief. Valt became interested in such details. The girl says that there was no way she could resist this cunning fox. The girl admits that she was tempted by a very large reward, because she almost always ended up with an empty wallet in her hands. Valt always knew that she had a hard life, because Rika was almost always without money in her pocket. The girl lifts her head. She is surprised and asks if he really is not angry with her. She expected anger in the guy's eyes, or at least disgust, but she saw none of it, to which she receives a chuckle. Valt admits that he is used to being followed, but the girl still feels guilty towards him for lying to him for so long. She quickly refused the position. Valt says that if the girl had kept quiet, she could have received a good amount for the work done. The girl is shocked, and Valt expresses gratitude that the girl finally confessed to him. It was a truly brave act for such a girl. Rika clutches the hem of her coat, feeling a sense of shame inside her. With a loud scream and tears in her eyes, she rushes at Valt, shouting that she still won't calm down. The guy tries to explain that he is ready to forgive her all her mistakes, but he was interrupted. Rika was asking for any and preferably the most severe punishment for such an offense. She almost begs for punishment for herself. The guy himself starts yelling, because he really doesn't understand what she wants from him. He doesn't want to punish her under any circumstances. He doesn't need it. Elsie, passing by, wants to enter Valt's room and knocks politely. Seeing such a picture of Rika sitting on her knees in front of the guy, clinging to his clothes, all three were speechless. Elsie, with a completely unkind aura, asks what Rika is doing here. Valt tries to protect the girl by shouting that this is not what she might have thought. Alice clears her throat, apologizes, and admits that she did indeed misunderstand things. Rika, crying loudly, asks for forgiveness again, under the pretext that it was all her fault. Valst asks what Elsie is doing here. The girl replied that she is here because of the reward for the defeated giant. Valt expressed dissatisfaction with the title of hero. Alice smiled radiantly, thinking that all adventurers are like that and everyone should learn modesty from Valt himself. But the guy didn't understand anything. He put aside unnecessary thoughts and asked what reward they would receive. Alice says that the council decided to take care of their future, and he adds that without work they won't be able to pay for their accommodation, and it's not at all polite to provide them with a very cheap room. Valt thought they were staying in a flophouse. The guy found this offer very tempting and asked which tavern they wanted to send them to. Alice, politely with a smile on her face, replied that it would be a tavern with a 3-star rating. Rika was surprised by such a rating. Valt didn't quite understand the meaning of such a rating. The girl explained to him that this was the highest rating for any very rich tavern. Rika wistfully explains that among the many taverns, the customer service, the cooking, the various equipment, all reach the highest quality with a 3-star rating. The girl tells how she read a bunch of guidebooks with information about taverns, how she always dreamed of getting there and enjoyed the atmosphere of the pictures. This beautiful stream of thoughts is interrupted by Alice. The girl says that there are 2 free seats left in the tavern and invites Rika to move. Alice goes into detail about the amenities at the tavern, but Rick interrupts her monologue. She thinks she won't be able to pay for such a place to live, but Alice claims that there is nothing wrong with that. The girl advertises that she can pay for the accommodation of 2 heroes for 3 months in advance. This is the minimum they can afford for saving the capital. Rika thinks that 3 stars is too much for them, but Valt expresses the opposite idea, on the contrary, advising them to enjoy the moment while they can. The guy assures that there is no point in worrying so much, because they will have plenty of time to earn money for further living in the tavern. He promises that he will help Rika develop her abilities, which touches the girl very much, and such an appeal to her makes her very happy, despite her ability to destroy everything around her. Alice giggles and says that a new group has appeared. It was a very cute event. The girl advises not to put this matter off, gives a map of the area where the tavern is located, and advises to definitely go and see it. There are a lot of people walking around the street next to the tavern. Some are going inside, some are admiring the beautiful view of the tavern from the outside, some are just walking around. The couple came to the location of the tavern. Valt imagined the royal chambers and was a little disappointed by what he saw. The sign on the tavern reads Demon King's Castle. Valt is shocked by such a name. He tries to remember where he has seen such a name before. A strange feeling does not leave him. Someone greets a guy with the phrase that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Valt recognized Cheyenne. The girl was pleasantly surprised that the guy remembered her name. She greeted the guests with a gentle smile. The girl shares that she was waiting for the heroes of the capital. She calls the guy a very promising adventurer. Cheyenne smiles and warns that he will now call Valt a hero. He is clearly very unhappy with such a nickname. The girl suggests King of Heroes, but this infuriates the guy even more. She notices Rika standing next to her and tries very hard to remember her. The girl's appearance could really stand out from the crowd. Cheyenne bets that it is Henrik's cold elf. Rika introduces herself by her full name and says she is very pleased to meet him. The girl asks to address her simply as Rika, but Cheyenne continues to call her cold elf Henrik. The girl is clearly embarrassed by such respect for herself. The girl expresses her dissatisfaction, but for Cheyenne the official title sounds quite tasty. Rika is now certain that her title sounds like restaurant food, and Cheyenne invites the boys in. The girl promises to take them to the Demon King's castle, and opens the doors to the tavern for them. Both were delighted by the very rich atmosphere of the tavern, elegant chandeliers, high ceilings, wide, long staircases. Everything looked very large and rich. Valt liked the smell of the tavern. Chiron explains that during the day the lobby is a restaurant, and in the evening a beer hall, so guests can eat and have a drink at any time. The girl takes the guys to the 2nd floor, shows where their room is. It is already cleaned inside, so the guests can stay here now. As soon as they enter inside, they are enveloped by the luxurious atmosphere of a rich room, expensive furniture, and the room is not at all small in size. Valt speaks very positively of their new room, having moved his bed into his office when he was the Demon King. He is really impressed by the size of the room and is pleased with his new home, and Rika is shown the bedroom. There are two huge single beds in the room. The guys are told that instead of 2 rooms, one is free. This greatly embarrasses Rika. Cheyenne says that the guild was most likely mistaken, and you can tell from her face that she is truly sorry. Valt says that such a room would suit him, nothing bothers him, unlike the embarrassed Rika. She covers her red cheeks from embarrassment. The guy sits down on the bed, pleased, and repeats that they will live here, because he really liked the room. Rika is very confused by the idea of living with Valt. She has never lived with a guy before. Chiron says that you can take a bath on the first floor whenever you want. Also that the couple could enjoy the hot springs. Valt was very interested. Cheyenne adds that you can contact the reception desk with any questions. Valt understood and accepted the information, and the embarrassed Rika did not know how she would live with the guy. She is immersed in her terrible thoughts. What if Valt, the guy, knocks her out of her thoughts? The girl is scared because she was suddenly distracted from her thoughts. Valt repeats that they will live together and hopes that Ricky's heart is ready. The girl became even more embarrassed. The guy adds that they are definitely ready for a man and a woman to live together under the same roof. He holds her hand tightly. He adds that she should be prepared for the fact that in the future Rika will have to give birth to a child. The girl turns bright red and screams loudly that this role is too much for her. Valt didn't understand what just happened. The girl explained that she wasn't ready for such a role yet. The guy agreed and asked Riku to listen carefully. He designates one bed as his own and gives the other to Rika. The girl remains in a silent stupor. Rika wants to know what will happen if she crosses the border. The guy says that, of course, there will be a war. The girl is worried. Is it a war? The guy hurries to reassure her that he is not going to defend himself from his partner. Rika yells back that she had no intention of entering his territory at all. Not even a little. She didn't need it at all. Valt is happy and says that her words calmed him down. The guy offers to sign a non-aggression pact, which greatly shocks Riku, but he hurries to reassure her that their situation is not that serious and a verbal promise will do. Valt asks the girl for a promise and she quickly agrees. The guy stretches his back contentedly. He is really happy to hear this. Now this is only his territory. Valt asks Rika if she wants to go to the famous hot springs, adding that she should go and that she can definitely handle the task of finding the springs. The girl hesitantly agrees. The guy is pleased with her answer and quickly runs out of the room. The girl's cheeks turned red. She doesn't understand what's happening to her. She feels completely out of her mind, standing in the room with very red cheeks. But at the same time, she calmed down while bathing in the spring. Meanwhile, on the other side, Valt was looking for the hot springs he needed. The guy asserts the idea that there is really a rich choice here. The guy does not want to linger while there are almost no people, but he does not want to get lost either. Having selected the first source for his test, he was illuminated by a bright flash of light. Valt looked at the source he had chosen, a beautiful, warm and cozy place, with a huge cloud of airy foam around it. In all this white heap the boy met Culula, Ludessa's pet. Valt was surprised and asked the animal if he was with the girl, because usually these two are always together. Hearing a familiar voice addressing Ku, the boy turned around at the loud cry. Valt turned to Ludessa, who came running from that very cloud of foam. He was glad to see her there. The girl, not paying attention to the guy, menacingly rushed at her pet, as if she wanted to attack and crush him. As it turned out, they were simply relaxing in the hot springs in their own way. The guy asks in surprise what Ludess is doing. She replied that she is trying to wash Ku, because she constantly runs away from attempts to wash her. Valt was surprised by her sudden appearance and asked if she had used transition magic. Ludessa answers his question positively and tells him that the sacred beast has a miraculous skill by nature. The guy just wants to know how long the girl will do this. Of course he is alone here, but this is still a public place and he would like to relax. The girl jokes that she can hide in the foam, for which she gets hit on the head. Valt asks the girl to quickly return to the bath. He wanted a quiet rest. A thought that only she knows comes to mind, and she asks if Valt is going to wash himself now. Since he is going, the girl is going to follow his advice. The guy does not understand what she is talking about. The girl talks about the secret source Hana no Yu, which only a select few know about. Ludessa reveals secret hot springs that are only accessible to special people. Walt wonders why there is only one entrance. The girl suggests that it was made for communal bathing. Valtu doesn't really like the idea of swimming together. He would like to relax alone. Ludessa again about the hot spring situation. She just nods and says that they will go there too. The guy thought about the girl and her pet. Ludessa denies his thought and says that she will go there with the guy. She said that the knightly order had reserved this source and the guy should not be shy. Valt wonders how one cannot be shy here. The guy is worried that Iris and the others won't let him. Ludessa just calms the guy down. The girl sees in this situation a new perspective for ridicule. Valt understood why he was called here. He warns that he came simply to enjoy the hot springs and clarifies whether Ludessa takes responsibility for everything. The girl just dreams of having a good wash. The guy tries to convince himself that everything will be fine. The guy really liked the hot springs. He smelled something. Valt thought it was definitely the smell of some girl. Someone's voice says that he wants to enjoy the springs. The guy screams because he doesn't know who it is. It was the knightly order that reserved the springs. Valt is in a panic. Didn't Ludessa explain the situation to them? The knights quickly demanded an answer. Valt shouted back his name, that it was he who was in the hot springs. Ranzaluna rushed at him with a scream and a powerful blow, collecting water from the springs behind her. Valt deftly dodged the girl's anger. It turned out that Ludessa had specifically called the guy here. She thought it was a fun activity. While he was trying to defend himself from the blows, the girls were discussing their very awkward situation. Valt sits calmly and is glad that he was able to survive such an attack. Ludessa came up from behind and offered to help the boy wash himself. The girl jokes that Valt doesn't like to wash his body just like her pet. The guy didn't like that he was compared to an animal, but he admits that he is not very good at washing, because when he was in the royal family, servants washed him. The girl thought very seriously. Ludessa offers her help in washing. Her thoughts were definitely not kind. A villainous plan was definitely maturing in her head. The girl offers a reward for saving the city. Valt tries to refuse, but the girl turns out to be more cunning. According to her, elves are a very conscientious race, so it is not difficult for her to thank him. The guy still has doubts, but Ludessa is more persistent. She assures that there is no need to doubt at all. And so she again offers to help wash Valt's body. The girl suggests that he close his eyes if he is so embarrassed. Ludessa already wants to start washing the guy, while Valt himself prays that she doesn't bite his ears. For a while, Valt sits quietly and calmly. While the guy is sitting in the springs, he realizes that something is wrong. He calls Ludessa. Valt wonders if the girl was really that hairy. Ludessa tries not to laugh. The girl covers her mouth with her hand to keep from laughing. The guy decided to describe his feelings as if a mop was touching him. Ludessa is ready to laugh out loud. The girl's pet jumps out of a huge pile of foam. Ku turned out to be very friendly and reached out to the guy for a hug. Ludessa bursts into loud laughter, and the guy feels relieved and disappointed at the same time. Ranzaluna turns to Valt to get his attention. She warns him not to dare peek at Iris, who is just enjoying the hot springs. Valt considers this behavior too petty. The girl clenches her jaw in anger at the guy. The guy compares the girl's physique with the required proportions for a knight, and says that such a body does not look like a fighter. Ranzaluna is too embarrassed and angry at the same time. The girl throws water on him. Ludessa giggles and Iris tries to calm the two down. The girl decided to find out if Valt had come up with a name for the group. The guy thought about it and gave a positive answer. He wanted to call the group the Hellishly Vicious World Conquest Group. The three girls agreed that this name was definitely not for them. It sounded very ridiculous. Valt is disappointed because the ideas of the great genius were never accepted by society. He is almost disillusioned with this cruel world. But he decided to try his luck and find out Iris's opinion. Maybe she would approve of his idea. The girl thinks that it is dangerous to let Valt reason alone. The guy is in shock. Ludessa decides that they should all think together about the name of the group. It's easier for everyone to think together. Rika is surprised by the idea of coming up with a band name. She hadn't even thought about it. Valt replies that he wants to consult with some adventurers. Usually such people have a very good imagination. He was advised to name the band Valta. The guy wants to know what Rika thinks about such a name. The girl shares that she likes this name, and Valt decides to keep it. Although the guy says that it lacks the magical part, this name is Sammer ordinary and boring. Valt shares that Iris and the others didn't really like the name, but the guy liked the idea of Asly's dark hegemony. Suddenly the girl screamed. Rika asks to help her up. Valt does not understand what is happening. The girl screams loudly that someone grabbed her leg. She builds the most terrible plots in her head. Valt asks her to calm down and promises to come up with something. The guy is completely sure that this cannot be a ghost. There was an unfamiliar girl lying on the cold ground. She looked very tired. In the previous chapter, the heroes looked strangely at the girl at their feet. She was very weak and looked as if she had been fighting with someone for a very, very long time. The guys look at the girl. It turns out she was the one who grabbed Riku by the leg. Valt says that she looks like a child. The girl wakes up in an instant and screams in panic that she is not a child, but a very famous adventurer. The guy tries to find out if everything is okay with her. With tears in her eyes, she shares that if she gets injured, she should see a doctor and wonders if she won't make it to the capital. Valt says that in this condition the girl will definitely not reach the capital. She refuses help, but the guy tries to help. The girl clutches her stomach. She bends almost over from the pain in her stomach. Valt seems to understand where exactly the problem is. It turned out that she was very hungry. Perhaps she had not eaten for several days in a row. The company reached the capital branch of the Adventurers Guild, to the dining room. An unfamiliar girl is happily having lunch. She is having a very tasty meal. There is a huge pile of empty plates next to her. The girl is happily eating huge portions. Rika tells the girl not to be shy and to eat as much as she wants and can eat. Valt was interested in whether the girl had money. He needed to understand who would pay for the girl's lunch. Because the appetite in such a small body is too big, not everyone could pay such a bill. She admits that her pocket is empty. The guy understands that he will be paying for the dinner. All he can do is sigh and accept this situation. The girl introduced herself. Her name is Murabuka Stelvio. Mura shares that she was born in the port and is 14 years old. Valt thought about it and decided to call her Murabu, to which the girl was unhappy, because this nickname from the past could stick again. The guy asks how she ended up in those bushes. She couldn't just get lost. Mura is very embarrassed to tell this story. It is clear from the girl's face that the story is not the best. She said that she was on a delivery quest, and on the way she met a monster. As she reported, she failed the quest. The guy asked what happened to the goods, and suggested that a monster stole it. Mura admitted that she ate it. She was ashamed to admit it, but she had to admit it because it couldn't be hidden. The girl shared that while she was running from the monster, she climbed a tree because of hunger. She understood that she could not give herself away with an empty stomach, and the food was almost gone. And then she remembered her basket. That she had goods. These were fruits of the highest quality, so she did not find another way out. Valt was unhappy with such impudence of the girl. Someone calls the girl under the pretext of seeing her for the first time in a week. Valt turns around at the voice. It was Elsie who came running. She was glad that Mura was okay. She was worried about the little girl's condition. She thanks Valt for protecting her. The guy is surprised. Elsie shares that Mura took a beginner-level quest and screamed without a trace. The guy is surprised. She is a master of her craft so as not to perform the simplest tasks. Rika and Mura have a nice conversation. Elsie says that Valta should be rewarded and promises to pay his bill. The guy relaxes, because he won't have to pay. Mura shares that she has been an adventurer for 2 years now. Rika is delighted, because she should be higher in status. But the girl wonders why, having such experience, Mura still remains a craftswoman. The girl didn't like that someone was focusing on this. She took it as an insult. She doesn't like that Rika reproaches her, because it's too rude. The artisans are too disrespected. Mura asks if Rika thinks being a craftsman is too small a step on the path to becoming a mage. She asks what the elf's profession is, and she replies that she is a black magician. Mura continues that, having received the title of adventurer, she was already a craftswoman. Taking a deep breath, she is going to tell him everything to his face. Valt quickly shoves food into the girl's mouth and tells her to calm down. She quickly swallowed the food, calmed down, and smiled radiantly from the delicious food. Her mood very quickly changed to a more positive one. Valt asks if the girl has directed someone's anger at herself. She shares that for artisans their profession is very important. They are very proud of their work. They have helped many adventurers. Mura concludes that artisans are very disrespected. Valt is not sure but agrees with her thought. Valt, sipping tea, thinks that on the day of entering the adventure training school, no matter what profession you choose, a knight apprentice or an adventurer, for him these are all boring professions. For him, these words aren't even worth looking up in an Isekai encyclopedia. Valt was surprised that he had just shown disrespect to the artisans, but Mura loudly expressed the idea that she really wanted to gain respect for her profession. She dreams of becoming the strongest craftswoman in the world one day. Mura slams the table and starts talking about her family tree, but because she was speaking too loudly, a female employee came up to her and asked her not to disturb other customers. The girl was angry. She thought that they were looking at her like trash, but Valt calmed her down, saying that she really was to blame. The guy says that Mura herself is dishonoring the honest name of the artisans, and she should really think about it. The girl tries to defend herself by saying that it was Valt who made her angry, to which the guy simply laughed and joked that she was probably angry at herself. Mura screams that, on the contrary, she is angry with him, and shouts that with such a character he has no chance with girls. Valt says that he doesn't care at all about it, and calls Mura not so much a girl as a small, naughty child. Elsie tries to calm Mura down, because at this rate, the waitress will soon come again in response to the loud screams. Mura sat down and calmed down, while Elsie turned her attention to Valt and apologized for not helping with the move, to which the guy replied that they managed on their own. Mura was shocked by the phrase about moving. Elsie says that Valt became a hero because he saved the capital from a huge giant, and that this reward was used to update the activity base. Mura rises menacingly from the table. She does not believe that a man like Valt could save the city. The guy is offended by such an accusation against him. The girl asks a question about the guy's good finances. Valt is surprised by such a question. Mura clarifies that in their team one person hits physically and the other with magic, and concludes that the craftsman will be an excellent balance regulator in their team. She wants to be with someone in the team too much. Murray suggests that everyone praises white mages who can heal people, but we shouldn't push artisans into the background. They can be very useful. The girl tells about all the advantages of the artisans in the team. Rika nods approvingly. Having almost accepted the girl into her team, Valt understands how easy it is to deceive her. All you had to do was press on her pity. Mura says that she will be very useful. Valt abruptly interrupts her monologue. The guy says that they definitely don't need a third person on the team, and she should go annoy someone else. The girl clenches her trembling fists. The girl screamed loudly from great resentment. Valt thought that her stomach hurt again. Mura shares that she could never fit into any team. She was always alone. She says that because of her profession, she couldn't get a normal quest. If this continues, she will soon lose her title as an adventurer. Mura says that now she will have to leave the capital and return to her small town. She told about her dreams, how she tried to get accepted into the capital. Walt just isn't going to fall for her tears. He doesn't have much empathy. Rika suddenly gets up from the table. The guy is in a stupor. The girl says in a trembling voice that the capital really is cruel to new adventurers. The girl says that she understands Mura perfectly well, because if she had not met Valt, she probably would have left the capital long ago. The guy is surprised that Rika is trying to protect Mura. The girl says that Mura is definitely not a stranger, and asks Valt to take her into the team and try his best to befriend her. Valt is surprised that he heard this from Ricky. The guy reminds that Ricky's disease of destroying everything has not yet been cured, and Mura can become the cause of its manifestation at any moment. The girl only promises that she will try very hard. Valt is not sure, but he allows Mura to stay, purely out of respect for her feelings. Both girls are very happy and thank Valt. Mura hugs Riku, saying that she will be able to have fun with someone from the team, and thanks Riku. While the girls hug, Mura turns her gaze to Valt. She gives him a strange smile, and the guy begins to doubt his decision to leave her. Valt orders Rika to take Mura to wash up, because if she remains dirty, they might get into trouble. The girl runs to talk to Shounen, and turning his gaze to Elsie, he says that this is how things are with them. Ishido's group bids farewell to the guild leader, and says that they are heading out into the dungeon to rescue the Silver Wolf Knights group. The guild leader and Elsie encourage them, tell them to be careful and send them on their way. Elsie is worried and asks the leader if they should let Rika and Murab go to the Gracio's dungeon. She is worried that Rika and Murabu are low levels. Even if they are under Ishido's supervision, Gracio's is such a dangerous dungeon that it requires a party of top-class adventurers to clear it. Elsie is also worried that this is a sudden task and the group has not had enough time to prepare for the quest. But the leader reassures her, saying that Elsie saw for herself how the girls reacted when they were told to stay. The girls reacted very strongly. They said that they were part of Ishido's group and they could be useful and would help in any way they could, and they were not going to sit back and would go with him to the dungeon. And no matter what anyone said, they were a team. The leader noticed how happy Ishido was, as he watched from the sidelines the girls' determination and their eagerness to help him in this dangerous adventure. The chief was very touched by the fact that Ishido looked like a man who was proud of his younger sister's height, and Elsie felt Spanish shame and asked the chief not to tell them about it. The head began to remember their first meeting with Ishido. She remembers fondly and says that Ishido was blessed with good comrades, and Elsie thinks and confirms by saying that she is glad to be his guild servant. The guild leader stretched and walked away, saying that she would have to rack her brains over a special reward for Ishido and apologized to Elsie for having to report this to everyone. Elsie replied that she would do everything. The leader looks at the communication stone, which no longer works, and turns to the guys, saying that he believes in their abilities even though they don't hear it. The group moved through the forest towards the dungeon. Along the way, they came across a group that had managed to get out of the dungeon, and they argued with each other about what to do next: go and save those remaining in the dungeon or go to the capital. Krull appears. Krull suddenly appeared here. Krull ran to meet Ishido. They hugged each other. Then Ishido remembers. He remembers that Krull has a unique skill that he can teleport, but this skill only works on himself. Because of this fact, Krull whines. Ishido began to speculate that Gelda could have used her magic to teleport the entire group, But he was interrupted by the explanation that there was some kind of mechanism in the dungeon that blocked teleportation magic. Even Gelda couldn't break it. Ishido encourages Krull by petting him. One of the survivors tells him that the dungeon can be escaped by using a special teleportation item. They also escaped by using the 5 Saurian stone. He is interrupted. They began to ask him what Iris and her group should have with them such a stone. The lizardman answers that yes, they have it. But since they still have not returned, for some reason they cannot use this stone. Ishido's squad apologized for such questions and apologized to the survivor. Ishido says that the situation is more or less clear to him. The members of those who want to go to the capital say that without a dungeon plan, searching for them is ineffective. But Ishut tells them that they will easily find them with the help of Krull's nose, which should be able to distinguish their scents well. The lizardman thanks Ishtudo and bows before him, saying that he entrusts the fate of the Silver Wolf Knight squad to him. Everyone starts bowing to Ishido and saying that he is their last hope, calling him a super newbie. They expect great things from him. Ishido smirks at such flattery. Ishido, Rika, and Marabu head inside the dungeon, with encouraging words that they can handle this task. Inside the Gracio's dungeon, adventurers are already faced with danger and some kind of dragon. Marabu is very scared. The dragon's claws are literally in front of her face as she stands there screaming in fear. But Marabu saves Ishut with one blow, defeating the dragon. Marabu thinks to herself that she almost wet herself, but Ishut saved not only her life but also her honor. She thought about how dangerous and nightmarish this dungeon is, although she is happy to come to this place, but she did not expect to meet so many strong monsters. She knew that this is not a suitable place for someone like her. She thinks Rika is used to this. But Rika herself stands in a daze of fear and barely answers Marabu's questions. Rika starts to say in a trembling voice that she is a black magician, and if something happens, she will give the monsters a big boom. Marabu panics and begins to discourage Rika from using fireball in such a tight space. Even if Rika doesn't burn everyone, they will die from suffocation due to lack of oxygen. Rika realizes the danger of this spell in the cave. Marabu also notes that if you look around, they are surrounded by rocks and dust. If you use earth magic in this environment, it will only get stronger. Marabu says that a normal mage would use earth magic here, but in Rika's case, it is very dangerous. Rika understands this and says that the same principle was in the Sabum swamps. Rika decides to only use wind or water magic in the dungeon. Marabu says that this is a reasonable decision and falls silent, changing the subject. In the background, Ishut is dealing with the monsters one by one, literally using one blow at a time. Marabu continues speaking, saying that with Ishido by their side, their only job in this dungeon is to simply follow him. They watch with Rika as Ishido stands on a mountain of monster corpses. The girls reason that all these monsters would easily kill anyone with one blow, but Ishido is so strong that it turns into a corpse factory. If they were there, they would die from just a scratch. Ishido stands proudly, stretching his shoulder, happy for the exercise. He's also happy that it helped him sober up. He calls out to Rika and Marabu to see if they're okay. The girls answer that they are fine. Ishido is happy for them. Marabu continues to talk about Ishido's strength, saying that he didn't even lose his breath and that he himself is a monster. At this point, Krull became alarmed and began to look somewhere. Krull suddenly ran off somewhere barking. Ishido paid attention to him. Ishido chased after him, shouting to the girls to run after the dog too. Perhaps he smelled the scent of the boys from the Silver Wolf squad. The girls were happy and hope appeared in their eyes that Iris and the others were alive. Ishido said that the probability was very high and ran into the depths of the cave after Krull. Ishut warned the girls that this would not be a simple walk in the park. He asked them if they could follow him. The girls looked at each other. Full of determination, Marabu said that her walking skills shouldn't be underestimated, and Rika said that she was willing to go to Ishido even if it was hell. Ishido liked their determination. He and the girls ran further into the cave after Krull, but unfortunately they very quickly ran into a dead end. Rika suggests making a detour to get around the dead end. Marabu says they don't have time for that. Marabu in turn suggests blowing up the wall with a grenade, but Ishido tells her to save it for a more appropriate occasion. Ishido asked Krull to move away from the wall, while he himself came closer, touched the wall and concentrated. And then Ishut breaks through the wall with his hand. The girls were very surprised and even a little scared, but Krull was only happy with this outcome. Ishido is surprised that the wall is not that strong. Marabu thinks that if she used a grenade, there would be a high chance of collapse, so it is better to use brute force. She would never think about it, so in her eyes, Ishido is a real madman. The group then followed Krull, literally fighting their way to the goal. Marabu is amazed that Ishut literally conquers the dungeon, that he destroys everything in his path. Rika, trying to catch up with Ishido, says to herself that she is starting to understand how to fight in this dungeon. Rika again said in her head that because of the surroundings she needs to use water and wind magic, but she also has a light primary attack. She shouts that she will cover Ishido and accidentally shoots lightning at Ishido's back in a fit of emotion. Rika started to apologize, and Ishido just joked that she should prepare for a counterattack. Ishido started to get tired because they had broken through a lot of rock but still had not reached the right place. Ishido asks the girls if they are tired. They happily tell him that they are fine since Murabu took enough potions and they can continue walking. Ishido is glad that the girls are okay. He is surprised that thanks to her walking skill, Murabu does not complain about the huge distance she has walked and can easily carry most of their things. Murabu is surprised. Ishido smiled sweetly and praised Murabu, saying that he didn't believe it, but she had what it took to fulfill her dream of becoming an item master. Murabu stood there in a bit of shock for a few seconds and then became very embarrassed by Ishido's compliments. She blushed deeply. Although she was happy with the compliments from Ishido, she still started scolding him and saying that he would achieve nothing by complimenting her. Ishido did not understand what was going on and asked why she was blushing. Then he turned towards the next wall and waving his hand, told Murab to focus on her dream, and if she needed his help, he was ready to come to her at any time. She stood silently and thought to herself, remembering how she had promised that she would become stronger too, and thinking about how he had said trust him without hesitation. Murabu was very embarrassed again and told herself that she had become too soft and said to herself in embarrassment that no one had asked Ishido about his care. Ishido meanwhile destroyed another wall and was surprised by what he saw. The girls approached him and were also surprised by what they saw. They looked into the incomprehensible abyss and wondered, what is this? Rika assumed that this place was the very depths of hell. Ishido told the girls that this is another dimension. The laws of physics that are natural to them do not apply there. Murabu, being frightened, asks him how he can talk about it so calmly. Murabu scolded Ishido for not even reacting when he saw this space, to which he replied that he had already been pulled into this space once, so he was no longer afraid. Ishido asked Krull's opinion. Krull looked very carefully into this abyss. Krull jumped sharply into this space. Ishido agreed with him and went and told the girls to follow him. Murabu was very surprised and scared, and Rika went ahead. Murabu hesitated for a long time to enter this mysterious space, but she had come too far to retreat. Gathering her courage, she followed her friends. Iris stands in front of a huge Cerberus. She stands there and thinks about how they can't keep up with these endless battles. Then Gelda calls out to her. She tells her that thanks to gravity magic, Gracio's is still standing. I can stop the gimmick that appeared at midnight. Eraser who wants to invade him and completely absorb everything. Iris thinks that the labyrinth system will not stop even if they attack him. She says that things are bad for them. Gelda says that her magic won't last long. She hopes that Krull will help her get help from outside. Lance interrupts her, suggesting that they first defeat the Cerberus that stands before them. Iris agrees with her, and then Lance takes on this task, and proudly pronouncing her full name and calling herself the best in short fights rushes into battle. She decided to show her special technique called Storm and Onslaught. Her armor changed to a more mobile magic armor that emits light. She rushed at the Cerberus alone. Gelda tried to stop her. Gelda failed to stop and Lance attacked 3 Cerberus heads in turn and dealt them massive damage. Everyone was already happy that Lance managed to defeat the Cerberus, and Lance herself was happy that she succeeded and destroyed it for Iris. But suddenly, Iris herself sharply screamed, "Careful," for Lance. Lance, while in flight, looked back and saw a huge and angry Cerberus standing behind her and looking at her, wanting to take revenge on her right now. The monster immediately attacked Lance by shooting from its mouth. Iris called out to her and feared for her life and rushed to help her. Iris wants to save Lance, but she herself almost gets attacked by a Cerberus. Then Ludessa shouts to Iris that she will save Lance herself. Gelda, maintaining her gravity magic, shouts at Iris to listen to what Ludessa is telling her. Iris asks Gelda if she knows anything about Cerberus, but Gelda has forgotten, even though she has defeated it once. She says that the condition for defeating Cerberus is the simultaneous destruction of 3 of the monster's goths. Only this will be fatal for him. Iris doesn't want to think that this is their end. But then, she didn't notice how the Cerberus had already gotten to her from behind. The monster attacked Iris and she was thrown to the side. Gelda and Ludessa were scared and called out to Iris. As she tried to get up, she kept thinking that the Cerberus was only affected by physical attacks and that it would be very difficult for them to destroy 3 heads on their own. Iris tries to get up, she thinks she can't. She wants to protect her friends, she doesn't want to die here. She gets angry at herself and once again tells herself that she doesn't want this. Iris remembers Ishido as his hand appears from the ground. Ishido caught Iris and took her in his arms. He said that he had finally found her and he had been looking for her. Iris was very surprised and looked at her savior with hope. Ludessa and Gelda are shocked that Ishido came to their aid. Iris, being in Ishido's arms, quietly said his name. Ishido himself, holding her, said that he was looking for her and apologized for the wait. Throwing Iris over his shoulder, he quickly dodged the attack of the Cerberus, who still wanted to kill them. He was also surprised that Iris' group was stuck in this dangerous place and that Iris had such a hard time fighting the Cerberus. It was not like her. Ludessa is very happy that Ishido has arrived at the right time. And Gelda is very surprised that Ishido got to them, because the dungeon should have been rebuilt by now. Rika jumped out from behind Gelda and said that they got there thanks to Krull. Gelda looked at her and remembered Rika, how she caused a snowstorm on Surtra and called Rika by her full name. Rika was slightly embarrassed that Gelda remembered her and began to timidly explain that Krull was following Ludessa's scent, but she was interrupted. It was the happy Krull and Ludessa, who ran into each other's arms with loud cries. While Krull and Ludessa were rejoicing over their reunion, Marabu came over. She apologized for the long journey. Gelda didn't know her, so Marabu introduced herself to her, giving her full name and introducing herself as a craftsman for the Ishido crew. Marabu then went on to tell how they had followed Krull and Ishido had broken through walls to reach their group. Gelda was very surprised by this story. Gelda was amazed that Ishido simply ignored the rules of the dungeon and what an extraordinary person he was. He saved them, according to her. Ishido himself overheard Gelda's praise and was surprised, because you don't hear that every day. Meanwhile, the Cerberus stopped attacking Ishido for a while, to which he responded by joking that the hound had sensed his strength and that he was surprisingly smart. Iris began to tell Ishido that this Cerberus is a guardian of the underworld, and he will be stronger than the giant Surtur. Then Ludessa joined in and said that because of his unique skill, the pterosaur stone is useless. Ishut understood the whole situation and said that she would deal with this dog herself and that everyone should get out of the dungeon through the path they had laid. But then Murabu started screaming. Ishut got scared and turned around abruptly to see what had happened. As it turns out, the escape route they were counting on was overrun with bugs. Their escape plan was ruined. While Ishido was distracted by the bugs, the Cerberus wanted to eat them and Iris, but Ishido managed to react and dodge the hound's attack. While Ishido was dodging the monster's attacks, he decided to ask Iris what kind of bugs were blocking their escape route. While Ishido and Iris are running from the attacks of the Cerberus, Iris says that these bugs, like the dungeon system, will not stop until they erase this entire space. Ishido, hearing this, said that the only chance to get out is to defeat the Cerberus in order to teleport. Ishido said that the guild leader gave them a mission to rescue Iris's group and that they have everything they need to get out of this dungeon. Iris awkwardly asks to be put down. Ishido is about to attack alone, but Iris stops him. Iris tells Ishido that to defeat Cerberus, he needs to destroy 3 heads at once, and that only physical attacks work on him. Ishido, realizing that Ludessa's magic rifle and Rika's black magic won't help him, and Lance is unconscious. He falls silent for a moment. He says that this all means that the only one who can help him is Murabu. She hears this, and for the first second realizes what Ishut said. Her next reaction was a loud scream and frightened cries that she was only a level 1 craftsman and it would be better if Ishido cloned himself. He looked at her seriously and told her to be realistic. Then Ishtudo says that she has bombs, and she will need to throw all the bombs at once into the mouth of one of the Cerberus heads. She is very unsure of herself and is worried that nothing will work out. Iris and Ishido encourage her. Ishido comes up to her and takes her by the shoulders. He gives her motivational words. He says that they need her help. Suddenly the fear is gone and Murabu is completely filled with confidence and determination. She shouts that she is ready. Ishut is happy with her determination, and she is the only one who can do it. Murabu keeps encouraging herself and says that this monster is different from others only because it has more heads. Ishut likes her approach and encourages her. Murabu is ready to show everything she can do. Murabu's determination was due to Ishido's inspiration skill. He is confident that this way she will be able to demonstrate her full power. Ishido began giving everyone orders. He told Murab to prepare his bombs while he distracted the Cerberus. He told Iris to conserve her strength, and she told him to be careful. And he told Rika to take care of Lance with Ludessa. He asked Gelda to hold out a little longer while she held off the bugs. She said she was leaving Cerberus to him. Now Ishido is left face to face with Cerberus. He prepares for battle and begins to be cheeky to Cerberus, repeating his nickname Watchdog of the Underworld. Here he suddenly flies up and kicks the central head of Cerberus in the cheek. Ishido starts to taunt Cerberus, thinking that Cerberus wants to send him to the underworld. He punches Cerberus' cheek, making a hole in it. Cerberus tries to attack Ishtudo, but he easily dodges the attacks and flying even higher says that he is the demon Lord Ishvalth. Ashley. He attacks Cerberus from above, shouting that he is far above the lords of hell. He delivers a very strong kick to Cerberus' head with his foot. Murabu prepares a bomb, thinking at the same time about how powerful it will be and about her past, how she was just doing her job, and now she is in a dangerous adventure that could cause her a heart attack. Ishido's motivational speech and how after it she is no longer afraid. She finishes her bomb. Murabu feels like she can achieve anything. She finishes the bomb and at that moment Iris comes to her. Iris wants to meet Murabu. Murabu introduces herself and says that she recently became a member of the Ishido team. Then Murabu got very excited and started saying that every adventurer in the capital knows who Iris Frau is. In her mind, she can't say that she is personally talking to Iris. Iris got embarrassed and asked if Murabu had finished with the bomb. Murabu said excitedly that the bomb was ready. Iris noticed Murabu was a little nervous and asked if something was bothering her. Murabu says that she is worried that despite Ishido's plan, she will not be able to match him and Iris. But Iris reassures her, and she only needs to think about how to get the bomb into the Cerberus mouth. Iris continued to calm Murabu down, saying that she and Ishido would strike at a time that would match Murabu's bomb. Murabu became embarrassed and admired how high-ranking heroes could calm down. Suddenly there was a loud roar behind Iris, with a light shock wave that passed towards the girls. Murabu and Iris began to call out to Ishido. Ishut landed in front of them. He asked if they were ready. He said that he tore off the jaw of the right head so that it would be easier for Murab to hit the mouth with a bomb. He also said that he broke the bones and destroyed the organs of the Cerberus, and that its regeneration does not work. Ishut says that Murabu will find it easier to hit a stationary target. He repeats that in order to kill him, 3 heads must be destroyed at once. And Murabu, being shocked by Ishut's strength, called him crazy. But Murabu confidently and decisively says that now she can aim more accurately. Iris is pleased with her confidence and determination, then goes to prepare for the attack, saying that Ishitu should attack the center head. Iris shouts that she will attack the left head, and Ishitu gives the command to begin the attack. Murabu prepares to throw his bomb and is very excited, hoping that everything will work. Ishitu attacks and shouts at Iris to fly to the left head of the Cerberus. Iris takes out her sword and flies to her target. Ludessa and Rika watch their attack and also hope that they will succeed. Murabu, Ishido and Iris rush each to their own Cerberus heads. There was a huge and powerful explosion. Murabu tries to stay on her feet so as not to fall from the shock wave. She is glad that they managed to carry out their plan. Murabu is happy that she succeeded. She managed to get the bomb into the mouth of the Cerberus. Ludessa and Rika are also happy that their friends succeeded. Murabu is happy about defeating the monster, looking at the huge cloud of smoke from the explosion. But Iris and Ishido sense something is wrong. They feel like they haven't defeated the monster yet. Then from this very cloud of smoke, the central head of the Cerberus bursts out with a loud roar. Murabu does not understand why this happened, because they chose the perfect moment to attack. Ishitu speculated that the plan didn't work because the bomb wasn't completely mechanical. Murabu became very upset and apologized, saying that she thought the explosion from such a bomb would be considered a physical attack. Murabu starts to cry and say that she is sorry and that now because of her Cerberus is still alive. Ishut comforts Murabu, telling her to stop crying and that it was his fault for not taking all the details into account. He says that he has become too complacent. Murabu cries even more because of his encouragement, but he continued to say that things were bad for them. He and Iris would not be able to cut off the monster's 3 heads at the same time. And Gelda's magic would soon run out, and the bugs would eat up all the space. Ishtudo notices a weapon sticking out of the ground nearby. He asks, "What is that?" Iris tells that this is Iris's dragon spear. Ishido thought about it and asked Iris if it could make a huge explosion. Iris replies that it is legendary and even if they hit the Cerberus then. Iris continued to explain that Lance can wield this spear with superhuman strength and that even highly trained knights are unable to lift it. Ishido looks at the spear and thinks how heavy it is. Ishut thought that he would hardly be able to lift this spear with his thin hands. But then he remembered the conversation with Murabu when she bragged so much about how weapons can be considered objects. This means that she will be able to throw the legendary weapon. He called her. He reminds her of that conversation when she bragged that she could throw any object. She continued to cry, but at the same time she listened to Ishut. Iris started to stop Ishido, asking if he really wanted her to throw the spear. Ishido asked if Murabu could throw it. She raised her head and shouted that yes, if it was an object, she could ignore the weight and throw it. Marabu approaches this spear and screams that the weapon is an object. She clenches her teeth. Ishut and Iris look at her as she repeats that it is an object and it is nonsense. She uses all her strength and screams that she can do it. Marabu managed to lift the spear. Ishudo is very happy for her and Iris is surprised that she succeeded. While the Cerberus is not restored, Ishudo shouts to Marabu that this is the last chance, and says that they should celebrate this upon their return. Ishut then commands the girls to attack, all or nothing. Iris and Marabu immediately followed Ishut's command and began their second attack. Marabu threw the spear with all her might and also accelerated it. Iris also instantly flew towards the Cerberus on her wings. Ishudo was surprised that Marabu could also change the speed of an object. Ludessa and Rika once again provide moral support and shout after the boys that they will succeed. Ishitu, Marabu and Iris attack the Cerberus at the same time and shout that this is the end. Cerberus already sees an attack coming before each of his muzzles. A spear from Marabu, Ishitu flying at him, and Iris blade ready to cut through him. Each attack successfully hits each of the Cerberus heads. Ishitu, who pierced Cerberus' head through and through, stands behind him and starts speaking pompously. He apologizes to Cerberus for what he is about to say. Iris and Marabu hope that they succeeded. And then Ishitu finishes his sentence that today Cerberus himself will go to hell. The girl stands at the pedestal and says that Grahos is widely known as a dungeon that devours living beings. Behind her are debris and ruins. She came closer to the pedestal. This girl is the witch Drasha. Standing at the pedestal, she laughs and says that there is a precious thing left by her mother. She is curious about what is there. She looks and wonders. There is a doll there. Drasha is very surprised. Her companion sitting on her shoulder says that he does not feel any special aura in her. Drasha confirms his words, saying that there is nothing special about her. The girl is sure that her mother left this doll for her. Her companion asks what she is going to do with the dungeon. Since she cleared it, it is up to her to decide whether to seal it or leave it open. She said that this place is her mother's creation. She decides to leave it open so that it can continue to fulfill its purpose. Her companion accepts her decision. She says that her journey in the dungeon has come to an end, and it is time for her to learn more about the Demon Lord. Drasha, smiling, began her journey, and said that she was a busy woman, even if you couldn't tell by looking at her. Already in the capital, he sneezes and asks what someone said about him. He is standing in the middle of a busy street. People in the capital have already heard about the rescue operation in the labyrinth. All the people do is discuss how Ishudo saved Iris's group. But Ishudo is not overjoyed by all these discussions and praises of him as a hero. He gets really irritated when everyone calls him a hero. Ishudo grumbles that, as expected, the most popular place is very lively and rumors get ahead of themselves. He is also not happy with what people say about him. He stands and looks at the envelope with the letter. Ishut remembers how this letter was brought to him. He was very surprised by this. It was Iris who brought him the letter, saying that this was his reward. Ishut opened the envelope and saw that there was some kind of coupon inside. He thought it was a meal coupon or something. Iris was very confused. The coupon said one-day date voucher. After reading the coupon, Ishudo was very embarrassed. Iris said that it was the leader who decided what the reward would be. Iris made sure that the reward reached Ishudo and ran away embarrassed. Ishudo looked at the corner of the coupon, Iris' signature. He continued to stand in the square and thought about how he felt when he received the coupon. He was angry that the guild's budget was spent on this. But a date with Iris. Ishudo puts the envelope in his inside pocket and thinks that he is delighted with this award. In his world, he has never met such beautiful girls as Iris. Then he wonders if it was worth it to arrange a meeting in the center because they live in the same place. It turns out that all this time, Ishudo has been watched from behind the bushes by Marabu, Rika, and Ludessa. They are eagerly awaiting Iris and Ishuto's date to watch it, because according to Ludessa, something grand awaits them. Rika will forgive the girls to be quiet. Ishut turned sharply to see what was happening behind him. But apart from the passers-by walking around the center of the capital, he saw nothing. Ishudo thought that he was just very nervous, that's why he was imagining things. The girls managed to hide in the bushes and behind the wall. They whispered that they almost got caught, but they were saved by Ludessa's skill, which hides the presence of the group. Marabu is happy that they invited Ludessa along. Rika is once again amazed by the A-class adventurer's abilities. Ludessa asks what level the girls are. They should have raised it after such a dangerous dungeon. The girls are happy. They happily tell Ludessa that Marabu is now a level 3 artisan, and Rika has risen to level 4. Ludessa sincerely congratulates the girls. Marabu says that after this adventure she couldn't get out of bed for a long time because of muscle pain, and Ludessa said that it was expected after Marabu threw Lance's spear. Ludessa asked how many levels Ishido had raised considering the girl's heights. Rika began to answer her. Rika tells that Ishido is still level 0. Ludessa is very surprised. She tells the girls that she discussed the level-up system with Gelda, and unfortunately she doesn't know anything. She is abruptly interrupted. It was Murabu who started shouting that Iris had already arrived for a date. The girls started gathering to watch Ishut and Iris. Ishido was waiting for her for a long time. He was very touched by Iris's appearance. The girls from behind the bushes also discussed how gorgeous Iris looked. Iris asks Ishido if everything is okay because he was speechless. Ishut got ready and, looking away and blushing, said that everything is fine and he himself just arrived. The girls are watching them and Murabu is excited and says that Ishut is embarrassed. Murabu points out that he wasn't so shy when they were swimming together. Ludessa concludes that prim and proper women are Ishut's weakness. Rika asks if Ludessa is implying that she and Murabu are different. Ludessa yells for the couple to leave. Ishido invites Iris to go somewhere. She agrees. Ishut walks ahead and thinks about how they never planned any dates and doesn't know what to do next. Iris stopped. Ishido turned to her and asked what happened. Iris was thinking about what Ludessa had told her before her and Ishido's date. Ishido looked at Iris with interest. Iris says that Ludeska told her that since they are going on a date, they should hold hands. Ishido was shocked by this. Iris very timidly asks if he doesn't mind, could they hold hands? Ishido blushed very much. Ishut very timidly extended his hand to her. Iris in response put her hand on his. They took each other's hands. After that, Ishido was very embarrassed and thought about his and Iris's age. After all, he is 30 years old and Iris is only 15. He feels like a pedophile, but in his documents in the guild, after reincarnation, he indicated his age as 18. Ishido pulled himself together again and said that they would figure it out as they went along. They continued walking. Ludessa, Murabu and Rika still watch the couple and are touched by how innocent and clumsy they are. Murabu thinks it's priceless, but Rika has mixed feelings. The couple then went to a few clothing and department stores. They then walked around the square, looking at some of the stalls. They ended up in a park filled with couples in love and were very embarrassed. It was a fairly typical date, but Ishido and Iris were happy to spend time together. They arrive at a pancake place. Iris giggles and says she's glad she was able to eat pancakes with Ishido again. Ishido agrees and says it was a good idea. They discuss the filling of their pancakes. Ishido asks where Iris wants to go next. She replies that they can go wherever he wants. Ishido, eating his pancake, looks questioningly at Iris. Ishido asked what was wrong with Iris. He thought she wanted to go to the gun shop. She timidly replied that she did want to go to the gun shop, but there was one but. She thinks again about what Ludessa told her. Ishido asked what she told her this time. Iris answered that Ludessa told her that she was not an adventurer that day, but an ordinary girl. Ishido said that this elf was nothing but trouble. They continued their walk and Ishido told Iris to listen to him. He told her that he was a tolerant person and she could be sure that he would not criticize her hobbies. Iris blushed slightly and looked at Ishido. Ishido if he wanted to go to the weapons store with her. He blushed and proudly replied that of course he would. Iris laughed and thanked him. They walked towards the store. They decide to go to the shop Victory Song of the God of War. They are met by an old acquaintance, Carlin. She compliments Iris's outfit. She asks if Iris and Ishido are lovers. Iris is very embarrassed. The shop owner said that she had not expected such progress in their relationship in such a short time. Iris became even more embarrassed and began to deny it and say that she did not understand what she was talking about. Then the owner shouted that she had almost forgotten. Carlin said that she needed some more time to fix Iris Misteltine's sword. Iris reassured her that they weren't going to go on any adventures until Lance was fully recovered. Meanwhile, Ishido was looking around the shop. Carlin called Ishido abruptly and changed the subject, starting to discuss Ishido being a celebrity now. Ishido was indignant at how quickly she changed the subject. She started to tell Iris that everyone was talking about Ishido as a hero. Ishut gets irritated when people call him a hero, and in his mind, he begs everyone to stop calling him a hero. She continued talking about how he went to save Iris group without a weapon. Then she suddenly remembers and starts talking about the sword that Ishido was looking for. Ishido doesn't remember them discussing anything like that. Carlin reminds him that they talked about an oriental scimitar and demon iron ore. She says she has done a lot of research. She says she has learned of a race that excels in working with demonic iron. Ishido enthusiastically asks what kind of race this is. Carlin says that this race is a race of blacksmiths called gnomes. They are a kind of fairies. Ishut says he has never heard of such a race. He is interrupted. Carlin says that all swords that respond to mana, including the Eastern Jagatan, are classified as magic swords. Ishido says that hearing this makes his heart beat faster. He says that if he goes to the dwarven blacksmiths, they can make him a magic sword that he can use. He remembers how any sword from that shop would literally fall apart as soon as Ishido picked it up. Carlin said that he understood everything correctly, only, now the gnome village is in great danger. Iris adds that she heard about it too. Iris says that for dwarves, blacksmithing is a traditional occupation, but today's youth does not want to do it. Carlin adds that they are ready to abandon their native lands. Ishido asks that there are far fewer dwarven blacksmiths now. Carlin said that they are not there at all now. Ishido was very surprised. Carlin asks for forgiveness that he cannot help with anything more. Ishido calms her down and says that she has already helped a lot with her information. She was very inspired and happy. Carlin put on an air of importance and started to say that it was nothing and that she was just doing her job. But Iris noticed how much she was wagging her tail, happy that Ishido had praised her. Ishido and Iris continued their walk. Iris remembered that she wanted to tell Ishido about the witch Darshi. Ishido says that he heard that she was the culprit of all the problems in the dungeon. Iris says that he never told the whole story. Iris reveals that Darsha was posing as an adventurer named Merida. When she entered the dungeon, she summoned that Cerberus. Iris is ashamed that they fell for her tricks and everything got out of control. Ishido realized that Drasha had used transformation magic. He remembered how he had noticed the change in Murata's behavior. Iris says that the real Murata has been found, but she has mild amnesia. Ishido is glad to hear that Murata is doing well. Iris continues to say that the search for the witch Drasha is ongoing, but she doubts that the knights or guards will find her. Ishido is slightly surprised. Iris says that Gelda is conducting her own investigation. Iris tells Ishido that Gelda spends all her time in the library looking for information about Drasha. Iris says that Drasha claims to be the daughter of the witch Brigand, but Gelda knew Brigand personally and does not think this is true. Ishido is interested. There is no exact information about Brigand in the Lizerg. There is only information that she has done evil all over the world. Ishido thinks that if he wants to know about witches, he should talk to Gelda personally. Iris began to suggest that Ishido go to another store, but she was interrupted by a loud shout from the shop across from them. Iris recognized the voice of the shop owner, Daman. She thought there was a fight and she and Ishido ran there. They burst into the shop and shouted asking if Damon was okay. They saw a girl holding Damon by his shirt. He was scared. Damon recognized Iris, although he said that she looked very unnatural in the dress. Iris told Damon that now was not the time for flattery and asked the girl to let the shop owner go. The girl, not letting go of Damon, looks askance at the couple, and Damon starts talking towards Ishut, but he can't pronounce his name. Ishto grumbles that a person in the service industry should have a better memory. The girl looks at Ishto and says his name. Damon shouts that it is him. The girl asks he. Damon answers he. The couple does not understand anything and asks for clarification. Damon yells at the girl that it was Ishido who broke her sword. The girl and Ishido exchanged threatening glances while Damon yelled. Ishido remembers the first time he was in that shop and he actually broke that sword. He admits it. But Iris intervenes and tries to justify Ishido, saying that it wasn't all his fault. Iris interrupts Ishido and says that he was the one who broke the sword. The girl lets go of Damon, says Ishido's name and starts walking towards him. She says menacingly that now she will deal with Ishut. He, in turn, laughs and asks if she really wants to challenge him to a duel. He warns the girl that he is very strong. The girl, walking towards him, introduces herself as a dwarf named Sijin. Awe of anger, Ishido in his thoughts realizes that she is a dwarf, which he and Carlin just talked about. Damon is very surprised by the fact that the girl is a dwarf. Ishido stands in front of her with his arms crossed, addressing her by name. Sijin approaches and addresses Ishido. He asks what she is going to do. Coming up to him point-blank and taking Ishido by the edge of his vest, she said that she wanted to become his wife. Ishido, expecting to hear that she was challenging him to a fight, not realizing what the girl had said to him, sarcastically replied, "And that's all." And when he realized it, he was very surprised, turned pale and asked with a cry, "What?" The girl who introduced herself as a dwarf looked at Ishido and said with a serious expression that she wanted him to become her husband. Iris, who was watching this from the side, was shocked and could not believe what was happening. Ishido took a step back. Sijin, looking at Ishut, took a step forward and asked if Ishut wanted to become her wife. The young man, not hiding his indignation, exclaimed that he did not understand what she was saying. Murabu, Rika and Ludessa were watching the scene from the window. Murabu was panicking and asking what was going on and why someone would suddenly propose to Shudo. Ludessa was happy about the love triangle and Rika was worried about the stranger. Ludessa thought that Ishido was just going about his usual business. Rika couldn't believe that something like that could be considered normal. After a while, she continued speaking. A lively Ludessa happily stated that she had a feeling that the most interesting thing might even be necessary to throw a party. Marabu can't wait for Iris to respond. Rika considered such joy inappropriate. Meanwhile, Ishut covered his face with his hand and said that he could not understand how Sijin came to such an idea. He added that it was impossible to agree to such a thing when he only knew her name. He wondered if this was part of the dwarven tradition, since in Lizard Gaina there was no mention of that. The shop owner expressed doubt that the girl was a gnome, as she did not look like the ones he had heard about. The girl calmly replied that she was indeed a dwarf. She added that she had inherited the blood of a giant on her mother's side. The others were shocked. Then Sijin turned to Ishut. She asked Ishtu what she had to do to get his hand and heart. The young man, in a panic, shouted at her to stop and not to do such a thing in front of others. Sijin tried to grab him, but the boy dodged. After a few movements, they froze face to face, hands clasped in a fighting stance, ready for further action. The young man, tensing, wondered what they were doing. The girl, meanwhile, continued to squeeze him with surprising force. He noted that he was using only a tenth of his strength, and even that should not be something an ordinary person could withstand. Ishut admitted to himself that the girl was not so weak. He said that it was worth admitting that she was not so bad. The girl, having gathered her courage, said that no strength or endurance could overcome the dream of becoming the best blacksmith. The guy admitted that it would be unworthy not to respect her fortitude, and decided to put in a little more effort. Suddenly he increased the pressure and the girl arched, barely keeping her balance. She cried out his name, not expecting such a jerk. The tension between them reached its limit. The floor beneath the girl began to crack, and the young man noted that either her body, or the floor would eventually break. He also added that she did not seem to be the type to admit defeat. Two lizard brothers went into a store. One told his brother that he could handle it himself and not to worry. The other, in turn, replied that he was worried about him because he was sure that his brother would quickly spend all the money if he was left unattended. Ishudo, without letting go of the dwarf girl, greeted one of the lizards. He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing him. The lizards, watching the scene with the girl, came to the conclusion that Ishudo was doing something strange again. One of them admitted that they had enough for today, agreeing with his brother's opinion. The lizards ran away from the shop, and Iris watched them go. Ishudo thought he was wrong in thinking that they had already established mutual understanding. Then he noticed that he still did not know the names of the lizards who were watching him. The owner of the establishment, in a rage, shouted at the guy, saying that he was interfering with business. To this, the protagonist calmly asked what was going on, and heard in response that because of him, the customers of the shop ran away. Ishudo asked Sijin if the girl was giving up. She said with a sigh that she could still continue despite being tired. Ishudo mockingly told Damon that he had heard it himself. He got angry and started yelling at the guy. Ishudo, Iris, and the dwarf girl were shown the door. It happened again. Ishudo apologized to Iris, explaining that despite them being on a date, he forgot himself and left her alone. He also acknowledged that Damon had rightly reprimanded him about Iris' feelings. Iris assured him that everything was fine. Then she added that she had had a chance to check something, although she couldn't say for sure yet. The newfound dwarf friend was sitting at the table with a huge war hammer. Iris said that this weapon was definitely not a toy for children. Sijin hummed calmly in response. She explained that in front of them was the war hammer Mjolnir, an artifact that had been passed down in their family from generation to generation. The girl said that the hammer was created about 300 years ago. Iris said that it could be considered legendary. On the day of Sijin's departure, the village elder gave it to her. She mentioned that all members of her family were warriors, but she herself was closer to the craft of a blacksmith. She thought about it and remembered that one day a certain thought had occurred to her. The girl confessed that she wanted to create a weapon equal in power to the legendary hammer, and it was for this purpose that she left the village. Her dream is to become a blacksmith of this level. Ishut said that she left her village for this purpose. He asked if this was because there were no gnome blacksmiths left in the village. She confirmed his guess and added that there really weren't any gnome blacksmiths left there now. The girl said that at first she tried to master the craft on her own, hoping to find outstanding masters. However, over time she realized that she lacked knowledge and needed a teacher. With the blessing of her family, she set off on her journey. The protagonist said that he understood. She, like other adventurers, found her way to the city of Arios. The girl confirmed his words. Iris interrupted and said that she would like to clarify one more point. She asked if her desire to become a great blacksmith was connected to her recent chance offer to Ishudo. The girl admitted with bewilderment that she did not understand how it had happened. The girl hurried to explain and tell about the sword. The guy realized that this moment was the impetus. The girl added that the girl forged the sword herself before leaving the village. Sijin showed the blueprint of the sword that Ishido broke, saying that it was prototype number 0. The protagonist noted that the numbering of the dwarf girl's works was very interesting and unusual. Sijin answered him, telling him that this was a dwarven custom. Another custom was to name the weapon with the number 0 after itself. Thus, this sword could be called Sijin's sword. Ishido was surprised and asked why there was no name engraving on it. He thought that if there was an engraving on the sword, nothing would touch it. Sijin replied that she was still a beginner, and she thought it was too early for her to engrave her name on her work at least another 10 years. Ishut praised her humility, calling it a good trait. He knew a craftsman who could learn from her. Murabu, Rika and Ludesa were still spying on the boys. Murabu got really angry at Ishido's words. They barely held her back. The dwarf started telling how she came here and became an adventurer. Ishido was surprised that she didn't have time to waste on school. Erich explained to him that representatives of martial races like giants do not need to go to school, they only need to pass the applied exam. Ishido is surprised. He hears about it for the first time. The girl continued her story, saying that she expected to work as an adventurer after she received her certificate and learned blacksmithing in the workshop. Ishut and Iris smiled sweetly and said that her plan was good and quite clever. But Sijin lowered her gaze and said in disappointment that there was one, but she was turned away from every workshop, citing that it was not women's work. Iris sympathized with her and clarified that it was painful for her to hear this. The gnome girl said that she was prepared for this, but she was especially hurt by another fact. No one in those forges believed in her origin from the dwarven tribe. Ishido also sympathized with her, saying that he perfectly understands what it's like for her when nobody believes you. And he remembers his first conversation with the guild leader. He also gives Sijin his piece of cake. She accepts it with fire in her eyes and says that Ishido is kind. Ishido noticed that it was as if he was feeding the little animal. Then he began to think. He notices that the gnome's clothes are shabby and her belly is empty, and her bag is quite light. He asks if she has anyone in the city. Sijin replies that she is very bad at communicating and prefers to work alone. Ishido says that working alone is very difficult. The dwarf replies that she is already level 3. The girls sitting at the next table and eavesdropping on the conversation almost dropped their jaws at what they heard. Ishido and Iris were also surprised. Iris was even more surprised, asking again that Sijin had reached level 3 in just 6 months. The dwarf replies that it is all thanks to her hammer, which, although not accurate, does enormous damage. Ishido exclaimed, noting that thanks to the hammer, Sijin was able to deal with stronger monsters. The dwarf girl began to tell that one day she was returning to the guild, she realized that she had lost her sword. Due to severe hunger, she could not remember where she had passed and where she could have left her sword. For 2 months she couldn't find it until today. Iris stated that the girl had stopped by Damon's shop by chance and found her sword there. Sijin confirmed this and said that it was too much for her. Ishtu there, whom she wanted to marry. And then Ishtu himself interrupted her and told her to stop at that moment. Sijin suddenly wanted to marry him, and what role this marriage played in her story. She began to answer, telling that before leaving the village, she had been predicted by a woman who was over 100 years old, and her predictions were very good. Ishtudo began to get very nervous and could not believe what the dwarf girl was telling him. The fortune teller told Sijin that she was destined to marry the one who would break her sword in 2. Ishido Surditsia. Iris says that her sword was broken into more than 2 pieces, and Sijin said that it was broken nonetheless. Sijin shocks everyone by declaring that she will have to marry Ishido since her first weapon was destroyed. Ishido reacts violently and embarrassedly, asking them not to say such a thing out loud. Sijin continues to insist, asking Ishtu to take her as his wife. The guy notes that she is stubborn and goal-oriented. Ishtu ponders her origin and blacksmithing abilities. He realizes that there are no more blacksmiths in the dwarven village who can forge from demonic iron ore, and this art may be lost. Sijin is the last hope for both the dwarven village and Ishut. She confirms that the dwarves are the only ones who possess the technique of forging demonic ore. Sijin says that only dwarves can forge from demonic with proper control. Ishido says that he is now looking for a blacksmith to forge a sword for him. Ishtudo asks if she can forge a weapon if he brings ore. Sijin says she has read the documentation and has experience with ore, but she does not have a workshop yet. Sijin admits that she has no practice. She says she's just an adventurer. Ishido says her refusal was expected. Sijin says there's a but. However, she dreams of creating the most powerful magic blade. She is working towards achieving this goal. Ishido was inspired and a smile appeared on his face. Inspired, Ishido hits the table and addresses Sijin with all the parts. He invites Sijin to join his team, officially inducting her into the squad. She doesn't quite understand what he's saying. Ishud explains to her that he wants her to join his team. Sijin blushes slightly and becomes inspired. He says that talk of marriage can be put off, and that if she just lives day by day, her dream will remain out of reach. She replies that she understood his words, and that since arriving in the capital, all she has done is kill monsters. He promised to help her begin her training as a blacksmith. Sijin asked if this was an indirect proposal. Ishudo screamed no. Sijin folded her arms and began to speak. She says that his words make her happy and she is pleased to meet them. She agrees to join the squad. The rest of the squad whispers that they are happy that their team now has a new addition, and a girl at that. Ludessa says that she will look good on their team. Next, Iris asks Sijin about her work. At first, she finds it difficult to answer and simply moans. Iris asks Sijin about her ID, maybe she lost it. Sijin says she has it. Sijin explains that she is still learning the Laharian language and can only read names. This surprises the others, and she is told that she must learn to read and write if she is to progress further. Sijin's ID, they find information about her class. It turns out that Sijin is a berserker. This causes slight tension and surprise among the others. Sijin suddenly reveals that she is only 10 years old, shocking Ishudo. This causes a violent reaction from everyone present. Those around them find it hard to believe Sijin's age, but she calmly confirms her words. This causes even more surprise. Ishudo ponders her background and maturity. He wonders how such a young girl can talk about marriage. Ishudo listens attentively as Sijin explains the local tradition that dwarves become adults at age 12. Sijin suddenly falls silent. Iris looks at her body and remains silent with a downcast expression. She timidly wants to talk to Ishudo, causing an unexpected reaction from Sijin. The girl asks about another woman. The dwarf asks if the woman Ishudo is sitting with is his lover. This question greatly confuses Ishudo and Iris. Ishudo explains, while Iris' face is completely covered in paint, that he and Iris simply fought together and are staying at the same inn. He said that he and Iris are comrades. Sijin listens to the explanation and calmly agrees. She accepts the situation and clarifies her understanding. Meanwhile, the other girls are sitting nearby, full of excitement and anticipation, discussing, until Ishudo realizes that Sijin works as an adventurer and has not heard of Iris. Although later, he answers himself that it is all because of the dwarf's hobbies. Iris notes that this is the first time she has encountered a berserker. Ishudo agrees that since this is a rarity for Iris, it means that the profession is indeed very rare. Iris emphasizes that being a berserker is a special job, among skills the rarest. Iris reiterates that without special skills, one will never become a berserker. She suddenly stands up and slams the table, surprising Ishudo. The situation becomes tense. Sijin for something. Rika and Marabu are watching the events with excitement at the next table, and Ludessa clutches her head and already knows what will happen next. Iris asks Sijin to demonstrate her skills in practice. The dwarf is surprised by Iris's request. Iris enthusiastically offers to fight Sijin, seeing it as an opportunity to prove herself, while Sijin eats quietly. The group of people notice that the girl looks very similar to the one they all know, Rosways. Ishudo reminds Iris that Sijin is only level 3 and is no match for the high-level Iris. But Sijin, hearing this, says that everything is fine. Sijin shows determination and declares that she can fight even a level 13 fighter, relying on the berserker skill. Iris, speaking to herself, realizes that girly things are not her thing. The fight begins. Sijin and Iris engage in intense combat, both looking focused and determined. Their blows are accompanied by strong dynamics. This is the beginning of a serious fight. Both girls exchange powerful blows. The blows are fast and aggressive. The spectacle impresses those around them. Visually, it is clear that each one is putting in maximum effort. Rika, Marabu, and Ludessa watch the battle with surprise. They consider it a challenge and a fight for Ishudo. Rika wonders if Sijin is really a level 3. Rika says she moves like a seasoned adventurer, but Ludessa challenges her assumptions, explaining that Sijin relies on her hammer. Sijin advances. Sijin attacks Iris, who offers no resistance at all. Her hammer is aimed straight at her target. Iris seems to just take the blows. Despite the fierce battle, Iris manages to comment on her opponent's actions. She notes and says that Sijin's swing was good. Iris easily dodges the dwarf's blows. Iris kicks the hammer deep into the ground. The tension increases and Sijin begins to get nervous. Sijin makes a quick turn and takes out her hammer. The rivals stand opposite each other in the destroyed space. The atmosphere after the blow remains tense. Sijin prepares for the next attack. Sijin says she just needs a straight hit and makes a sweeping attack. Iris sees this and prepares to attack the dwarf giant. Sijin's movements are precise and aggressive. It all looks like the final phase of the battle. She delivers a powerful blow from above. The aim is to cause direct damage to Iris. Iris remains in place and takes the blow, blocking it with ease. Iris says outright that it was no trouble for her to block Sijin's blow, and she is very upset about this, puffing out her cheeks. The girls fight in all seriousness. Their blows are powerful and swift, each of them is focused on victory. Sijin is sure that in pure physical strength she will not lose. Iris agrees with this in pure sympathy. Sijin is stronger, but there is one but. She continues by saying that Sijin is completely dependent on her weapon. Iris dodges the attack and her opponent falls, dropping her hammer. Sijin sits down on the ground and with bitterness in her eyes looks towards her opponent. The crowd has already decided on the winner of this duel. They are delighted with the spectacle and the girl's skill level. Rika continues to be amazed at Iris's level, and Morabu is just glad that the girls didn't hurt each other too much. But Lutessa starts laughing and tells her friends to pay attention. Sijin is kneeling and looking at Iris, who looks down at her. Iris's face speaks for itself. She is not happy with the duel. She says that Sijin herself understands that if she wanted to win, she should have used the Berserker. Sijin agrees with Iris's opinion. Sijin stood up and said that if only it were that easy, she could become a Berserker at any moment. She says that the switch in her head needs to be flipped. Iris and Ishtudo were surprised by the presence of some kind of switch in Sijin. They are interested in how to switch it. The girl cannot give an exact answer. They were interested in how she switched it before. Iris asked about the last memory associated with the Berserker. Sijin begins to tell that before she left the village. In the dwarf village during the festival, they gave out roasted griffin, which Sijin really wanted. Iris doesn't understand what she's getting at dwarf. Sijin revealed that when her mother ate the entire griffin that little Sijin wanted so much, that's when her switch went off. Iris suggests that the switch is triggered when something she really wants is taken away from her. Ishudo thinks that the skill is triggered by external factors. Iris decides to conduct an investigative experiment. Sijin with a smile on her face that she is taking Ishudo away from her. Ishudo himself is perplexed. The dwarf girl is in shock. The Trinity, who had been watching them from the sidelines, are also in shock. Iris yells at Ishudo to run and pulls him along with her. The two of them run away from the battle square. Ludessa and Marabu are simply delighted by the intensity of passions, and Rika is worried and looks at Sijin. Sijin bends down and picks up her hammer. She starts muttering to herself that Ishut is her husband. Why was he taken from her? She looked with hatred towards the fleeing couple and said that she would not forgive Iris. The Trinity is frightened. The wind rises around Sijin and all the dust flies away. Sijin's expression became serious. She says that the Berserker mode is activated. Ludessa is scared. She says that the dwarf was right when she said about a level 13 adventurer. The dwarf is ready to attack. The couple runs further and further away from the giant gnome. Iris has achieved her goal and she awaits the next steps with anticipation. Sijin is ready to destroy her target. Taking one step, the dwarf made a lightning-fast dash, the road under her feet collapsing. Ludessa and Marabu say that they have to catch up, they can't miss this. They want to know how it will all end. Only Rika is truly worried about her friends. Sijin is purposefully racing towards her goal. Ishudo is scared. He shouts to Iris, is Sijin's berserker behavior normal in this world? Iris tells him that from what she knows, such behavior is unique only to Sijin.